There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. The fresh blood in the body of the 10,000-foot-long fire dragon was indeed abundant, but what the old vermilion bird wanted was to obtain the fiery blood on the dragon's head. This blood contained the essence of fire throughout the dragon's entire body, making it far more valuable than the blood from other parts of its body. Therefore, this blood was obviously scarce, and with a single blow from the old vermilion bird, all of the dragon's fiery blood seemed to drain out, falling onto the burning incense stick. The fresh blood, upon touching it, immediately merged into the incense stick and disappeared. Inside the earth realm, 9 colored flames burned the sky. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the fiery lotus, the gigantic 7-colored vermilion bird behind him crying incessantly. These cries revealed a struggle, as if it wanted to be reborn. Between heaven and earth, an endless radiance flashed, spreading in all directions, enveloping this entire realm, while a sea of fire swirled around, burning fiercely in all directions. Wang Lin's eyes blazed like torches, his hands forming a hand seal, and a flame instantly erupted in his left eye. This 9-colored flame swirled within Wang Lin's left pupil, its rotation speed increasing rapidly, transforming into a 9-colored fire vortex in an instant. 9 colors merged. The vermilion bird awakens for the 4th time. Wang Lin understood perfectly. He had experienced 3 vermilion bird awakenings in his lifetime, each one increasing the power of his flames countless times. But none of the previous 3 could compare to this one. This was the 4th vermilion bird awakening, an extremely significant event for the vermilion bird clan, a crucial step in the transformation from physical fire to illusory fire. From ancient times to the present, very few people have been able to cause the vermilion bird to awaken for the 4th time, no more than 5. The 1st generation vermilion bird, the 2nd generation vermilion bird, the 3rd generation vermilion bird, the 4th generation vermilion bird. Besides those 4, there's only Wang Lin. Even the 3rd step ancestor of the Fire Sparrow clan, although his firepower contained a trace of illusory fire, he wasn't an awakened vermilion bird. He wasn't a vermilion bird to begin with, so how could he even talk about awakening? Even though this person was born with illusory fire, compared to the true vermilion bird, it was merely a heterodox technique. The 4th awakening, after countless millennia, was unimaginably difficult, especially the illusory fire divine ability that could shake heaven and earth, enough to make all cultivators wary. However, when the vermilion bird awakens for the 4th time, the power of the fire required reaches an unbelievable level. Only by possessing sufficient heavenly and earthly fire can one successfully awaken. As Wang Lin sat cross-legged, the 9-colored fire lotus below emitted endless 9-colored flames. These flames surged into his body, transforming within his left pupil, causing the 9-colored flames to spin even faster. At the same time, the 9-colored vermilion bird behind him let out an even more intense cry, a sound powerful enough to split heaven and earth, causing this entire realm to tremble. Not enough. The power of fire is still insufficient. Wang Lin abruptly raised his head, his body suddenly bursting into flames. A 9-colored whirlwind surged from his left pupil, swirling around him to form a firestorm. This storm was overwhelming, as if it wanted to destroy this world. Wang Lin's 4th awakening of the vermilion bird was due to his karmic fire obsession, due to the cycle of karmic rebirth he had stirred up, and therefore he needed the power of fire even more. At this moment, suddenly a cluster of dark red blood light flashed in the air of the earth realm, and amidst the thunderous roar of heaven and earth, it descended. A rain of blood fell from the sky, each drop containing the essence of the fiery dragon flame, radiating a world-destroying heat. This rain instantly gave Wang Lin a new flame. These drops of blood rained down, and before they could even touch the ground, they immediately condensed, swirling around Wang Lin, unexpectedly forming a small blood sphere. This blood sphere burst into flames, and as soon as it formed, it was instantly absorbed by the nine-colored vermilion bird. With a rumbling sound, the flames on Wang Lin's body surged, and even the nine-colored vermilion bird let out a deafening cry. The flames throughout this earth realm became increasingly intense over time. The blood rain continued to fall, Wang Lin's hands formed a hand seal, and the flames continued to burn fiercely. The nine-colored vermilion bird within the flames let out a sharp cry, and as it absorbed the blood rain, its nine-colored feathers immediately burst into flames. It's still not enough. A glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He could feel that the power of the flames that had awakened his vermilion bird for the fourth time had not yet reached the necessary level. At this moment, inside the local realm, the middle-aged man on the barren mountain had a strange light in his eyes as he looked into the distance, his hands forming a hand seal and pushing outwards. Immediately, the flame mark on his forehead flashed and appeared, hovering in front of him. This flame was ash-colored, seemingly non-existent. The middle-aged man sighed softly, muttering, "This person has a very familiar aura. The aura of that reckless Liu Yan. When I left back then, I was only worried about that child." The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he grasped the illusory flame in front of him with his right hand, waving it outwards. Inside the local realm, an illusory flame immediately surged up. This illusory flame had no heat, but it was enough to burn everything. Upon appearing, it instantly tore through the heavens and earth, rushing straight towards Wang Lin's position. In an instant, this overwhelming illusory flame appeared around Wang Lin, rapidly merging into the struggling nine-colored vermilion bird's body. This middle-aged man was Liu Yan, the master of the 5th-generation vermilion bird and the 4th-generation vermilion bird. He had obviously undergone the 4th awakening of the vermilion bird, entering the realm of illusory fire. At this moment, he waved his hand, using his illusory fire to assist Wang Lin. As soon as it merged into Wang Lin's nine-colored vermilion bird, the vermilion bird once again let out a resounding cry. The flames surrounding Wang Lin's body instantly increased countless times. With the help of this surging flame, Wang Lin, sitting on the fiery lotus flower, looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. The flames all over his body immediately flared up wildly. A nine-colored firestorm roared, engulfing Wang Lin and the vermilion bird. Within this swirling storm, the nine colors seemed to merge, moving faster and faster, more and more intensely. Amidst the incessant roar, the nine-colored firestorm gradually transformed into a chaotic mass. The nine colors within seemed to fade, the red of the nine suddenly disappearing, vanishing completely. Immediately afterward, the orange also trembled, and the flames of the two colors that had just vanished seemed to merge, making the firestorm even more ferocious. The entire local realm was engulfed by this sea of fire, burning fiercely. At this moment, on the great Emperor's star, the fiery dragon looked at the old vermilion bird expectantly. All the fiery blood on its head had drained away, not a drop more flowing. The old vermilion bird glared, muttering, "Damn it, what are you looking at? Even without dragon fiery blood, you have to give me some normal dragon blood. Your body is so big, a little bleeding won't hurt." The fiery dragon was about to let out a roar of resistance, but the old vermilion bird was one step faster. He directly raised both hands, instantly conjuring an invisible force that sealed the dragon's mouth, preventing any roar from escaping and forcing it back into its body. Using the force of the forced roar, the old vermilion bird's right hand swept across the fiery dragon's body. Immediately, a 100-foot-long wound appeared, and blood gushed out. "You've run out of dragon flame blood. If I let you go now, the young man won't be able to awaken. I obviously can't break my promise." The resentment in the fiery dragon's eyes deepened, but after hearing the old vermilion bird's words, it closed its eyes, frantically spitting out blood from its body, its heart beginning to scream. These vermilion bird people are all abnormal. Back then, the 1st-generation vermilion bird tricked me, a young child, out of the fiery realm and relentlessly extracted fresh blood from my body. When will this life ever end? Now that the second generation vermilion bird has made a promise, I, the old dragon, must also risk my life. A large amount of dragon blood merged into the local realm, causing torrential rain to fall and the sea of fire to intensify. Although this dragon blood was not as potent as dragon flame blood, its quantity far surpassed it, thus making the flames Wang Lin needed to awaken the vermilion bird for the fourth time even more intense. The firestorm around his body roared, and after the two orange-red colors dissipated, the yellow flame also vanished, followed immediately by the eerie green ghost fire. On the great Emperor Star, the old vermilion bird's eyes gleamed with determination. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his left hand to his forehead, then pointed directly at the local realm. A phantom fire transformed from within his body, following his finger, and shot straight towards the local realm. That brat, I'm willing to risk everything to help you. Whether you succeed in awakening the fourth time depends on your luck. Within the local realm, after the torrential rain of blood, the illusory flames of the old vermilion bird roared forth, covering the heavens and earth, frantically merging into Wang Lin's vermilion bird. This powerful surge of energy caused the three flames of azure, blue, and purple within the firestorm surrounding Wang Lin's body to simultaneously shatter and dissipate. At this moment, the seven colors within the firestorm had dissolved, leaving only black and white struggling within. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light, his hands raised, waving outwards, and he murmured, "The fire has reached its limit. It is no longer something to be devoured. Since that's the case, I don't need any more help. I will use my Dao techniques to dissolve these to black and white colors." With Wang Lin's low roar, the black and white firestorm surrounding his body immediately trembled. A strange power emanated from Wang Lin's body, a power capable of harmonizing all things in heaven and earth. As soon as it was unleashed, the white color within suddenly vanished. Only black remained in the fiery storm, swirling above it, its color fading and weakening. A moment later, as Wang Lin stood up and let out a long cry, the black flames suddenly shattered. Just as the 9 colors merged into one within the storm, Wang Lin's vermilion bird directly emerged. This vermilion bird was enveloped in a swirling, ethereal fire. As it broke out of the storm, it let out an earth-shattering cry, the cry of its fourth successful awakening. The fourth awakening has transformed my true fire into the void. Wang Lin stood up forcefully. The 9-colored fire lotus beneath his feet suddenly burst open, transforming into countless fragments that converged towards the vermilion bird. In the instant the vermilion bird awakened for the 4th time, the flames in the underworld froze, then simultaneously surged from all directions, sweeping across the land and converging on the vermilion bird's entire body. Especially the 9-colored fire lotus, which formed a 9-colored armor around the vermilion bird. After enveloping its entire body, the surrounding sea of fire also surged in, instantly being absorbed into the vermilion bird's body, leaving nothing behind. From afar, this was no longer a vermilion bird. It was clearly an immortal spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Its body was overflowing with flames, reaching the peak of true fire, just one step away from entering the realm of illusory fire. This fire spirit vermilion bird seemed to be writhing, undergoing its final transformation within the flames. This process may be long or short, but it cannot be disturbed in the slightest, otherwise this rare opportunity will vanish in the blink of an eye. The 4th attempt at vermilion bird awakening will fail, and it will never be possible to awaken vermilion bird again in this lifetime. This moment was extremely crucial for Wang Lin, but at this very moment, an earth-shattering anomaly occurred that Wang Lin could not have foreseen. Outside the heavenly realm, on the great Emperor Star, tens of thousands of cultivators were still intently watching Wang Lin. Few noticed that outside this great Emperor Star, the mist formed by the transformation of magnetic force was moving much faster, accompanied by rumbling sounds. The great Emperor Star was originally straight, and its movement speed was difficult to detect from the outside. But at this moment, the entire great Emperor Star was shaking violently, like a raging storm. Tens of thousands of cultivators gathered around the arena immediately felt a force like a landslide, shaking and tearing through the sky. At this moment, the great Emperor Star suddenly began to move slowly. Its movements were initially subtle and difficult to detect, but they accelerated rapidly. In an instant, this great Emperor Star was like a compass needle spinning wildly. This sudden event caused the expressions of the surrounding cultivators to change drastically. See, Mosey's eyes showed fear as he suddenly looked up. Beside him, Grand Master Yunluo was performing a hand gesture, and with a loud bang, her right hand was bleeding profusely. Her body recoiled, her face instantly turning pale, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Mad Emperor Star is undergoing a dramatic transformation. An ancient catastrophe is brewing. Grand Master Yunluo muttered as she retreated. She had just been on the verge of achieving a result when, in that split second, an inexplicable force surged through her, tearing her right hand apart. Her calculations were instantly interrupted, rendering her efforts futile. But in that instant, a surreal scene flashed through her mind. In this scene, a vague figure appeared, its body surrounded by a bead. A compass needle surrounded the bead. Behind it was the primordial star, overflowing with blood-red light and countless corpses. The entire primordial star was stained blood. She saw the shattered body of the mystic Sound Dao Venerable, his primordial spirit perishing, and the tragic deaths of the third-stage cultivators of the primordial star. She also saw the collapse of the Wine Boundary Great Formation. She also saw herself being seized by the hand of that vague figure, her entire body racked with pain, burning to ashes, her primordial spirit utterly annihilated. The moment her primordial spirit perished, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. In that agonizing scream, at the very moment of her death, the vague figure turned, seemingly glancing at her. That glance became her nightmare. Spitting out blood once more, Grand Master Yunluo retreated several meters, her expression filled with unprecedented terror. The venerable Taoist of wonderful sound also leapt to his feet, the clouds beneath his feet dissipating, transforming into a fin which he grasped. His divine consciousness swept across the air, and his expression immediately changed. Not only him, but the venerable Taoist of Blue Dream was also stunned. He raised his right hand, his entire body radiating blue light, enveloping his daughter's body, his eyes like lightning as he looked up at the chaotic sky. The sky was now replaced by a mass of mist. This mist was filled with magnetic force, possessing a powerful tearing force. It was the magnetic mist surrounding the great Emperor Star that had suddenly moved, swirling towards them. The old vermilion bird's expression was extremely serious. He looked up without speaking. The giant turtle above the arena raised its head, letting out a sharp shriek. More and more magnetic mist appeared in the sky, flowing in a stream straight towards the giant turtle on the arena. Tens of thousands of cultivators stirred, their faces filled with immense fear. Only the group led by Old Vermilion Bird remained motionless, staring intently at the rapidly approaching stream of mist. This stream of mist wasn't attacking the giant turtle, but was heading straight for the second incense stick on its back, the local incense stick. In an instant, this stream, moving at an incredibly fast speed, merged into the local incense stick with a resounding crash. From afar, the scene was utterly terrifying. It seemed as if the local incense stick had become a black hole, sucking up all the mist from the force in the air. Old Vermilion Bird's eyes showed fear, and he subconsciously took a deep breath. See, Mosey's expression showed panic, his gaze bewildered as he looked at the local incense stick, not understanding what was happening. As for Grand Master Yunluo, his face was already pale, and after seeing this mist from the force entering the local incense stick, the fear in his eyes intensified. Could it be that illusory figure? It's him. The mystic Sound Taoist also stared intently at the earth realm, his mind trembling, his heart screaming wildly, Heaven's rebellion. This is absolutely the power of Heaven's rebellion. The heavenly Tao. Inside the earth realm, Wang Lin was at a crucial moment transforming from real fire to illusory fire, but suddenly, outside his body, the Heaven's rebellion bead, which had been hidden, erupted with a force that shook heaven and earth. Wang Lin's expression changed. In an instant, he felt the entire realm rumbling and seemingly spinning rapidly. However, because he was in this place, he couldn't make a clear judgment in such a short time. At this same moment, the sky above this realm was suddenly replaced by a thick fog. This fog was filled with an extremely powerful magnetic force, covering the sky and earth as it rushed straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin couldn't dodge. The endless force of the mist rushed closer, simultaneously entering his body, into the heaven-defying pearl. Inside Wang Lin's chest, the heaven-defying pearl transformed, resembling a swirling vortex, frantically devouring the surging mist. A light flickered around the pearl, each flash drawing in more mist. This happened in an instant. Wang Lin felt his body rumble, and while absorbing the mist of the force, the heaven-defying pearl simultaneously released a surge of power into his soul. Suddenly, several images flashed within Wang Lin's soul. These images depicted an object, a gigantic compass. This compass was as vast as the starry sky. On it was a massive compass needle, slowly rotating, its surface shimmering with a faint light. The faint light flickered and shot out with the movement of the needle, disappearing into the unknown. At the center of the compass was a gigantic pearl. This bead was unexpectedly the heaven-defying bead. Simultaneously with this image appearing in Wang Lin's soul, outside the great Emperor Star, in the primordial star realm, a phantom image also appeared, causing all those who witnessed it to tremble. Outside the great Emperor Star, the starry sky flickered with endless light, gradually revealing a huge circle, forming a base. The great Emperor Star, situated in the center of this object, looked like a compass needle from the outside. At this moment, the great Emperor Star was rotating rapidly, exactly like a compass needle. In the center of the compass, a faint bead suddenly flickered. The bead was opaque, and within it, a figure vaguely appeared. This person was Wang Lin. The compass needle, transformed from the great Emperor Star, spun rapidly within the circle, then suddenly trembled, stopped rotating, and pointed southwest. In the blink of an eye, as it stopped rotating, a swirling stream of light, formed from the great Emperor's transformed essence, flashed and shot straight southwest into the starry sky. This dark light, of unknown origin, suddenly left the land of madness, flashing forward at an unimaginable speed. Anything that stood in its way, whether cultivators or immortal beings, vanished instantly upon contact with this dark light. In an instant, the dark light reached the far southwest. Surprisingly, this place was the Great Wine Boundary Formation. Cultivators had guarded this place since time immemorial. At this moment, those cultivators felt dizzy, as if the dark light had flashed. But these powerful cultivators' bodies trembled and disintegrated. The dark light directly struck the Great Wine Boundary Formation. The Great Wine Boundary Formation seemed to boil over, its internal spirits transforming completely, radiating a dazzling light. The radiant light dissipated. It was unclear whether it had entered the Grand Formation or broken through it. The illusory compass outside the Great Emperor Star also slowly dissipated. The Great Emperor Star also stopped rotating, seemingly returning to normal. In the Earth realm, the heaven-defying power within Wang Lin's body had absorbed the last of the mist, suddenly erupting with a powerful magnetic force, as if spitting out everything it had just devoured. Wang Lin's body was like a sieve, and the magnetic mist within him suddenly burst out. His vermilion bird, which was in the crucial stage of transforming between true fire and false fire, now bore the brunt of this magnetic mist, deeply impacted by it. The moment the magnetic mist swept through, the vermilion bird's body trembled violently, its true fire shattering and completely transforming into false fire. However, this false fire, due to being swept by the magnetic force, underwent extremely bizarre internal changes. Even the first-generation vermilion bird ancestor would be shaken by this kind of transformation. The invisible void fire can burn away all emotions, transforming into flames, but it can only injure cultivators from other races. For cultivators of the vermilion bird clan, it has no effect on improving their own cultivation. Void fire is the world-destroying fire of the vermilion bird clan. It can also kill, but it cannot be refined from within a cultivator's body. Its quantity is fixed, thus it is eternal and indestructible. The amount of true fire transformed into remains the same until the cultivator dies. But at this moment, the void fire that Wang Lin created was instantly swept away by a cloud of magnetic force. And a bizarre transformation occurred within it that even the first-generation ancestor could not understand. The void fire instantly absorbed a trace of magnetic force upon its creation. If that were all, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. A trace of magnetic force condensed from the outside could dissipate at any time. But within Wang Lin's illusory fire was the magnetic force created by the heavenly Tao, an eternal gravitational pull. Therefore, although the illusory fire's power remained unchanged, its very existence allowed Wang Lin to be the first person from ancient times to the present to absorb more illusory fire. The amount of illusory fire generated was not as much as the amount he continuously absorbed. The sheer power of his illusory fire was enough to strike fear into anyone. The mist containing magnetic force within Wang Lin's body frantically diffused, instantly engulfing the entire Earth realm. A moment later, it shattered the realm, surging outwards towards the great Emperor Star. Endless mist of magnetic force rushed out, filling the sky above the Great Emperor Star, and as it diffused, it returned to the outer reaches of the Great Emperor Star, becoming a swirling mist around it. At first glance, the mist seemed unchanged. However, upon closer observation, discrepancies could be discerned. Before entering the heaven-defying realm, this magnetic mist appeared lifeless, filled with violence. But now, it seemed to have transformed into a unified entity, brimming with vitality. Tens of thousands of cultivators on the Great Emperor Star stared in astonishment at this scene. In their eyes, after all the magnetic mist had spilled out from the incense stick, the half-burned stick began to crackle. This sound was jarring, clearly audible to the surrounding cultivators. Fine cracks appeared on the incense stick. These cracks multiplied rapidly, quickly covering the entire stick. With a loud crash, the incense stick suddenly tilted and fell, piercing through the giant turtle and crashing into the arena below. Complete silence reigned on all sides. On the giant turtle's back, the human fragrance faded, and the earth fragrance ceased. Only the last incense stick remained, towering high, the heavenly incense. Grand Master Yunluo's face turned even paler. The moment the earthly incense broke, it seemed as if her spirit had been severed. The fear in her eyes intensified. It's not him. It's not him. Absolutely not him. Simozi's mouth was dry and his tongue bitter. The scenes that unfolded during Wang Lin's trial had surpassed his imagination. Even now, he was still shaken, his mind developing an intense aversion to Wang Lin's soul. The situation of a third-stage cultivator fearing a second-stage cultivator, developing an unimaginable aversion, had now appeared in Simozi. The mystic Sound Taoist stared at the broken earthly incense, narrowing his eyes. With a flick of his right hand, he took out a peach, biting into it fiercely, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes. Heavenly reversal! Heavenly reversal! I, the mystic Sound Taoist, will definitely take it. Lam Mengdaozen's expression was complex. He withdrew his gaze and remained silent. Li Qianmai beside him bowed her head, her expression unreadable. Old Vermilion Bird patted his head with his right hand, a bitter smile on his face. What exactly has this kid done? The recent incident on the Great Emperor Star is clearly related to him. How many secrets does this kid still hide? Now it's all over. The first incense stick is out, the second is broken. What kind of trial is this? Tens of thousands of cultivators around them, after a moment of silence, suddenly exclaimed. The second incense stick was broken. What kind of cultivation does this third young emperor possess? How could he do this? The first incense stick being out was shocking, but it was nothing compared to breaking the incense sticks. This probably isn't related to the third young emperor. The broken incense stick was likely caused by the mist from the force earlier, for some inexplicable reason. This mist was suddenly drawn into the incense stick. Everyone's thoughts were different, but their eyes were fixed on Wang Lin, who remained standing beside the first incense stick with his eyes closed, waiting for him to awaken. Will this person awaken, or should we light the next incense stick? Inside the local realm, after the mist had completely dissipated from Wang Lin's body, the heaven-defying pearl gradually faded away, disappearing completely. The entire local realm was completely silent. Only the illusory flame of the Vermilion Bird before Wang Lin continued to burn silently. After a long while, Wang Lin looked towards the Vermilion Bird, opened his mouth, and inhaled. Immediately, the Vermilion Bird let out a cry and rushed towards Wang Lin, merging into his right eye. At the same moment, Wang Lin's body was engulfed in a torrent of illusory flames. These illusory flames were invisible and colorless, enveloping Wang Lin and radiating a world-destroying force. Sighing out a breath of turbid air, Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he didn't leave this realm but took a step forward. His figure moved like a shuttle, directly traversing tens of thousands of feet, reappearing at the very edge of this realm, in the sea of fire from before, where the turbid mountain remained unburned. On the turbid mountain, the fourth-generation Vermilion Bird sat silently. He had witnessed Wang Lin's actions with extreme clarity, his mind shaken. But being no ordinary person, he quickly suppressed his shock and silently gazed into the distance. In front of him, the heavens and earth twisted. Wang Lin emerged, walking a few meters away from the fourth Vermilion Bird, standing there in silence. After the Vermilion Bird's fourth awakening, the illusory fire still needs careful nurturing for a while. You must remember that well. The fourth vermilion bird turned to look at Wang Lin, speaking softly. Wang Lin's eyes showed a complex expression. He clasped his hands and said to the middle-aged man, "Senior, are you the fourth vermilion bird?" "Yes," the middle-aged man nodded. Wang Lin said nothing, and after a long time, he said in a low voice, "The fifth vermilion bird has shown great kindness to this junior." Before dying, he did not forget Senior, nor did he forget the time he served as a medicine boy beside the fourth vermilion bird. The middle-aged man's eyes showed sorrow. He silently nodded, his voice filled with melancholy, softly saying, "Old Holy Emperor, the disciple from the vermilion bird sect brought him back. And today he's brought him to the fourth vermilion bird, taking him home. The favor from that year is impossible to repay. I will definitely keep my promise." After standing up, Wang Lin looked at the fourth vermilion bird Holy Emperor with a complicated expression, clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help just now. I bid you farewell." Wang Lin sighed inwardly, turned around and flew towards the sky. He could accept the second vermilion bird, but he couldn't accept the fourth vermilion bird. If the fourth vermilion bird hadn't left, the old Holy Emperor would surely have been fine during the fourth awakening. If the fourth vermilion bird hadn't left, the old Holy Emperor would absolutely not have died. The fourth vermilion bird looked at the corpse of his disciple, his body trembling, his eyes revealing immense pain. He slowly stood up, walked to the side of the corpse, and raised his right hand to stroke his disciple's face. "Lu Yan, your master, I'm sorry." The fourth generation vermilion bird was on the verge of tears. "I know everything about the four sacred sects, but I can't return. That year, after I went to the primordial star realm, a calamity occurred, and a mysterious person placed a seal on me." The fourth generation vermilion bird whispered, its appearance seemingly aged, looking at the corpse of its disciple with a sorrowful expression as it recalled, "In recent years, I've tried several times to break my own seal, but I've never succeeded. Even the first generation ancestor couldn't break this seal. I can only remain in this realm, unable to take a single step outside. If I were to leave, the seal would explode, causing me to lose my mind and become insane. Lu Yan, it's not that I can't return, it's that I can't." The fourth generation vermilion bird's tears fell onto its disciple's corpse, carrying endless sorrow, painful memories, and a sense of shame. "This seal isn't only on me, but also on the second generation vermilion bird. He managed to suppress it, so he didn't enter this realm, but he can't leave the land of madness. If this land of madness collapses, our vermilion bird clan will go mad and die here." The fourth generation vermilion bird whispered miserably, seemingly explaining something to his disciple. Wang Lin's figure soared towards the sky, getting further and further away, finally disappearing. The moment his body vanished, on the great Emperor star, beneath the human fragrance tree, his body, which had been closed until now, suddenly opened its eyes. Open! In the instant he opened his eyes, the 9-colored flames in Wang Lin's eyes transformed into illusory flames, rapidly spinning, making him look extremely bizarre. At the same instant, a surge of illusory flames erupted from his body. These illusory flames were earth-shattering, spreading in all directions. Wang Lin's hair fluttered without wind, his clothes billowing. He slowly withdrew his arm from the first incense stick and turned to look around. Grand Master Yanluo was staring at Wang Lin. The moment he opened his eyes, she saw his left eye. In that instant, Grand Master Yanluo's eyes widened, her pupils constricted, and an overwhelming fear surged within her. Her body trembled, and she continuously retreated backward. Her mind felt as if it had been struck by thousands of thunderbolts, shaking violently, and she lost all strength, her face as pale as death. That gaze! Yanluo, the Grand Elder, could never forget the image he had just seen. In the instant he died, a blurry figure turned around, its eyes looking towards him. The person's features were unclear, but 9 colors rotated in their left eye. Mozi stared at Wang Lin, remaining silent. Also looking at Wang Lin was Miao Yundoozhen, a strange light flashing in his eyes, a cold smile subtly appearing on his lips. Old Vermilion Bird let out a long laugh, his expression filled with joy but also great fear at the scene just witnessed. Besides possessing 5 fundamental origins, Wang Lin had once again astonished and delighted him. The karmic cycle of reincarnation transformed into 9 colors, igniting the flame that awakened the Vermilion Bird for the 4th time, transforming the real fire into illusory. -1. Excellent, excellent. Old Vermilion Bird laughed heartily. The old man sitting cross-legged on the lizard's back had a different look in his eyes. He had fought many battles with Old Vermilion Bird and understood the power of the Void Fire very well. At this moment, seeing Wang Lin unexpectedly enter the Void Fire realm, he couldn't help but pay attention. Behind Taoist Lam Meng, the woman silently watched Wang Lin. Taoist Lam Meng noticed her gaze and sighed inwardly. If only I hadn't erased your memories back then and kept Wang Lin here, fully assisting him in his cultivation, I wouldn't have only taught him 3 divine techniques. Taoist Lam Meng fell silent, for the first time feeling regret for that decision. Wang Lin's gaze swept over everyone, then he took a deep breath. He saw a trace of emotion flowing through each person. If he wished, this trace of emotion would transform into void fire. Following Wang Lin's gaze, when he looked towards Yun Luo, the woman immediately bowed her head and slowly retreated. However, Wang Lin could sense a far deeper emotion in her than in others. Withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin bowed to the old Vermilion Bird, respectfully saying, "This junior has not failed in his mission. He has awakened." The smile on the old Vermilion Bird's face widened. He waved his right hand, throwing the flame dragon far away, and laughed, saying, "Little dragon, you are free." The flame dragon was dying at this moment, its blood almost completely drained. But upon hearing this, its eyes brightened, and with a roar, it soared away, disappearing into the distant horizon. The trial is not over yet. Someone is waiting for you in the last heavenly fragrance tree. Go. The old Vermilion Bird looked at Wang Lin meaningfully. The human fragrance tree may perish, the earth fragrance tree may break, but the heavenly fragrance tree will never be extinguished or broken. This incense stick is guarded by the Mad Emperor himself, the first ancestor of our tri-banded test's potential. The longer it lasts, the greater the potential. I, back then, lasted 12 breaths, and the 4th generation Vermilion Bird lasted 14 breaths. I want to know how long you can last. If you can make me happy again, I will teach you the method to restrain that foolish dragon. Once that dragon escapes from the Mad Emperor's land, you can easily find it. With this dragon guarding you, I can leave this place with peace of mind. The words of the old Vermilion Bird echoed in Wang Lin's mind. No one else could hear them. Wang Lin nodded, his gaze falling on the distant sky where the dragon had flown away, leaving the great Emperor's star, his expression still one of excitement. Freedom, finally, freedom, roar I, the old dragon, have finally been freed from that demonic hand. How many years have passed? How many years? The flame dragon roared, tears welling up in its eyes. At this moment, it didn't know that it had been deceived by the first generation Vermilion Bird all those years ago. And now it was being given away by the second generation Vermilion Bird to someone else. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at everyone, and walked to the last heavenly incense tree. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and raised his right hand to place it on the heavenly incense tree. The first generation Vermilion Bird ancestor. He was the ancestor of our Vermilion Bird clan. One of the 4 great generals under the ancient Immortal Venerable. A figure of this caliber probably knows many secrets. The Vermilion Bird clan was in the primordial star realm, so why did the Fire Phoenix clan also exist? If the Vermilion Bird clan could survive until today, then where are the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise clans? Are the ancient Immortal Venerable and the person the Master of the Sealed Realm calls the ancient Immortal Emperor the same person? If not, what is their relationship? Wang Lin remained silent, closing his eyes. The heavenly realm was completely different from the 2 previous realms. This place was a world filled with white clouds. Besides the white clouds, there was only one enormous statue. This statue was incredibly huge, seemingly occupying almost half the heavens and earth from afar. It depicted an old man with a face like a vermilion bird, a hooked nose, a pair of vermilion bird wings on his back, his eyes closed, and a 9-colored flame burning fiercely in his forehead. The statue's right hand was outstretched, palm facing upwards. Wang Lin's figure flashed in a blue light, appearing on this hand. In the primordial starry sky, in a tranquil expansive starry sky, ripples appeared, slowly spreading outwards. Not long before, a faint light flashed from the void, sweeping across this place. Before the faint light flashed, there was a desolate planet here. On this planet, there were no living beings, nor any spiritual energy. It was completely a deserted planet. Even when monks approached, this planet wouldn't even glance at them. It simply existed in the path of the dark light. The moment the dark light pierced through, the planet silently disintegrated into dust, leaving only ripples slowly spreading in all directions. But in that instant, at the location of that desolate planet, a crack about 10 meters wide appeared within the ripples. This crack emitted streams of death energy surging outwards, causing it to grow larger and larger. Looking through the crack, one could see another world inside, filled with floating debris. On each rock rested a massive skull, either an ancient god, an ancient demon, or an ancient monster. The crack widened to 100 meters before stopping, silently hovering there, motionless, like a ferocious mouth waiting for its prey. Its appearance in this primordial spirit realm will cause a storm that will terrify countless cultivators of the primordial spirit realm. The ancient tomb has opened. In the heavenly realm, Wang Lin gazed at the colossal statue that occupied the entire world, his eyes gleaming. The statue's form was extremely bizarre, unlike anything Wang Lin had ever seen before. It didn't resemble a cultivator at all. Instead, it looked more like a vermilion bird transformed. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin clasped his hands together, bowed towards the distant statue, and said in a deep voice, "This junior is the 6th generation vermilion bird. Greetings to the ancestor." The moment he spoke these words, the 9-colored flame on the statue's forehead surged skyward, transforming into a dazzling 9-colored light that filled the surroundings. The statue's closed eyes also brightened. "To awaken 4 times with such a small bloodline, you are not bad." A booming voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. "Junior," Wang Lin's expression was calm, about to speak. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. My injuries from that year haven't healed, and I don't have much time to be lucid. If you can persevere for 5 breaths in this trial, I can answer one of your questions." The buzzing voice, devoid of any emotion, interrupted Wang Lin. The moment the voice rang out, a flame erupted from Wang Lin's hand. This flame rapidly transformed between tangible and intangible, its power increasing dramatically after the 9th transformation. This is not illusory fire, but the heart and mind fire of this lord. In my era, this fire was called the Vermilion Bird Samara Flame, while Wang Lin was undergoing his trials. Within the primordial star, a wave of desolate energy emanated from the 100-yang-wide rift leading to the burial ground, permeating the primordial star, shaking the entire starry sky, and continuously spreading, drawing in dust particles that were almost invisible to the naked eye from all directions. The dust cloud grew larger and larger, eventually forming a vortex. This vortex, centered around the rift, roared and swept outwards in all directions. From afar, it resembled a swirling nebula. The vortex grew larger and larger, instantly expanding endlessly, shaking the entire primordial star system. An extremely terrifying force erupted from this vortex, destroying all living things. Under the gravitational pull of the vortex, even many surrounding desolate stars had their trajectories altered, hurtling towards this place, ultimately being sucked into the vortex, quickly devoured, and becoming part of it. In the primordial star system, in the distant northern starry sky, 19 cultivation stars were arranged in a row. At the center of these 19 cultivation stars was a cultivation star that, from afar, appeared almost entirely as ocean, like a sphere of water. Deep within the ocean, beneath the endless sea, sat a monk cross-legged. His appearance was aged, his silver hair flowing in the water. Each breath he took caused the ocean of this cultivation planet to roar, creating surging waves that swept in all directions. At the moment the ancient tomb opened, a whirlwind formed in an instant. The old man's eyes widened, his gaze incredibly profound, resembling the vast ocean itself. Something's not right. The old man's eyes flashed, and after a moment of contemplation, he showed hesitation. The heaven-defying technique cannot be obtained on the great Emperor Star. Simply put, the clone must return quickly and investigate that vortex thoroughly. This old man was the true form of the mystic Sound Tao Venerable, one of the 5 ancient venerables. The young man on the great Emperor Star was merely his 3rd stage clone. At the same time, outside the land of madness, a colossal beast, its body comparable to a cultivation planet, slowly advanced, its endless tentacles extending from it. The old man with the yin-yang face on its back, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, gazing into the distance with a strange light. "This is..." Before he could finish speaking, the moon gazing beneath him froze. immediately looking into the distance, its body trembling, its fierce eyes revealing fear and excitement, and letting out a deafening roar. The old man with the yin-yang face hesitated slightly, then turned, controlling moon gazing to charge straight towards the open ancient tomb. On the great Emperor Star, tens of thousands of cultivators were looking towards the heavenly fragrance. Suddenly, the young man sitting on the cloud changed his expression. Without hesitation, he bowed to the group of people including the old vermilion bird and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, I have an important matter to attend to and cannot continue the ceremony. Farewell." After speaking, he turned around, took a step into the void, and his figure transformed into a beam of light, dissipating into the heavens and earth. This sudden turn of events astonished everyone. All the third stage cultivators present, including the old vermilion bird, changed their expressions. The blue dream Taoist's eyes widened in surprise. He looked into the distance, pondered for a moment, then bowed to the old vermilion bird, saying in a low voice, "This matter is very mysterious. I must also hurry to investigate." After saying this, he glanced at Li Qiamai beside him, sighed inwardly, and with a wave of his sleeve, a blue light enveloped the father and son before dissipating into the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, the old man sitting on the lizard, his eyes flashing with a strange light, his mouth pierced by needles seemingly moving slightly, bowed to the old vermilion bird without speaking, and patted the lizard beneath him with his right hand. The lizard let out a long shriek and soared into the air, a whirlwind sweeping towards it, hurtling straight towards the horizon. Grand Master Yunluo and Simosi exchanged glances. Grand Master Yunluo was about to speak when, suddenly, smoke billowed continuously from the heavenly incense burner. The heavenly incense burner is on fire. It burned down so quickly. I wonder how many breaths this third young emperor can last, whether he can surpass the second young emperor from back then. The eyes of the cultivators from the four sects focused on the heavenly incense burner. Even Grand Master Yunluo, who was preparing to leave, glanced back. The heavenly incense burner blazed, smoke filling the sky, and waves of heat rushed into everyone's faces like flames. The fire blazed fiercely, rapidly advancing downwards. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the heavenly incense burner realm, Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the hand of the giant statue, surrounded by the burning 9-colored flames. From afar, it looked like the hand was holding a ball of fire. This fire, having just erupted, contained a terrifying destructive force. 3 breaths passed in a flash, but the heat within the flames instantly made Wang Lin feel an unimaginable heat. He even felt as if he were in a refining furnace, being refined. This feeling intensified. The flames burned relentlessly, almost changing 9 times in a single breath. Therefore, with each breath, the power of the flames increased wildly. After 3 breaths, the temperature nearly caused Wang Lin's entire body to disintegrate. This was a trial. It was clearly soul refining. Wang Lin could clearly feel that if he hadn't awakened the vermilion bird for the 4th time, generating illusory fire within his body, his soul would have been burned to ashes within those 3 breaths. Outside the great Emperor Star, his body trembled due to the state of his soul, and large beads of sweat poured from his entire body, but they instantly turned into a mist. His body at this moment seemed to have become a block of extremely hot iron, as if his very being was being consumed by fire. Inside the heavenly incense, Wang Lin's face was pale, his expression no longer respectful, but ferocious. He looked up to the sky and let out a low growl, his hands forming a hand seal and swinging forcefully forward. The 9-colored flames in his left eye surged and transformed, wildly swirling around his body with this swing, using fire to counter fire. Loud rumbling sounds echoed from the giant hand. Within 4 breaths, tens of thousands of cultivators on the great Emperor Star all held their breath, staring intently at Wang Lin's body. His body was now covered in a mist of sweat. In the blink of an eye, after 5 breaths, his body shattered with a loud bang. At this moment, the heavenly incense, which had burned almost halfway, suddenly paused. The Vermilion Bird Clan is still in the primordial star realm, so why does the Firebird Clan still exist? In the heavenly realm, Wang Lin, after 5 breaths, roared loudly. The 3rd generation of the wicked bird stole my treasure and fled, establishing the Firebird Clan. I was sealed away and unable to clean up the mess. But the existence of the Firebird Clan is also beneficial to the Vermilion Bird Clan. The buzzing voice answered simply, and after the words ended, it fell silent. but the flames burning around Wang Lin's body intensified. The flame power from the first-generation ancestor had transformed into a whirlwind, rising skyward. Wang Lin was struck by the whirlwind, and the 9-colored flames around his body instantly shattered. His soul was racked with excruciating pain, and he spat out a mouthful of soul energy, his face turning pale. If his soul was like that, what about his body? His body outside the great Emperor Star trembled violently, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. In less than a split second, it was burned to ashes, turning into a cloud of black dust and dissipating. Seeing this scene, the old vermilion bird's eyes immediately showed a serious expression, his demeanor changing, looking extremely gloomy. Is the first-generation ancestor out of his mind? He actually used the Samara flame trial. The heavenly fragrance trial is supposed to determine one's luck. What is the meaning of doing this? See, Mosey's eyes flashed with surprise, and he exchanged glances with Grand Master Yunluo beside him. Grand Master Yunluo bit her lip, narrowing her eyes. She had intended to deliberately calculate again, but thinking of Wang Lin's eyes just now, her heart trembled, and she didn't dare to calculate anymore. After 6 breaths, under the heavenly fragrance, blood continued to flow from Wang Lin's mouth, his skin cracked and dry, as if even the blood in his body had been evaporated by the flames in his soul. Wang Lin's soul within the heavenly realm gritted its teeth, its eyes contorted. The fiery vortex surrounding his body, formed by the first-generation vermilion bird, was no longer 9 colors, but a chaotic void. The temperature within had reached the limit Wang Lin could tolerate. Under this intense burning, suffering surged like a tidal wave, even more intense than the previous 2 trials. Is this a trial? Wang Lin abruptly raised his head, glaring fiercely at the statue of the first-generation vermilion bird, his eyes blazing with rage as he formed a hand seal. A lightning diagram instantly materialized in his right eye. In an instant, thunder roared across the heavens and earth. Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the heavenly realm. These lightning bolts struck with tremendous force, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin's right eye. In a short time, the lightning diagram materialized, swirling around his body. This whirling thunderclap caused lightning to rumble and flashes of electricity to erupt, allowing Wang Lin to pass through 9, then 10 breaths of time. In the blink of an eye, as 10 breaths passed, the lightning surrounding Wang Lin's body shone with immense brilliance, containing within it the 4 awakened vermilion bird flames of Wang Lin. What is the relationship between the ancient immortal venerable and the ancient immortal emperor? In your world, they are called immortal emperors. In my era, they are called immortal venerables. The first-generation vermilion bird slowly opened its mouth, its voice devoid of any emotion. But the moment these words were spoken, the flames on Wang Lin's hand intensified once again. The flames, like a whirlwind, were instantly torn apart, forming a gigantic vermilion bird in its hand. This vermilion bird looked incredibly ancient, seemingly having endured countless years. Its eyes were gloomy upon appearing. It let out an earth-shattering cry, and then its body lunged straight towards Wang Lin. 11 breaths passed. Wang Lin's eyes showed a look of madness. His hands formed a hand seal, and the lightning diagram and flames surrounding his body expanded. The moment the vermilion bird rushed forward, he stood up and pushed upwards with a thunderous roar. The ancient vermilion bird that had just materialized collided with the lightning diagram. A frenzied roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and a powerful shock wave spread in all directions. Wang Lin's body trembled violently. His body and soul were instantly blown apart by this impact, half of them exploding, and a large amount of soul power dissipated. The body outside the great Emperor Star also shook violently. He spat out fresh blood, swayed precariously, his face ashen, and a large amount of red mist poured out from his body. This was the result of a large amount of his blood being vaporized. This scene caused the monks observing from all sides to gape in astonishment, and the old vermilion bird's eyes also narrowed. He let out a low growl and stepped forward, directly approaching the heavenly fragrance, raising his right hand and placing it on the heavenly fragrance. His divine consciousness surged into the heavenly fragrance realm. The moment his consciousness entered, his voice roared within the realm, "Ancestor! What do you mean by this? Is he not a member of our vermilion bird clan? Is he a creation of someone else? Retreat!" The buzzing voice roared, transforming into an invisible force that directly struck the old vermilion bird's consciousness, pushing it out of the heavenly fragrance. "I have my own plans." After 12 breaths, the lightning diagram collapsed, shattering into countless fragments that were drawn back into Wang Lin's pupils. The flames on the old vermilion bird's body faltered slightly, and his collapsing body retreated more than 10 meters. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a storage space appeared before him, its blood-red light flashing. A blood sword shot out. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious. With a single gesture, the blood sword soared towards the horizon, striking the vermilion bird. At the same instant, following closely behind the blood sword, Wang Lin formed a hand seal, pointing a finger towards the sky, and shouted, "In the name of my thunder cauldron." Condense 10,000 thunder diagrams, open the ancient thunder realm. His voice grew louder and louder with each breath, and in the instant it left his mouth, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pulled at the void before him. The heavens and earth rumbled. Suddenly, the sky twisted. A 1,000-foot-wide crack opened, from which endless roars emanated, and vaguely, several colossal bodies of ancient thunder dragons could be seen writhing. Opening the ancient thunder realm, this was originally the divine ability of the great elder of the lightning clan. But Wang Lin, under the soul-searching technique and with his thunder origin perfected, could still unleash this extremely high-level thunder technique. The thunder dragons roared in anger, and several ancient thunder dragons emerged from the 1,000-foot crack. Just then, the voice of the first-generation vermilion bird echoed throughout the heavens and earth. "Vermilion bird seal, seal!" A cold voice resounded from the sky. The vermilion bird let out a cry and charged straight towards the crack. In a short time, flames flashed all over its body, directly covering the 1,000-foot crack. From afar, the vermilion bird seemed to transform into a gigantic seal, violently sealing the 1,000-foot ancient thunder realm. Several ancient thunder dragons inside roared, trying to break free, but no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through the vermilion bird seal. With the 14th breath, Wang Lin's body trembled. Without hesitation, he swung his right hand. The blood sword in the sky changed direction, hurtling straight towards the statue. In an instant, the blood light was close. But at this very moment, the statue, which had always kept its eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. These were eyes devoid of any emotion. The instant they opened, the blood sword was suddenly enveloped by an invisible force, stopping before the statue's forehead, unable to move forward. "This sword is unexpectedly in your hands." The voice of the first-generation vermilion bird revealed a hint of fear for the first time. On the great Emperor Star, the old vermilion bird's face was grim, his right hand was flung away, and he retreated several steps, his gaze complex as he looked at Wang Lin. He couldn't guess what the ancestor meant, or why he had acted this way. 14 breaths. This young emperor has unexpectedly surpassed 14 breaths. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in surprise. They had been timing themselves. Now, seeing Wang Lin reach 14 breaths, they all took a deep breath. 14 breaths is already this person's limit. You can see his body is almost on the verge of destruction. See, Mosey narrowed his eyes. With his cultivation, he could clearly see the sinister expression on the old vermilion bird's face, and he secretly sneered. It seems another unexpected event has occurred. This little bastard's trial this time is very tricky. It's best if he dies in the trial, to save me the trouble of wasting my time again. The heavenly incense was burning fiercely, almost completely consumed, with less than 10 meters remaining. A wave of intense heat surged down. 15 breaths had passed. Inside the heavenly incense, at the moment the 15th breath passed, Wang Lin's hand trembled violently. The hand clenched into a fist, and amidst the roaring flames, slowly squeezed Wang Lin in its palm. Without giving Wang Lin a chance to ask the third question, the 5 fingers pressed down with a thunderous roar. A strange force descended, trapping Wang Lin. Seeing the 5 fingers pressing down like mountains, Wang Lin let out a low growl, pushing his hands forward forcefully, his entire body instantly emitting a series of banging sounds. The 5 descending fingers collided with his hands. A force that threatened to shatter his entire body erupted. Wang Lin's expression turned ferocious, and he let out a low roar, his lower body crumbling under the immense power. 16, 17, 18 breaths passed, and Wang Lin's body continued to collapse. He could no longer see the sky, only the 5 gigantic fingers obscuring everything. Wang Lin persevered until the 19th breath, when the hand finally grasped him. The moment the hand clenched, the earth-shattering roar of the vermilion bird suddenly erupted from within. A cluster of illusory flames flickered from the cracks in the fist. Wang Lin's soul had transformed into the vermilion bird. The eyes of the first vermilion bird statue emitted a strange light, gazing at his fist as if he could see through it, seeing the vermilion bird, formed from Wang Lin's soul. Struggling in agony within his palm, a nine-colored flame flickered on his forehead, and from it, an illusory stream of fire shot straight towards his fist. This illusory stream of fire was invisible, but the moment it entered his fist, his hand was instantly engulfed in flames. Your life and death are decided by a single thought of mine. At this point, I'll tell you the truth. On the Dragon Armor Clan's cultivation planet, I already recognized the mark on you. If I hadn't wanted to know your identity, I would have killed you right then. I arranged for you to assume the identity of a young emperor to bring you here. I also allowed the second generation vermilion bird to appear to put you through the trial. Now you've finally come before me. Now tell me, who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating a member of our vermilion bird clan? I may not be able to see through your secrets, but you can't hide anything from me. The moment these words were spoken, the first generation vermilion bird's eyes blazed with fury, staring intently at Wang Lin, who was struggling in his grasp, scrutinizing every detail of his expression. Hearing these words, Wang Lin, who was struggling, was startled, then burst into laughter. Since you are so stubbornly deluded, I grant you death. The strange light in the eyes of the first generation vermilion bird intensified as he stared at Wang Lin. After saying these words, the illusory flame on his arm surged, roaring into the vermilion bird body that Wang Lin had transformed into. The moment the illusory flame entered the vermilion bird that Wang Lin had transformed into, the first generation vermilion bird's eyes suddenly saw a surreal scene. In that image, he saw the fifth generation vermilion bird leaving the vermilion bird mark on Wang Lin's forehead, saw Wang Lin's first awakening of the vermilion bird, his second awakening, and his third awakening. The first generation vermilion bird didn't just glance at this scene. He carefully examined it thousands and tens of thousands of times in an instant. Finally, he sighed. The strange light in his eyes dissipated, revealing a never-before-seen gentle expression. Reward. His 5 hands slowly released their grip. Can you still endure? His voice was no longer cold and indifferent, but instead revealed a hint of praise. The vermilion bird, transformed by Wang Lin, coldly stared at the first-generation ancestor, not saying a word. Back then, I misjudged someone, allowing him to become a clansman, which led to my current predicament. I cannot leave the heavenly realm even a single step. You suddenly appeared. Even with all the characteristics of a clansman, I still had to carefully examine you. I hope you understand. Wang Lin remained silent. The vermilion bird he had transformed into gradually dissipated, once again transforming into human form, and he spoke. Third generation vermilion bird. That's right, even soul-searching couldn't find a single flaw. Despite my thorough observation, I couldn't find any trace, until finally I realized he was created by someone else. The voice of the first generation vermilion bird revealed deep resentment. Under circumstances without incense offerings, you possess 5 fundamental origins within your body. This is extremely rare. Even if these 5 fundamental origins are only just forming, it's still incredibly difficult to achieve. However, your path is misguided. The first generation vermilion bird looked at Wang Lin and slowly spoke. After the lightning fundamental origin reached its peak, the void gate should have appeared, but it didn't open. You thought your power was insufficient. That's true, but also false. Your intention was to wait until the fire fundamental origin reached its peak before breaking through the void gate again. You even thought that the 5 declines of heaven and man were not worth considering. You didn't want to overcome the 5 declines of heaven and man, but wanted to directly ascend to heaven from a great perfection of the Nirvana realm. If you think that way, you're greatly mistaken. Wang Lin remained silent. The first generation vermilion bird sighed softly, slowly closing its eyes, its voice echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Do you know why each hand has 5 fingers? In my time, there was also the 5 declines of heaven and man, however. Back then it was called the 5 fingers breaking through the void. Cultivation. Cultivation in reality. Whether it's you or me, it's all just like one hand. The first step is the hand. The second is the fingerprints, and that's the rule. Everyone's fingerprints are different, so the rules are naturally different. The 5 fingers breaking through the void, or 5 declines of heaven and man, refers to the fingers on the hand. If you want to cover the sky with one hand, you must have all 5 fingers. It's good if you understand this. If not, you won't be able to break through the void. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. The words of the first generation vermilion bird echoed in his mind, causing him to fall silent. The 5 fingers of void breaking is the entire process of you condensing the power of void breaking. Only by cultivating this power to its peak, to the limit of the second step, and borrowing the primordial force, can you shatter the void gate in one go. Your cultivation is very mixed. First, let's talk about your ancient god body. Ancient god, I never expected that a descendant of my vermilion bird clan could become an ancient god. The first generation vermilion bird's eyes flashed with a strange look as he gazed at the blood sword hovering before his forehead. I don't understand exactly how ancient gods cultivate. But in my era, ancient gods were incredibly powerful. Back then, even if they weren't yet considered immortal venerables, their cultivation level was enough to make immortal venerables wary. Ancient Tao. Wang Lin was startled, looking up at the first generation vermilion bird. I'm afraid of the oath I made back then, so I can't tell you. Don't ask any more questions. If you have the opportunity, you can find the answer yourself in the years to come. The first generation vermilion bird's expression darkened slightly. Wang Lin remained silent. The 3 steps to the Nirvana realm require a complete and perfected fundamental essence. With the assistance of incense and offerings, combined with the absorption of Tao spirits, one can enter the Nirvana realm under fortuitous circumstances. However, I still cannot sense even a trace of incense and offerings on you. Your path is arduous, completely different from that of the 4th and 2nd generations of the vermilion bird. I cannot help you with this, but you now have a choice that you should carefully consider. Wang Lin looked at the first generation vermilion bird and asked, what choice? Abandon the ancient god body, forsake the complete and perfected fundamental essence, which is actually flawed your lightning essence, except for the fire essence. You must abandon all other essences, stay in this heavenly realm, and I will assist you in the 3rd step for 100 years. After that, you will only have one fundamental essence, and that is the vermilion bird's flame. After you reach the 3rd stage, I will impart the Samara flame to you. You can stay here with the 2nd and 4th generation vermilion birds and cultivate peacefully. When I break the seal, I will take the 3 of you away from this place. The 1st generation vermilion bird spoke slowly. Leave this place. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, vaguely feeling that these 4 words held a clue. Leave this place. The 1st generation vermilion bird seemed to recall something, softly saying, return to my world. Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he was about to speak. Don't ask. I can't say. Speaking will kill me. They want to fight. They want to seize. I'm tired. I don't want to participate anymore. I want to go home. The 1st generation vermilion bird's voice sounded weary. I'll give you time to think. I hope you'll think carefully. The 1st generation vermilion bird sighed softly. Wang Lin's breathing quickened slightly, his expression showing hesitation. The 1st generation vermilion bird's words held a great attraction for him, even more so than what the Blue Dream Taoist had said years ago. In any case, Taoist Lam Meng wasn't a member of the vermilion bird clan, and Wang Lin still leaned towards the words of the 1st generation of the vermilion bird clan. If I abandon the ancient god body and the remaining origins, can I cultivate my origins again after becoming a 3rd stage cultivator? Wang Lin's eyes showed hesitation as he asked, in a low voice. Obviously, you can. Cultivators who enter the void nirvana stage also cultivate their origins. The more origins you have, the deeper your understanding, and the greater your cultivation. However, if you can't achieve perfection, you'll remain stuck at the 3rd stage for life. But for you, this is not dangerous. It's a smooth path, and you don't need to give up your obsession. I, too, was once consumed by karmic fire, and I know you can't let go of this obsession. The 1st generation of the vermilion bird clan looked at Wang Lin, seemingly seeing a reflection of himself from that time, and sighed softly. Wang Lin's mind was shaken. His breathing became more rapid, wavering before this choice, which seemed to have been completely decided. In his heart, a voice, carrying the weariness of someone who had cultivated for 1,000 years, carrying the possibility of a peaceful life, carrying a hint of excitement, whispered to him, stay here, stay here. No need to endure bloodshed, no need to worrying about the dangers of life and death. Stay here, in 100 years, you can enter the 3rd stage. Even if you have to give up your essence, even if you have to give up your ancient god body, reaching the third stage will allow you to cultivate again. Even if you can't achieve perfection in the end, as a cultivator, reaching the third stage in life is still good, it's worth it. Stay here. 2,000 years of cultivation, aren't you tired of it? Constantly facing life and death, aren't you afraid? Stay here. Stay here. Wang Lin's expression showed intense hesitation, his breathing becoming rapid. This short period of time felt like 1,000 years to him. After a long while, Wang Lin suddenly looked up at the first-generation vermilion bird, his voice hoarse and low, saying, "In the end, when the ancestor leaves, can he only take 3 of us with him? Can he take a few more? I still have some friends I can't abandon." The first-generation vermilion bird remained silent, and after a long while, his voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. "Taking 3 of you is the limit for me. Well, if there truly is a day when I can leave, I can at most give 1 more place. If there are more, I'm afraid I won't be able to return. 1 more place." In Wang Lin's eyes, images of Li Muan, Sichunan, Qingshui, and even Zhou Aryu appeared. Li Qianmai appeared. The figures of the people he couldn't abandon during his 2,000 years of cultivation appeared. "Now, tell me your choice, okay?" The voice of the first-generation vermilion bird echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin's heart was in turmoil. This choice troubled him greatly. After a long while, Wang Lin raised his right hand and grasped the void. Immediately, a storage space appeared before him. From within, a coffin slowly floated out. Inside the coffin, Li Muan lay silently, seemingly asleep. "Senior, can you bring her back to life?" Wang Lin raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly having finally made his decision. His voice sounded as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. A sigh escaped, and the voice of the first-generation vermilion bird echoed again. "I saw this coffin the last time you opened the storage space. This woman is your obsession. This coffin was indeed crafted by a descendant. I've never seen it before, but I can sense its power. This woman's lifespan has ended, her nascent soul is severely damaged, and she has died. You can place her nascent soul in this coffin and reform her body. However, her soul has been shattered." Wang Lin's body trembled as he stared in astonishment at Li Muan in the coffin. "This coffin is very strange. It can vaguely prevent a shattered soul from dissipating in the heavens and earth for a short time. If you can find the correct method to control it, perhaps you can recover the shattered soul. But even so, even if you can recover the entire soul, I cannot bring her back to life." Wang Lin's heart was filled with despair. The expression in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he stared blankly at the coffin, his heart seemingly torn apart, pain surging like a tide. "But just because I can't do it doesn't mean others can't. In my hometown, there are 3 people who can merge this soul and bring this young woman back to life. However, these 3 are all extremely noble individuals, and I cannot ask them for help. But rest assured, I will do my best." The first-generation vermilion bird remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Wang Lin didn't look up, silently withdrawing his gaze from the coffin, and patted it with his right hand. The coffin flashed with light and was stored in his storage space. "The 3 people the ancestors mentioned are too far removed from me. If these 3 can do that, it must be related to their cultivation. Their cultivation must be unfathomable." Wang Lin looked up at the statue of the first-generation vermilion bird. His eyes, though filled with bloodshot veins, no longer showed hesitation, but rather a resolute and clear expression. "I also desire a peaceful life. I despise the constant life and death struggles of the cultivation world, and I despise the treachery of human hearts. I long to stay here and grow old quietly. Even if I only reach the 3rd stage of cultivation in this lifetime, what does it matter?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he continued softly, "It's just that I can't do it. Relying on others is too vague. Life and death are in the hands of others, not my choice. If that's the case, then I won't ask them. If they can cultivate to that level, then I, Wang Lin, can too. I can too." These 3 words weren't loud, but after Wang Lin uttered them, an unimaginable force seemed to infuse his entire being, making him seem incredibly tall and imposing. The 3 words resonated, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Even the first-generation vermilion bird's eyes widened in astonishment. "I cannot abandon my ancient god body. Apart from the 4 elemental fire, I cannot abandon the other for fundamental elements. Even if this path is more arduous, I still want to continue. I cannot let my cultivation stagnate. Wang Lin bowed to the first generation vermilion bird, then stepped into the void ahead, ascending into the sky. I accept the ancestors' kind intentions. The 5 declines of heaven and man are fine. The 5 fingers of void breaking are also acceptable. They are all things cultivators comprehend themselves, preparing their strength before breaking through the void. If that's the case, why can't I, Wang Lin, comprehend a path of cultivation that belongs only to me, Wang Lin? You once said the 5 declines are like 5 fingers. Only with 5 fingers complete can one cover the sky. I don't wish to use these 5 declines to subdue the ancient god's body. My 5 fingers are the 5 fundamental principles. The 5 declines of heaven and man, the 5 fingers of void breaking, the 5 fundamental principles, different names, but the same meaning. Once my fundamental principles are perfected, it will be as if I have reached the first stage of cultivation. After the 5 fundamental principles are perfected, I will be a cultivator who has achieved the 5 declines of heaven and man, shattering the void and achieving my own Tao. Wang Lin, suspended in midair, bowed to the statue of the first generation vermilion bird, raising his right hand. The blood sword in front of the statue immediately let out a deafening roar, retreating sharply and flying straight towards Wang Lin. His words revealed an extremely resolute will, causing the first generation vermilion bird to fall silent. Wang Lin looked up at the sky, the flame in his left eye blazing, his right eye flashing with lightning, seemingly capable of supporting heaven and earth. He spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Bringing water back to life cannot be relied upon by others. I can only rely on my own strength. The ancestor is incapable of taking my friends away, so I will stay. When the day comes that I can shatter the heavens, I will take all my friends to ascend to immortality. His words echoed like a vow, surging and roaring through the heavens and earth, sounding like thunder, earth-shattering. If leaving this world was considered achieving immortality, then Wang Lin's words were a wish for one person to become an immortal, and even the chickens and dogs to ascend to heaven. Half a day later, the first generation vermilion bird sighed softly. Perhaps you are right, but anyway, you have already passed the trial in the heavenly realm. I know you left vermilion bird blood on a desolate planet in the land of madness, intending to lure the Fire Phoenix clan there to take it. Your intention was to steal the Fire Phoenix clan's fire essence. Although you have awakened the vermilion bird for the 4th time, giving birth to illusory fire. If you can devour the fire essence left behind by the 3rd generation evil vermilion bird, it can also enhance your fire essence. Although the 3rd generation evil vermilion bird was created by humans, it was still a first-class talent among those I have ever met. Although he was severely wounded by me that year, this man's cultivation was profound, his character unusually cunning, and he still left himself a way out. I suspect he has another identity in the primordial star realm. However, I cannot leave this place, so I cannot investigate this matter. If you have designs on the Fire Sparrow clan, you must be careful of the 3rd generation of the evil sparrow. This person may be in seclusion in the Fire Sparrow clan's sacred land. If he is truly there, I will give you an item. This item condenses my Samara fire. With this item, you can protect your life in front of the 3rd generation of the evil sparrow. If I'm not mistaken, this item can become your self-defense weapon. After the 1st generation of the vermilion sparrow finished speaking, the 9-colored flame on his forehead flashed, spun, and condensed into a 9-colored feather, slowly flying towards Wang Lin. The 3rd generation of the evil sparrow possesses the supreme treasure of our vermilion sparrow clan. He doesn't know how to control it. I will teach it to you. If you have enough cultivation to reclaim it, then the supreme treasure will also be yours. The moment Wang Lin grasped the 9-colored feather, a complex incantation was imprinted deep within his soul. Try to keep your 5 Sparrow clan members here. They are of great use to me. I will help you make the vermilion sparrow blood on that planet even more authentic, so that no one except the 3rd generation of the evil sparrow can detect it. Go now. The voice of the 1st generation vermilion sparrow gradually faded, finally disappearing. The statue also lost its vitality, becoming lifeless. Wang Lin looked at the statue of the 1st generation vermilion sparrow, remained silent for a long time, bowed deeply, then turned and flew towards the horizon, his figure gradually disappearing. On the great Emperor Star, the heavenly incense continued to burn, seemingly eternal, without beginning or end. Time slowly passed, breath after breath. 23 breaths had passed. Although Wang Lin spoke with the first-generation vermilion bird for a long time, under his control, time seemed to pass in mere breaths compared to the outside world. After 24 breaths, the surrounding cultivators, who had been watching intently, showed expressions of fear. Mozi frowned, a malevolent glint flashing in his eyes. His right hand formed a hand seal, transforming into a phantom image, staring intently at the heavenly fragrance incense. Only the old vermilion bird remained gloomy. He vaguely guessed the ancestors' thoughts. This trial was a test. 26 breaths had passed. 27 breaths. The third young emperor is unexpectedly inside the heavenly fragrance incense, even now. It seems he has escaped the life or death crisis. The surrounding cultivators slowly began to discuss, incessantly. At this moment, each passing breath caused their hearts to tremble. Just then, the fire on the heavenly fragrance incense blazed up. This fire reached the sky, almost illuminating half the heavens. In that instant, the raging flames consumed the heavenly incense, which was only half burned. In a flash, the heavenly incense was completely incinerated. This event immediately attracted the attention of cultivators all around. Even the old vermilion bird's eyes flashed as he focused his gaze. Though it sounds slow in description, the event happened very quickly. The flames on the heavenly incense spread downwards, seemingly reaching Wang Lin, who was standing below. At this moment, Wang Lin's soul had not yet returned. If he did not return before the heavenly incense was completely burned, even if the trial was successful, the cultivators all around would consider him a failure. In this split second, the heavenly incense burned fiercely, transforming into an invisible force that shook the minds of the cultivators all around. In their eyes, the heavenly incense blazed intensely, threatening to burn Wang Lin to ashes in a short time, until the flames completely consumed the incense. He hasn't come out yet. The soul of the third young emperor hasn't come out. He failed, Humph. I told you so. This trial is extremely difficult. This person couldn't possibly succeed. So what if his cultivation is earth-shattering? He'll still fail in the trial. Let's see how the first young emperor saves him. The surrounding cultivators gasped. Mozi also breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming with joy. But suddenly, his expression froze, his joy vanishing, replaced by an endless gloom. Young Luo's right hand, now covered in blood, was interrupted for the second time. This time, the interruption wasn't from the strange power in the netherworld, but from the burnt-out heavenly incense. A dense flame suddenly erupted. Eyes like fire and lightning flashed in an instant, shaking the heavens and earth. Within the burning flames, a dark figure gradually emerged. This dark figure emerged from the flames, revealing before the surrounding cultivators Wang Lin, his expression grim. The moment the heavenly incense burned out, his soul returned to his body. He looked around, ignoring the terrified expressions of the surrounding cultivators, and with a wave of his right hand, a raging fire erupted, transforming into a river of flames swirling around Wang Lin's arm. Then he clenched his fist. The flames shattered with a loud bang, scattering into embers in all directions. These embers, like fireflies, radiated outwards from Wang Lin, filling the heavens and earth. From afar, it seemed as if the entire sky and earth were filled with fiery feathers, fluttering in all directions. In that instant, a 9-colored flame rotated in Wang Lin's left eye, transforming into an illusory flame. A lightning diagram moved in his right eye, 9 streams of lightning swirling around it, and flashes of lightning constantly flickered. His robes billowed, and his long hair fluttered without wind. At this moment, the cultivators all around were captivated by Wang Lin, who seemed like a celestial being or a demon, radiating an unimaginable aura that surged forth. His injuries healed instantly, and his soul returned to his body, even more condensed after being burned. Under his gaze, without effort, the cultivators he looked at felt their minds tremble, their hearts churning, and their bodies felt as if they were being consumed by fire. The more their minds trembled, the more intense the burning sensation became. Almost immediately, the flames could incinerate them to ashes. Even more astonishing was that those whose souls were swept over by Wang Lin felt as if they no longer belonged to themselves. In an instant, they experienced a surreal sensation, as if they were trapped within a colossal thunderous diagram in the heavens and earth, surrounded by 9 different streams of thunder roaring and swirling, threatening to instantly destroy their primordial spirit. For the cultivators present, this feeling lasted only a fleeting moment, disappearing the moment Wang Lin's gaze left. Yet it was etched into their very bones, leaving a deep imprint on their minds. That terrifying sensation was something they would never forget in their lives. Wang Lin asserted his authority, his gaze sweeping across all the cultivators present, causing their minds to reel, their faces changing drastically, revealing fear as they bowed their heads, not daring to meet Wang Lin's gaze. Especially those who had been disrespectful to Wang Lin earlier, speaking nonsense, their faces now even paler, their minds trembling. They had an extremely clear feeling, as if a single thought from him would incinerate their bodies, their souls and spirits shattered by lightning. Wang Lin's gaze swept over all the cultivators present. Regardless of their cultivation level, at this moment, under Wang Lin's gaze, they all felt a phantom flame engulfing them, their emotions uncontrollable. The feeling of being consumed by fire intensified. An overwhelming sensation flooded Wang Lin's mind. His face was cold, and he swung his arms forcefully. The heavens and earth rumbled, and suddenly, a mass of illusory flames appeared on the bodies of tens of thousands of cultivators surrounding him. As soon as these illusory flames appeared, they emitted terrifying heat, causing the cultivators' faces to change drastically. The illusory flames within the bodies of tens of thousands of cultivators seemed to be instantly sucked in, rushing straight towards Wang Lin. This scene was extremely shocking. Streams of illusory flames rose from all directions, filling the sky, transforming into a gigantic vortex. In an instant, they were drawn towards Wang Lin, swirling around his body, forming a whirlwind of illusory flames that surged to the heavens. This whirlwind spun rapidly, creating a fierce wind that shook the bodies of the surrounding cultivators, pushing them all thousands of feet away. This is condensing illusory flames externally. Old Vermilion Bird's eyes widened in terror. Grand Master Yan Luo's face turned pale, his mind shaken. Wang Lin at this moment and the image she saw in the illusion were almost identical. Wang Lin was in the whirlwind of illusory fire, his body soaring upwards, his head bowed, his eyes like torches directed at Mozi, whose face was grim, standing beside Grand Master Yan Luo. Mozi, you wanted to kill me, didn't you? I'll give you a chance. Come here. Wang Lin extended his right hand, waving it in midair towards Mozi. Challenge! Challenge a third stage master! From ancient times to the present, third stage masters have been like gods to second stage cultivators. Such figures are almost invincible, unless the third stage cultivator is weakened. But a third stage master is also incapable of losing to a second stage cultivator. This is like a rule, not only eternally existing alongside heaven and earth, but also deeply ingrained in the hearts of all cultivators. It's impossible to defeat a third stage master. All cultivators, when facing a third stage master, are like ants. Looking at how Mozi was humiliated by the old Vermilion Bird, in reality, if it were in other ordinary places, whether within or outside the inner realm, Mozi could cause a great catastrophe with just a stomp of his foot. Although in the third stage of the Void Realm, he had only reached the first stage of the Void Nirvana, even so, in the eyes of all the second stage cultivators, Mozi was still like a god. But at this moment, beyond the expectations of tens of thousands of cultivators present, what caused their hearts to tremble and their words to express disbelief was the thunderous voice echoing across this great Emperor star. He dared to challenge a third stage expert. The third young Emperor's cultivation is unpredictable, but he's still a long way from the legendary third step masters. Challenging him now is truly foolish, especially since he just went through a trial. He probably still has injuries. How dare he boast about wanting to fight a third step master? It's utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. I don't think so. Although his cultivation can't compare to a third step master, it seems that after the trial, thanks to the shocking scene earlier, his aura has been boosted to its highest level. If he doesn't fight now, he'll completely waste this opportunity. Humph, no matter what, how could a third step master be someone we can challenge? In my opinion, Mozi only needs one divine technique to make that third young emperor understand the consequences of his arrogance. Actually, this incident has made me feel a sense of respect for this third young emperor. Regardless of whether his challenge succeeds or not, just the fact that he dared to say those words, dared to do this, how many people from ancient times to the present have such courage? You all here are so arrogant, but do you dare to challenge like the third young emperor? Tens of thousands of cultivators around, who initially seemed to be entirely against Wang Lin, after a series of trials, after Wang Lin's challenge, now showed a portion of respect for Wang Lin. Especially that last word, "come here," revealing immense confidence. Grand Elder Yanluo was also shaken. She truly didn't expect the other party to have the courage to challenge T. Mosey. At this moment, in her heart, the Wang Lin before her and the terrifying figure in the painting were rapidly changing, even causing her to panic, almost unable to distinguish them. Old Vermilion Bird's face showed a smug smile. This was exactly the result he wanted. He wanted to make his junior do something that no one could have imagined. The third step is powerful, but those slaps I gave earlier weren't light either. Old Vermilion Bird's eyes flashed as he looked at T. Mosey. T. Mosey stared at Wang Lin, his eyes instantly becoming bright, his expression neither happy nor sad, yet a chilling coldness permeated his entire being. He was now a completely different person from before, a powerful and majestic aura slowly emanating from his body, causing the heavens and earth to begin to rumble and twist. Amidst the twisting, countless illusory souls vaguely appeared. Each soul carried a mournful expression, and silent cries echoed throughout the great Emperor Star. You think that defeating my clone allows you to challenge the third step? If you want to die, I will grant your wish. T. Mosey's expression was calm, his body moving forward step by step, his figure like a shooting star hurtling towards Wang Lin. The surrounding cultivators watched without blinking, even holding their breath, staring intently at the scene before them. An indescribable excitement seemed to fill the minds of all the cultivators present. A third stage expert was about to strike. This scene, this battle, was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for them, perhaps one that would be extremely difficult to obtain in a lifetime. How could they not be excited? Breaking Void 9 Annihilations. T. Mosey's calm voice echoed through the heavens and earth. In an instant, his body was within 100 feet of Wang Lin. His eyes showed no killing intent or coldness, and his right hand suddenly swung forward. One annihilation of heaven. With a single swing, the entire sky rumbled, countless cracks suddenly appearing, as if being violently torn apart, transforming into ferocious scars that hurtled towards Wang Lin. In midair, cracks appeared in ever-increasing numbers. Second annihilation of the earth. T. Mosey's voice boomed, the ground rumbled, and the surrounding cultivators recoiled in fear. The entire ground trembled, as if moving, and suddenly countless mountains rose from the earth. These mountains, amidst the rumbling, seemed to reach the sky, and as soon as they appeared, their bases shattered, simultaneously surging upwards and hurtling towards Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin was surrounded by the twisting cracks in the sky and the countless mountains that appeared and rushed towards him. Third annihilation of life. A calm glint flashed in T. Mosey's eyes. As he raised his right hand, a sudden blast of cold wind appeared between heaven and earth, rushing straight towards Wang Lin. This cold wind was very similar to Wang Lin's wind summoning technique, extinguishing all life force flames. All of this happened in an instant. T. Mosey unleashed a powerful divine ability, clearly intending to kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Just as these three heaven-destroying, earth-destroying, life-destroying techniques were about to strike, the vortex of illusory fire surrounding his body suddenly began to spin rapidly. 9-colored illusory fire, in my name, transform into a fiery spirit and descend. Wang Lin clasped his hands together, forcefully pushing outwards from within the vortex of illusory fire. Immediately, a deafening roar erupted from the vortex of illusory fire, accompanied by a furious dragon's roar. With a speed visible to the naked eye, a colossal dragon suddenly materialized within the vortex of illusory fire. This dragon, entirely red, let out a low roar and directly charged towards the cracks in the sky. A sky-shattering crimson fire instantly filled these cracks, making the sky look ferocious. At this moment, a dragon's head emerged from within the whirlwind. A furious orange dragon roared out, charging straight towards the attacking mountains. This dragon was thousands of feet long, and with a single sweep, the mountains were instantly incinerated. Immediately afterward, a frenzied roar erupted from within the fiery whirlwind surrounding Wang Lin's body. 7 dragons, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and finally the 9th black flame dragon appeared simultaneously, rushing out from within the whirlwind, causing it to dissipate. Wang Lin stood between heaven and earth, and with the addition of the 2 dragons from before, there were now 9 dragons circling around him. His left pupil was a swirling nine-colored flame, an extremely terrifying sight, and a powerful aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. Tens of thousands of cultivators around him were thrown back, their minds shaken. Wang Lin's image at this moment was deeply etched in their minds, unforgettable for a lifetime. 4 annihilations, annihilation, 5 annihilations, light, 6 annihilations, nothingness, 7 annihilations, primordial wilderness, 8 annihilations, reincarnation, 9 annihilations, shattering heaven. See, Mosey's expression remained unchanged, without a trace of killing intent or anger. His mind was even calmer. Fighting against the illusory flames required maintaining a steady mind. If the mind was disturbed, emotions would arise, and the opponent would ignite the illusory flames. With each word Mosey spoke, each time he uttered the word annihilation, his body moved forward a step, gradually drawing closer to Wang Lin. As his words echoed, countless illusory figures materialized around his body. First to appear was an illusory tomb. This tomb resembled a sack, and in an instant, countless tombs filled the sky and earth, emanating an overwhelming aura of death. Next, the passage of time flowed across Mosey's feet as he advanced, transforming into rippling waves, seemingly causing time to rapidly change with his progress. Immediately afterward, a hazy void enveloped everything, covering the countless tombs and Mosey's figure within a mist, making them indistinct. Within this void, a sense of desolation seemed to emanate, and with each step, he instantly approached Wang Lin to within 10 meters. Just as the final heaven-shattering incantation was uttered, Mosey took a step forward, and with a thunderous roar, reached 3 meters from Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and fiercely struck towards Wang Lin. 9 annihilations of the void, 9 steps to annihilate the heavens and earth rumbled. As soon as Mosey's palm strike descended, the entire illusory image behind him shattered, transforming into countless tiny fragments that flowed like a long river towards Mosey's right hand, where they were absorbed. This palm strike, everything happened in an instant. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his right fingers forming a sword. Just as Mosey's palm strike approached, he suddenly pointed it out. 9 fiery dragons surrounding his body, with low roars, quickly circled around his fingers, charging straight towards Mosey. From afar, this scene was truly earth-shattering. Mosey's palm strike seemed to possess the power to shatter the heavens, borrowing the momentum of the 9 heavens, unleashing his third step divine ability, transforming it into a palm capable of destroying everything. On Wang Lin's fingers, the 9 fiery dragons coiled together, making his fingers resemble dragon bodies. The 9 dragons roared, overflowing with firelight. In a short time, Wang Lin's finger and Mosey's hand suddenly clashed. This was the clash of heaven-shattering power and the world-burning power of the illusory fire, accompanied by the deafening roar of opposing rule forces that echoed throughout the great Emperor Star, spreading outwards endlessly. Nearly 10,000 cultivators in the surrounding area immediately spat out blood, their ears ringing, their minds wounded, and their bodies hastily retreating. Amidst the roar, Wang Lin's body rapidly retreated, taking a few steps back, having already moved 100 feet. His face had an unusually rosy complexion, and he sharply raised his head, his eyes revealing a cold glint. The third step is truly astonishing. Mosey's hand trembled. He clearly felt the power of a raging fire approaching, capable of attacking his heaven-shattering seal, yet he couldn't extinguish it. The calmness in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a look of terror. But the moment a flicker of fear appeared in him, a glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand and pointed it towards Mosey. Illusory fire. Void fire does not belong to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. After taking a half step from true fire to shattering the void, transforming true fire into void fire, it can burn away all the emotions of a cultivator. All emotions are the source of power for void fire. When fighting a cultivator with void fire, one's emotions must absolutely not fluctuate even slightly. Mosey was a third-stage cultivator with profound cultivation, and his control over emotions was extremely skillful. He absolutely did not expect such emotional fluctuations to appear. This terrified Mosey. The mere appearance of a single emotion was already impossible, but in the blink of an eye, before he could even think about why this was happening, while still in shock, a burst of void fire erupted. This void fire erupted from within his body, instantly overflowing. From afar, the void fire filled the sky, causing C. Mosey's face to change drastically. But those 3 emotional fluctuations intensified under the illusory fire. Seeing this, the old vermilion bird secretly smiled sinisterly, thinking to himself, "Those slaps from me weren't just meant to teach you a lesson, but also to leave behind a phantom fire within you. Otherwise, fighting a 3rd stage cultivator would be too difficult. Little brat, it depends on whether you can seize this opportunity." Wang Lin, having killed countless people throughout his life and emerged from the midst of life and death, basically wouldn't waste any opportunity. Seeing C. Mosey's body erupt in phantom fire, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. Suppressing the injuries from the 9 annihilations of void, he formed a hand seal and forcefully pointed forward. Wang Lin's expression turned slightly fierce. As he pointed his hands, 9 colored flames erupted from his pupils, transforming into phantom fire and rushing towards C. Mosey. "Phantom fire isn't enough. Heaven and earth phantom fire, condense for me." Wang Lin took a step, his sleeves sweeping across the heavens and earth, directly engulfing tens of thousands of cultivators watching from all sides. This raging storm carried intense heat, sweeping across and causing violent emotional fluctuations within the bodies of the surrounding cultivators, giving rise to illusory flames. These illusory flames didn't burn their bodies. Instead, as soon as they appeared, they instantly surged out from within the cultivators, transforming into illusory flame dragons. In an instant, a roaring flame dragon emerged from the bodies of the cultivators, filling the heavens and earth. A total of 36,793 illusory flame dragons roared forth, appearing in the heavens and earth. From afar, this scene was incredibly astonishing. It seemed as if Wang Lin wasn't fighting alone against C. Mosey, a cultivator at the 3rd stage, but rather was gathering the emotions of tens of thousands of cultivators to fight against him. Looking across the entire cultivation world, only Wang Lin could achieve this with flames. Even the 4th and 2nd generation vermilion birds couldn't accomplish this. Their illusory flames, though powerful, had limitations. They could only be released from within, unable to be absorbed or condensed. However, Wang Lin's illusory flames possessed the power of the heaven-defying force. At this moment, their absorption caused the heavens and earth to rumble, tens of thousands of illusory flame dragons transforming into a terrifying vortex of illusory flames, manifesting with a fearsome aura upon this great emperor star. All of this happened in an instant. It seemed that as soon as the illusory flames within C. Mosey's body ignited, these flames, filling the sky, surged forward with unstoppable speed, directly into C. Mosey's body. C. Mosey's face instantly turned pale. His body recoiled rapidly, his eyes showing fear, but he quickly suppressed it, stabilizing his emotions. Almost. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, his body moved forward, his eyes gleaming, and he shouted, "C. Mosey, do you still remember the Breaking Heaven sect?" C. Mosey's body trembled as he retreated, his eyes showing a strained expression, but he managed to suppress all emotion. "C. Mosey, do you still remember your 2nd junior brother, your 3rd junior brother, and even your 16th junior brother whom you expelled from the cave?" C. Mosey's face turned pale, his body swaying. "C. Mosey, do you recognize this?" Wang Lin's right hand reached forward and grabbed. The storage slot suddenly opened. A jade pendant flew out from the slot. This jade pendant was the symbol of C. Mosey's identity in the Breaking Heaven sect. The strain in his eyes deepened, as if he were about to collapse. "C. Mosey, do you recognize this?" Wang Lin flicked his right hand, and unexpectedly, another object appeared. It was a large, hand-sized piece of beast bone. This was the very reason C. Mosey was expelled from the Breaking Heaven sect back then. "Shut up!" C. Mosey's face turned pale, then flushed red, his expression ferocious as he roared at Wang Lin. "Should I call you C. Mosey or Simon Mo?" Wang Lin's final words caused C. Mosey's entire body to erupt in blazing illusory flames. These flames burned, causing a banging sound to emanate from within him. A sudden madness flared in C. Mosey's eyes. He no longer retreated, allowing the illusory flames to burn him. His expression contorted, and a 7-colored light flashed within him. Of the 7 colors, purple dominated the others. "I am not Simon Mosey. My name is C. Mosey." T.U. Mosey was consumed by the illusory flames within his body, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood instantly turned to ashes. He glared fiercely at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the void, roaring angrily towards the sky. The heavens and earth darkened. Under Mosey's claw, a massive crack appeared. This crack was incredibly huge. Its mere appearance made the surrounding cultivators feel as if another world existed within. It was filled with cultivation stars, each bearing countless beings kneeling in worship. Vast streams of incense energy emanated from it. Open the realm of incense energy for me to refine. Soul sect disciples, appear. Mosey's sleeve flicked. Immediately, from within the crack, countless living beings on the cultivation planet began to murmur. These voices merged, forming a sound like an incantation, rumbling out from the crack. At the same instant this sound emanated, a swarm of illusory souls suddenly appeared around Mosey's body. These souls gradually transformed, instantly filling the heavens and earth. At a glance, these souls seemed boundless, filling the sky and earth. Their number was astonishing, impossible to count in such a short time. Even within the crack, countless souls remained, yet to emerge. Their eyes blazed with fervent devotion, their incense burning intensely, shaking the heavens and earth. Incense burning divine power. This is a divine power belonging only to the third stage, the incense burning divine power. Under the incense burning divine power, all living beings will perish. The monks all around stirred, then retreated, not daring to advance further. Old Vermilion Bird's eyes flashed as he stared at Mosey, his expression unreadable. My disciples are paying homage to me. Mosey roared. Countless illusory incense spirits filled the sky, bowing towards Mosey. This single bow caused the heavens and earth to rumble. A howling wind of incense appeared in the heavens and earth. This wind, purple and overwhelming, swept towards Mosey, making the rumbling even louder. A large portion of the illusory fire on Mosey's body was instantly extinguished. In an instant, all the illusory fire on Mosey's body dissipated completely. However, the incense spirits also became indistinct. It seemed this single bow had greatly depleted their energy. This astonishing scene caused Wang Lin's expression to change. This is the third step. Mosey has indeed reached the third step. The illusory fire was extinguished by the incense fire. Is it really impossible to win? Wang Lin's eyes showed unwillingness. His eyes were like lightning, and he inwardly roared. So what if I've reached the third step? At this moment, Mosey spun around, his icy eyes staring intently at Wang Lin, and he growled softly, I have countless disciples. This incense power is provided to me. If you haven't reached the third step, you can't withstand the power of this single bow. If you want to die, I will let you die completely. My disciples, bow to him for me. I want to see how you can withstand a single bow from these countless disciples. Mosey pointed his finger at Wang Lin. This single gesture caused the countless incense spirits to simultaneously turn towards Wang Lin. Their numbers were countless, covering the heavens and earth. Being observed by this concentrated gaze, even Wang Lin felt a sense of intense scrutiny, a feeling of awe and trepidation. Bow! The voice of Mosey rang out. The endless stream of souls roared and bowed towards Wang Lin. A purple whirlwind immediately surged through the heavens and earth, howling as it rushed towards Wang Lin. He instantly felt an indescribable rule surging from all directions, oppressing him and causing him excruciating pain, as if he were about to be torn to shreds. Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. He had nowhere to retreat. This force came from the heavens and earth. There was no escape. I want to see how you can withstand the power of this bow. To dare challenge me before reaching the third step, you truly don't know your own limitations. Mosey's eyes were filled with purple, his entire body flashing with purple light. But beneath this purple light, even though his whole body was enveloped in purple, a tiny flame flickered in his forehead, about the size of a fingernail. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly saw a small figure, identical to Mosey, sitting cross-legged there. The person's face showed anguish, with two streams of tears flowing down. Save me! Just as the purple wind swept in, Wang Lin heard a weak cry from the small figure of Mosey. This Mosey has quite a lot of incense offerings. The old Vermilion Bird's expression changed, and he moved swiftly, preparing to strike. But just as he took half a step, Wang Lin's voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Ancestor, I can do it. These incense-burning spirits were destroyed one by one. Mosey's clothes fluttered, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Under this attack, his body retreated step by step, raising both hands and softly shouting, My incense-burning spirits are endless. You've destroyed so many, yet there are even more. Within the incense-burning realm, disciples reappear. As he shouted, countless incense-burning spirits suddenly surged out from the enormous crack in the incense-burning realm behind T. Mosey. Blood trickled from Wang Lin's mouth, his face pale, and he staggered backward. But as he retreated, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing with overwhelming fighting spirit. He stopped retreating and advanced forward, his body moving like a shooting star. As he advanced, he raised his right hand, and a withered yellow leaf suddenly appeared. The moment this leaf appeared, the ancient god star point on Wang Lin's forehead transformed and manifested. He opened his mouth and spat out fresh blood. This fresh blood was the blood of the ancient god that had fallen onto the withered leaf, instantly causing the leaf to emit a strong crimson light. With a wave of Wang Lin's hand, the leaf, enveloped in the crimson light, shot straight towards C. Mosey, attacking him. Its speed was incredibly fast and imaginable, reaching him in an instant. Its size also increased dramatically, as if catching a strong wind, immediately transforming into hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of feet tall. This ancient breath leaf was one of the treasures that Tham Lang had obtained from the ancient tombland back then, its origins mysterious and unpredictable. With Tham Lang's cultivation, using this treasure could also seal Wang Lin's shrinking ground into inches technique, preventing Wang Lin from using his power to break through, leaving him only able to dodge. At this moment, Wang Lin unleashed his power. As an ancient god, he had even soaked it with the fresh blood of an ancient god, using precise manipulation techniques. Its power was countless times greater than when it was in the hands of the greedy Volf. The ancient breath leaf suddenly pierced through C. Mosey's body, appearing outside the incense realm crack and sticking tightly to it. "Lock it for me, lock, lock," Wang Lin's shouts echoed. The ancient breath leaf quickly flashed with light, like a sealing symbol. As soon as it stuck to C. Mosey's incense realm crack, it unleashed an extremely powerful sealing force. Under the seal of the ancient breath leaf, the incense inside suddenly couldn't escape. This unexpected turn of events shocked C. Mosey, his eyes showing fear. In his entire life of cultivation, he had never heard of a magical artifact in the world that could seal the incense realm of a third-stage cultivator. What kind of magical treasure is this? Not only was C. Mosey terrified, but even the old vermilion bird's pupils contracted, revealing disbelief. "I didn't expect this kid to possess such a treasure." Yan Luo's face turned even paler, the fear in her eyes becoming unconcealed. Her heart trembled, and she unconsciously took several steps back. She clearly remembered that in the painting she had seen, there was a scene where the person before her, with a wave of his hand, caused 99 leaves like this to appear, sealing heaven and earth, using a peerless Tao technique to completely seal many cultivators of the primordial spirit realm. Wang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot. After using the ancient breath leaf to seal C. Mosey's incense and fur realm, his body didn't stop, but he advanced step by step, heading straight towards C. Mosey. "Ancient demon soul, come out here." As soon as Wang Lin approached within 100 feet of C. Mosey, with a low roar, a swirling black mist immediately erupted from his chest. As soon as this black mist appeared, demonic energy surged forth. A small figure identical to Wang Lin materialized. This was ancient demon soul. The small figure, upon appearing, tilted its head back and let out a piercing scream. Demonic energy swirled around its body, and a phantom spear suddenly materialized, entwined with the small figure's body, hurtling straight towards C. Mosey. A cold glint flashed in C. Mosey's eyes, but just as the killing intent surged, the illusory fire within his body was reborn. Ignoring the illusory fire, C. Mosey advanced step by step, raising his right hand, a frenzied purple light flashing on his right palm. "That year, I rendered many services to the Grand Elder, and he bestowed upon me the purple Tao of Origin, one of the 7 colors. Once this Tao of Death is unleashed, it begins with excruciating pain. This insignificant artifact of yours, as long as it possesses a soul, will go mad under my Tao of Death." The old man, Mosey, seemed to grasp all the purple within heaven and earth, swinging it forcefully forward. A rumbling sound echoed as the purple mist swept towards Wang Lin's ancient demon soul. The ancient demon soul's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. With a frantic cry, it charged forward, its mouth fiercely sucking in the purple mist before it even reached him. The excitement in its eyes intensified. As the supreme demon in heaven and earth, its madness was even more intense. its demonic nature even more profound. At this moment, having swallowed a portion of the purple mist, the ancient demon's eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and with even greater speed. It directly pierced through the purple mist and charged straight towards C. Mosey. The demonic energy swirling around this ancient demon increased in speed, suddenly closing in on C. Mosey. C. Mosey's pupils contracted. He had anticipated this, but he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. This person hasn't reached the third stage, yet he can fight me. If he breaks through the void gate, I'm afraid I'll be no match for him. If he knew about what happened to me back then, this person from the inner realm would surely die. It's a pity I can't unleash my killing move on the great Emperor Star right now. C. Mosey didn't retreat, but as his eyes narrowed, a cold glint appeared in them. However, the moment this cold glint flashed, his expression changed instantly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly recoiled. Damn it, Lord Johnson was absolutely right. All those void fire cultivators deserve to die. Damn it, this void fire is unavoidable. Even the slightest emotional disturbance will incinerate you. If this continues, this battle will be very disadvantageous for me. Without much thought, C. Mosey raised his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, a white silk ribbon appeared in his hand. On this ribbon was a fresh bloodstain resembling a plum blossom, a shocking and terrifying sight. C. Mosey swung the white silk ribbon, causing it to flutter. Even the fresh bloodstain on it transformed into a cloud of red mist, enveloping C. Mosey. A long sigh could be faintly heard from within the mist. Under Wang Lin's gaze, he clearly saw a graceful figure suddenly emerge from the red mist. This figure, whose form was indistinct, was clad entirely in white silk. Upon appearing, she raised her hand and pressed it towards the approaching ancient demon's soul. A surge of power from the woman's hand erupted with a rumbling sound, causing the area in front of her to twist and envelop the ancient demon's soul. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin stepped forward, his right hand swinging, the ancient god star point on his forehead rapidly rotating. Immediately, a cluster of dark light flashed from within the star point. In a flash, a massive red furnace materialized in front of Wang Lin with a thunderous roar. This furnace was enormous, and upon its appearance, it exuded an aura of ancient desolation. Even more astonishing was that as soon as the furnace appeared, it unexpectedly enveloped C. Mosey and the woman's figure within the red mist in front of him, trapping them within the ancient god royal family's artifact, the Heavenly Emperor Furnace. C. Mosey's expression instantly changed. He sharply raised his head, his body moving forward, intending to take the woman inside the red mist out of the Heavenly Emperor Furnace. But just as he was about to move, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with overwhelming red light. He raised his right hand and pointed a finger at C. Mosey, growling softly. Stop, stop, stop. 3 stops sounds like thunderclaps. Wang Lin spat out 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood, his expression somewhat weary, but the madness in his eyes intensified. The recoil force, exceeding his own endurance, finally brought C. Mosey's body to a halt for an extremely brief moment. This brief pause gave Wang Lin a great opportunity. Royal artifact, open the furnace. Ignoring his injuries, Wang Lin forcefully pushed his hands apart. Immediately, the Heavenly Emperor Furnace, which had just materialized, began to spin, and a wave of ancient energy surged from within. Today, I, Wang, will refine your third step of the Imperial Seal technique. Wang Lin took a step forward, powerfully turning around, and immediately sat on the enormous Heavenly Emperor Furnace. He placed his hands on the top of the furnace, and the flames in his left eye roared, 9 colored flames erupting and swirling around the entire furnace. The lightning diagram in his right eye reappeared, transforming into endless thunder, roaring as it merged into the furnace through his right hand. The lightning enhanced the power of the fire, and the fire boosted the momentum of the lightning. This fusion of lightning and fire began a frenzied refining process. This scene immediately drew cultivators far away, yet they still didn't want to miss this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. All the cultivators observing with their divine senses had drastically changed expressions. Refining a master at the third stage, from ancient times to the present, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to refine a master at the third stage. This third young emperor unexpectedly possesses such skill. Unbelievable, unbelievable. This third young emperor is insane. Does he think this is alchemy? A commotion of unprecedented shock erupted. Not to mention them, even the old vermilion bird's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected Wang Lin to defeat Si Mozi. He only needed to secretly assist him. If the two were evenly matched, Wang Lin would have the prestige of fighting a third-stage expert with his second-stage cultivation. This would have been enough to shock the entire ancient era. Although this was also thanks to his earlier secret assistance, as his intimidation prevented Si Mozi from unleashing his killing moves. The fact that Wang Lin now wanted to refine Si Mozi made even the old vermilion bird gasp. Excellent, he truly lives up to his reputation as a descendant of our clan. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, to have such an idea, to be so audacious, this man is indeed a talent. The old vermilion bird laughed heartily, his eyes filled with joy. The entire sky, apart from the otherworldly incense and flames sealed by Guxi, only contained this gigantic furnace. Wang Lin sat upon it, continuously circulating the primal energy within his body, and also mobilizing his fundamental essence, causing the thunder and fire to roar and merge into the Heavenly Emperor Furnace, beginning the refining process. This Heavenly Emperor Furnace was a magical artifact of the ancient God Royal family, possessing earth-shattering power. Now, under the control of Wang Lin, an ancient God Royal family member, it unleashed immense power. The ancient God star point on Wang Lin's forehead spun even faster, and waves of ancient God power surged from his body, entering the Heavenly Emperor Furnace. Inside the Heavenly Emperor Furnace, Si Mozi's eyes scanned the surroundings. Surrounded by a chaotic mass, his expression extremely ferocious. He had been caught off guard and trapped within this strange furnace by Wang Lin's scheme. Just a furnace dares to trap me. With both hands forming a hand seal, Si Mozi suddenly swung them in all directions, instantly enveloping his entire body in deathly intent. These two large hands immediately struck the furnace walls, creating a deafening roar. The entire furnace shook violently, and Wang Lin, perched atop it, trembled. His eyes flashed with cold light as he spat blood onto the furnace, closing his eyes and frantically channeling his internal energy to continue refining. What kind of magical artifact is this? Si Mozi continued to unleash his divine abilities inside the furnace, but the furnace was incredibly resilient, making his expression even more grim. As he relentlessly attacked, an increasingly intense heat suddenly condensed within the furnace. Under this intense heat, mournful screams gradually emanated from all directions. Si Mozi's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he looked back, his expression instantly changing drastically. All around, countless illusory spirits appeared, their bodies incredibly massive. Unexpectedly, they were ancient demons and ancient monsters. Their numbers were immeasurable, and their mournful cries pierced deep into Si Mozi's mind, causing his pupils to contract. These illusory spirits swirled around Si Mozi's body, their wails growing increasingly intense. These spirits were all creatures from ancient times to the present, refined to death within this furnace. The ancient demon soul, which had been entwined with the illusory figure within the red mist, suddenly retreated and flashed, instantly merging with all the illusory spirits, becoming indistinguishable. The red mist contracted, and the white-robed woman stood silently beside Si Mozi, not uttering a word. Her face remained obscured, but the gentle expression in her eyes was clearly visible. Si Mozi withdrew his gaze, staring coldly upwards, and said in a cold voice, "This little bastard has quite a few magical treasures, but if you think you can trap me, you're truly overestimating yourself." With a cold snort, Si Mozi raised his right hand and suddenly swung it forward, softly shouting, "7-colored divine void nails." As soon as these words left his mouth, in an instant, 29 beams of 7-colored light suddenly appeared in front of Si Mozi. These beams intertwined, immediately illuminating the furnace. Within the light, the illusory souls on all sides retreated simultaneously, as if extremely terrified of these 29 nails. 7-colored nails, shatter this furnace for me. Si Mozi waved his sleeve, and immediately these 29 7-colored nails let out an earth-shattering roar, shooting straight out in all directions. A fierce rumble resounded, and the 29 7-colored nails directly pierced the wall of the heavenly crimson path, fiercely piercing through to the outside world. Wang Lin, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes wide. The Heavenly Emperor cauldron below rumbled, and suddenly, 29 sharp spikes shot out from the cauldron, emitting a 7-colored light, as if intending to shatter the cauldron. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand to the void, and immediately a jade bottle, the demon soul bottle, appeared in his palm. Holding the bottle, Wang Lin bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood from an ancient god onto it, softly shouting, "In the name of the ancient god royal family, I summon 30,000 ancient demons to help me refine this." Demonic energy surged from the bottle, and the phantom image of an ancient demon statue appeared, roaring. After absorbing Wang Lin's blood, it charged straight towards the Heavenly Emperor Cauldron. Inside the Heavenly Emperor Cauldron, Mosey's eyes showed a look of madness. With a low growl, he extended his hands into the void, and immediately an object appeared in his hands. This object was a beast skeleton, not large, less than 3 feet, quite ordinary and unremarkable, but it clearly bore a deeply imprinted palm print. Even the lines within the palm print were clearly visible. "Just a furnace, let's see how I break it." This beast skeleton was a gift from the Grand Elder, and the palm print on it belonged to the Grand Elder. The skeleton contained the Grand Elder's power. Looking at the beast skeleton in his hand, a complex expression flickered in Mosey's eyes. He raised his right hand, intending to place it on the palm print. Just then, a mournful sigh came from behind. "Sima, take me home, okay?" At this moment, in the outside world, on the Heavenly Emperor furnace, Wang Lin's eyes showed a strange expression. He clasped his hands together, took a deep breath, and exhaled. This breath, invisible, fell upon the Heavenly Emperor furnace, dissipating. Dao technique, Dream Dao. Throughout his life, Wang Lin devised 3 techniques: Twilight Night, Flowing Moon, and later, in the heaven-defying realm, within the Dao realm. He created the greatest Dao technique of his life, Dream Dao. Wang Lin, after cultivating for 2,000 years, has only created 3 divine techniques. The technique, Fading Night, is incredibly powerful, possessing an unfathomable and elusive initial principle. In the instant a new day begins, without expending any vital energy, it can unleash its full immense power. Even with Wang Lin's current cultivation level, using Fading Night to alter the starry sky, shift the orbits of planets, transform day and night into dawn, activating its power requires extreme caution. As for the moon flow technique, while its power is slightly inferior to Fading Night, it possesses the principle of time and space, a force unmatched by anything in the universe. Time and space encompass all things, invisibly comparable to the Tao of heaven. At the moment when night ends, the light of time shines, and dreams return to the ancient Tao. Wang Lin's 3 divine abilities, after his battle with Shui Daozi, which left him severely wounded and nearly dead, were enveloped in the heaven-defying realm. With the help of the Master of the Sealed Realm, he entered an extremely mysterious place. Even now, Wang Lin doesn't fully understand everything within the Dao realm. 2 divine abilities flashed through his mind. The first was when he encountered Tia Yunzi, a cultivator at the heaven-human tribulation stage in the demon spirit land. Wang Lin was severely injured and unleashed the Dream of the Ancient Era, a life-saving divine ability of an 8-star ancient god. That was the first time in his life he had used a divine ability that approached Dao techniques. The second was the one unleashed by the old man who annihilated the Feng clan, the Scattered Dao. These 2 powerful divine abilities were deeply ingrained in Wang Lin's memory, indelible. Having spent 10 years in the Dao realm, Wang Lin understood that divine abilities as incredibly powerful as the Dream of the Ancient Era of an ancient god were beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Even if Wang Lin were an ancient god, he couldn't have accomplished this. However, throughout his life, Wang Lin experienced many dangers and opportunities. And the Scattered Dao of the old man who annihilated the Feng clan in the Feng realm years ago was able to open a new door to Daoist techniques. This technique was simply too vague. Under normal circumstances, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to fully comprehend it. But within the Dao realm, Wang Lin, with immense willpower and perseverance, used the Dao realm to integrate this technique with the ancient dream, creating the Dream Dao technique. That year, outside the rift of the demon sect in the Cloud Sea Star domain, Wang Lin subtly demonstrated it, causing the demon sect's heavenly tribulation elder to be completely undetectable, nearly shattering his Dao heart. If Wang Lin hadn't revealed it, the demon sect elder would have undoubtedly suffered a broken Dao heart and died from the Dream Dao. It sounds complicated, but in reality, it's a kind of demonic transformation of the opponent's Dao thoughts, using their inner demons to destroy their Dao heart and self-destruct. Even cultivators who don't cultivate the realm of intent will have inner demons, and this inner demon is Wang Lin's technique. This technique is extremely mystical. Even among cultivators at the 3rd stage, very few can master it. Obtaining this technique is a great stroke of luck. Even someone as powerful as Taoist Master Lan Meng couldn't possibly acquire it. Dreaming of ancient Tao, at this moment, the main attack is the opponent's memories. Although not as effective as the old man of the Wind Annihilation clan who scattered the Tao, Wang Lin can use this technique to implant a fragment of illusory memory into the opponent's mind, eternally existing in their consciousness, impossible to erase, becoming real. That is sowing the seeds of a heart demon. Wang Lin blew a breath that was Wang Lin's Tao breath, falling into the heavenly emperor furnace, quickly merging and permeating inside. Mozi turned his head to look at the illusory figure behind him, his eyes showing terror. That figure had been his companion for tens of thousands of years, becoming a part of his life. But for tens of thousands of years, he had never opened his mouth to speak a word to her. She should have died, but in his heart, that place still ached terribly. The white robe she wore when she committed suicide was stained with blood like plum blossoms, the very blood Mozi spat out in grief and anger. His body trembled violently. This sudden turn of events left him stunned, forgetting the beast bone in his hand, forgetting the hand he was about to place on the palm print on the bone. The tiny flame, like a fingernail, on his forehead flickered more intensely, like a candle flame. "Sister, it's you who said that." Mozi stared blankly at the illusory woman, his clear eyes gradually becoming hazy. Brother, come here and see. A purple orchid is growing here. Brother, don't sleep anymore. You promised to take me out to play today. In the Cloud Sea Star domain, on a floating continent, there was a village of mortals. An 8-year-old girl was pouting, constantly urging a sleeping boy. "Little Lan, let me sleep a little longer. Last night I went with the tiger gang to steal chicken eggs from the Sioux family. I'm very tired." The slightly older boy, about 10 years old, opened his eyes, mumbled a few words, and then closed them again, snoring loudly. Time flew by, another year added to their age. "Brother, today Huzi bullied me. He kissed me." In the village, 2 young men and women walked in the twilight. Their shadows stretched long in the sunlight. Behind the young man was a basket of herbs, and beside him was a girl, panting, wearing a floral dress, seemingly 13 or 14 years old, holding a blade of wild grass, angrily plucking it as she spoke. "Brother, are you listening to me?" The girl glared at the young man, shouting loudly, Yes, little Lan, our parents are gone. Huzi has been very caring towards us these past few years. I think Huzi is a good person. You're not a child anymore. You should think about getting married." The young man chuckled, turning to look at his younger sister walking beside him. "Brother, what kind of brother are you? You clearly like Hong Hong. You want to marry me off to her younger brother, using this opportunity to get closer to her. Is that what your older brother is like?" The little girl stomped her foot, glaring fiercely at the boy. His face flushed, and he burst into laughter, quickly changing the subject, deliberately diverting her attention. Soon after, they both laughed heartily, running further and further away. Time, like a wheel turning, moved on, carrying away their youth. "Brother, Hong Hong already has someone in her heart," the naive little girl of yesteryear said softly, now 16-year-old maiden, beautiful as a flower, in full bloom. At this moment, the young woman looked at the thin, frail boy before her, biting her lip. The boy was thin, short, and had a slightly dark complexion, appearing to have suffered from a long illness. But his eyes were bright, like stars in the night sky, a constant source of support for the young woman. In recent years, she knew that although her brother didn't say it, he was incredibly good to her. Whatever she desired, he would always try his best to get it for her. The young man grinned, his teeth very white, and his smile instantly lifted her spirits. After hearing the girl's words, he placed his right hand on her hair, stroking it gently, and said softly, "Don't think too much about it. Your brother isn't that weak. My dream is to become an immortal. In a few days, after your wedding with Huzi, I'll have to leave this place for a while to go to the Immortal Mountain to seek enlightenment." The girl blushed and whispered, "Huzi is so hateful. I told him that if Hong Hong doesn't marry you, I won't marry him either." The young man laughed heartily, his eyes showing tenderness, and said softly, "All right. You're grown up now. You'll soon be someone's wife, so don't keep acting like a child. My dream is indeed to become an immortal. I don't want to live a peaceful life until the end." The young man looked up at the dark sky. My life, Samamo's life, will absolutely not be so ordinary. Zilan, wait for your brother. When I successfully learn the Tao, I will help you and Huzi achieve immortality, and maybe even have a few grandchildren, haha. The young man's face was joyful. The young woman looked at him in astonishment. Since her parents passed away, her brother had become her guardian angel, always protecting her. Her eyes reddened, and she lowered her head, softly saying, "Brother, you will definitely do it. Zilan will wait for you to return." "All right, when your wedding comes, I will prepare many wedding gifts for you, and I will make sure Zilan marries someone with honor." The young man looked at his sister, his eyes filled with affection. One day, lively music broke the quiet atmosphere of the ordinary village. The young woman, dressed in a wedding gown and wearing a red veil, looked up from the corner of her veil towards the distance as she stepped into the sedan chair, a hint of worrying on her face. "Where has my brother gone? Why hasn't he returned yet?" The village wedding was bustling with people from all around. Many children laughed and played as they followed the sedan chair, singing cheerful nursery rhymes. The elderly smiled kindly at the joyful scene. No one noticed 11 strong horses galloping down the village road. On their backs were 11 burly men. These men looked like fierce demons, laughing and talking loudly as they rode. The pounding of their hoofs sounded like earth dragons writhing on the ground, the tremors reverberating far into the village. Not far away, on a mountain shrouded in mist year-round, rumored to be inhabited by immortals, a thin young man, with a smug smile, hurried down the small mountain path. His basket contained many herbs, including a ginseng root. This ginseng was as thick as a newborn baby's arm, with very long roots, and it even emitted a faint spiritual aura. This ginseng root is probably 100 years old. It wasted a few extra days, but it should be enough for Zilan's dowry. The young man's smile deepened as he descended the mountainside, casually glancing towards the village at the foot of the mountain. But that single glance sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him frozen in place. From afar, the village at the foot of the mountain was ablaze with fire. The teenager's eyes showed a frantic glint. A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped him. In an instant, his body turned ice cold, and without hesitation, he rushed straight down the mountain. Climbing the mountain was difficult, but descending was even harder. The teenager descended hastily, his body covered in bleeding wounds. But he seemed to forget the pain, recklessly scrambling to his feet and continuing his descent. "It must be to get water. It must be to get water. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen." The teenager's lips curled into a sneer as he frantically ran down, ignoring the herbs falling from his basket, desperately plunging downwards. Along the way, he fell several times, and once a branch even cut his right thigh. But he didn't even bother to look. His eyes were now filled with worrying. After a long while, the young man, breathless and pale, descended the mountain, running quickly along the small path. His heart pounded, fear spreading throughout his body. "Nothing will happen. Absolutely nothing will happen," he whispered to himself. Everything before him seemed to blur. Only the path ahead was clear. He used all his strength to run along the small path towards the village. The small village was now a mile ahead. Although he couldn't see the village from this point, he could see the towering flames rising into the sky and vaguely hear the mournful, heart-wrenching cries. These cries seemed to shake the ground, as if reverberating beneath his feet. "Sister!" The young man, as if driven mad, rushed straight ahead. Just then, the ground on the main road ahead shook violently. A group of more than 10 horses galloped forward. On their horses were a dozen or so thugs in disheveled clothes, laughing loudly as they rode. "Haha, I didn't expect there to be so many pretty girls in such a small village. If I didn't have to fulfill the gang leader's orders right now, I'd want to abduct a few of them. Yes, especially that bride, she's even better." The dozen or so horses galloped towards the young man. Immediately, a burly man raised his right hand, holding a horse whip, and lashed him, sending him flying to the side of the road. "Little bastard, dare to block our horse's path, get out of the way!" The young man cried out in agony as he was struck. A powerful impact sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious. 10 horses galloped away. Time slowly passed. Darkness descended, a cold tide sweeping across the land. The young man's body trembled by the roadside, his eyes slowly opening. His eyes were dazed, his face ashen. Struggling to stand, he whispered, staggering towards the village. Nothing will happen. My sister will be all right. She won't be. After a long while, the burnt-out village appeared in the moonlight, within the young man's sight. His body trembled, staring blankly at the scene before him, his eyes filled with terror. He let out a mournful cry, rushing forward. My sister, Zilan. As he ran, the young man entered the village. The pungent smoke still lingered, the village filled with the stench of blood. On the ground, besides fresh blood, lay corpses with their eyes wide open, silently gazing at the night sky. All of this turned into a piercing pain in the young man's heart, almost causing him to collapse. Some of the bodies were those of people he knew very well. Half of the houses on all sides were destroyed. In front, however, stood a beautiful sedan chair, unburned amidst the surrounding devastation. Its bright colors were startling. The young man bit his lower lip, trembling, filled with an unimaginable fear as he looked at the burnt-out house next to the sedan chair. The body there was Huzi. Beside Huzi lay the naked body of a woman. It was Hong Hong. This scene almost broke the young man. He rushed into the corner of the room. There he saw his younger sister. In the burnt-out room, there was an unburned beam. There was a white silk ribbon. A young woman's body was suspended in midair. The young man, his clothes disheveled, his eyes wide and vacant, stared into the distance as if waiting for a relative. Upon seeing the girl, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Sister! His cry was utterly mournful, echoing in the darkness of the silent village, shaking the heavens and lingering for a long time. Don't cry, little Lan. Brother won't sleep anymore. Brother will take you to pick those purple orchids. Okay, don't cry anymore. Little Lan, you asked me where our parents went. Didn't I tell you already? Our parents have gone to a very far place. They're there watching us. Watching Lan grow up, watching Lan get married. Don't cry. Oh, if you don't like Huzi, then just wait. Brother isn't like you said, liking his sister. My dream is to become an immortal little Lan. You must wait here for me. Wait for me to return so that you and Huzi can live forever. Wait until your wedding. Brother will prepare many wedding gifts. I will definitely make sure that little Lan marries in glory. Tears of blood streamed down the young man's eyes as he looked at his sister, his gaze empty. A few days later, the young man buried the bodies in the village, burying his sister's body on the mountain. The location was very high, surrounded by purple orchids, their fragrance spreading far and wide. From there, he could see far into the distance. His sister hadn't died from humiliation, but had committed suicide. He kept a white silk ribbon close to his chest. There, he could feel his sister's soul seemingly still residing within it. Leaving the mountain village, the young man took out the white silk ribbon, and in his ears he still seemed to hear the silvery laughter and words. Brother, wake up. Look, there's a branch of purple orchids there. Brother, where have mother and father gone? Lan misses mother and father, brother. The young man bit his lip until it bled, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth onto the white silk ribbon, turning into a bloodstain like a plum blossom. Those bandits. His eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent as he turned and walked away into the distance. Brother, I'll wait for you to return. Years passed like a white horse galloping through a crack in the door. In the blink of an eye, several decades had gone by. The young man's talent exceeded his own expectations. Though not supreme, it was still astonishing. He applied to join the Breaking Heaven sect, and relying on his extraordinary perseverance, he became an outstanding talent among the disciples. The bandits, numbering over 1,400, perished in a single stormy night, leaving no one alive, not even the chickens or dogs. Even the horses were slaughtered. Especially 7 or 8 of them were subjected to unimaginable torture before their deaths, groaning for more than half a month before finally dying. Their souls were all extracted, subjected to the torment of soul refinement, and forbidden from reincarnation. However, the pain of Mozi remained like a needle, constantly piercing his heart. The culprit who had humiliated his sister years ago had died of illness. Through soul-searching techniques, Mozi knew that the other party hadn't suffered much before death. He returned to the mountain sect unwillingly. Another 100 years passed. Mozi's cultivation reached the nascent soul stage, becoming one of the strongest among the younger generation. He was immediately noticed by the sect master of the Breaking Heaven sect and taken as a disciple. One winter, C. Mosey once again descended the mountain, using his divine abilities to calculate where the culprit had reincarnated, and carried out a massacre. What kind of hatred could drive a person to kill even their enemy after reincarnation? Wang Lin saw it all in C. Mosey's memories. He fell silent. He also saw, several thousand years later, that in the seven-colored realm, C. Mosey witnessed the death of his fellow disciples, whose bodies, after being impaled by the seven-colored nails, were taken away by the Grand Master who descended upon them. Although I, Simamo, have been expelled from the Breaking Heaven sect, I am a member of the inner realm. Even if I die, I will not become a lapdog for the outer realm. How can I be tempted by you over matters of life and death? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Not only can I prevent your death, but I can also make your sister's transformation into a human form. I cannot bring her back to life, but I can make her stay by your side forever. If you can increase your cultivation, perhaps you can bring her back to life. But if you die now, everything will vanish. A mournful voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, shaking Sima Mo's mind. Sima Mo's mind was shaken. Come with me. From now on, you are no longer Sima Mo, a cultivator of the inner realm, but a person of my Grand Master. I bestow upon you the name Sima Mosey. Inside the heavenly emperor cauldron, Sima Mosey's eyes were hazy, and tears streamed down his face. A firefly-like flame flickered on his forehead, gradually spreading out and engulfing his entire head. Outside the heavenly emperor cauldron, Wang Lin sat cross-legged on top of the cauldron. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of cultivators in the distance, he opened his eyes wide, his gaze revealing a dazed expression. After a while, Wang Lin sighed softly, stood up, and took a step into the distance, raising his right hand. The heavenly emperor cauldron rumbled and dissipated into the heavens and earth. The figure of C. Mosey appeared. Wang Lin hadn't intentionally left anything in C. Mosey's memory with this technique, but he had left behind some thoughts. He abandoned the refining process. Continuing the refining would likely be unsuccessful. C. Mosey still had many attack methods and magical artifacts he hadn't yet used. This battle would be meaningless if it continued. C. Mosey stood in midair, silent for a long time, then raised his right hand. The illusory image of the young woman disappeared into his sleeve. Based on his cultivation, C. Mosey vaguely understood what had just happened. His gaze towards Wang Lin revealed an extremely complex expression. Please tell me, were those words she just spoke caused by your magic? I don't know, Wang Lin sighed softly. If I were Sima Mo that day, and that girl were Wanner, what would I have chosen? Wang Lin didn't dare think of the answer, or perhaps he already knew the answer from Sima Mo. Tiu Mosey departed. Young Luo, the Grand Elder, accompanied him, and under Wang Lin's gaze, they left the great Emperor Star, gradually disappearing from sight. The outcome of this battle exceeded the expectations of all the cultivators present. Even the old vermilion bird was truly surprised, but with his powerful cultivation, he vaguely perceived something. Even so, it did not hinder Wang Lin's rising prestige here. In the eyes of tens of thousands of cultivators, the battle just now was enough to show them that Wang Lin was someone capable of fighting against third-stage masters. The elder selection of the Luosheng Society, which had been interrupted until now, resumed, but all of this, no matter what, no longer concerned Wang Lin. In the land of madness, Liu Jinbei and Suliguro were on a desolate planet, during which time they were relentlessly hunted by the Fire Sparrow clan. For the Fire Sparrow clan, the trial on the great Emperor Star was a golden opportunity. During their intense pursuit, the Fire Sparrow clan found Liu Jinbei and the guardian spirit of Suliguro hiding in the deepest part of the desolate planet. After a fierce battle, Liu Jinbei was captured and secretly taken out of the land of madness to meet the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor. Along the way, Liu Jinbei's expression was somber. He didn't speak a word, but he possessed the aura of a Grand Master, an invisible aura of someone who had held power for a long time. A word that could annihilate thousands. In the primordial spirit realm outside the land of madness, after Liu Jinbei was brought out by the Fire Sparrow clan, the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, who had always been cautious and dared not approach even a single step closer, suddenly had a look of ecstatic joy in his eyes. He took a step forward, ignoring the Fire Sparrow clan members who were bowing to him, raised his right hand, and transformed it into a flame, directly striking towards Liu Jinbei. Liu Jinbei showed no sign of panic. revealing an endless weariness, coldly staring at the approaching Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor. His calm gaze upon falling upon the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor caused the ancestor's heart to tremble. It can't be wrong. This kind of overwhelming aura can only be possessed by someone who has held a high position for years. If this person is truly the Vermilion Bird, then it must be like this. With a cold snort, the ancestor's right hand slammed down on Liu Jinbiao. The power of the flames suddenly surged into Liu Jinbiao's body, condensing on his forehead as it swept across. Fire Sparrow Clan, taking advantage of my seclusion to launch a sneak attack. You're just like your ancestors, playing a joke, Liu Jinbiao said with a faint smile. The Fire Sparrow Clan ancestor's eyes flashed, his doubts instantly vanishing. He had observed earlier that the power of the flames within the opponent's body wasn't very strong, so how could he still doubt it? He swung his right hand. Immediately, Liu Jinbiao's right arm trembled violently, a wound suddenly appeared, and a large amount of fresh blood gushed out. The Fire Sparrow Clan ancestor immediately absorbed this blood, transforming it into a blood sphere he held in his hand. His expression grew even more joyful. After a moment of hesitation, he swallowed it. The immortal blood flowed into his stomach, instantly transforming into an extremely powerful force of fire, erupting within the body of the Fire Sparrow Clan's ancestor. Behind him, a phantom image appeared. Within this phantom, a firebird, its entire body radiating flames, spread its wings and let out a long cry. In front of it stood a smaller vermilion bird. This vermilion bird's form was indistinct, seemingly still burdened by its weight, its demeanor somewhat listless. It struggled with the firebird, quickly being swallowed by the latter's open mouth. After swallowing, the flames surrounding the firebird suddenly intensified, vaguely transforming, becoming increasingly similar to a vermilion bird. Good, it truly is a vermilion bird. The Fire Sparrow Clan's ancestor's eyes lit up with ecstatic joy. With a long laugh, he raised his right hand and directly struck Liu Jinbiao on the head. The patriarch of the Fire Sparrow Clan possessed extraordinary cultivation, naturally possessing an extremely sharp mind and a keen sense of suspicion. After several careful checks, even though he had already confirmed his suspicions, he still employed the soul-searching technique. In his view, everything in heaven and earth was illusory. Only this soul-searching technique was the most genuine. He placed his right hand on Liu Jinbiao's head, and a raging fire erupted, instantly unleashing the soul-searching technique. A series of memories flashed through his mind, and after a moment, the Fire Sparrow Clan patriarch's expression showed satisfaction. Although he still harbored some doubts, the person before him was undoubtedly the 6th-generation Vermilion Sparrow. With a wave of his sleeve, the Fire Sparrow Clan patriarch enveloped Liu Jinbiao, swept past the clan members, and vanished into thin air. Using a powerful divine technique to swiftly return to the Fire Sparrow Clan's headquarters. At the same time the Fire Sparrow Clan's ancestor departed, on the great Emperor Star, Wang Lin sat cross-legged beside the old vermilion bird by the lake, his eyes open, revealing a glint of light. This Liu Jinbiao's techniques are truly brilliant. Even the Fire Sparrow Clan's ancestor was deceived, unable to detect any flaws. Now I need to prepare thoroughly, just waiting for Liu Jinbiao to be taken into the Fire Sparrow Clan's sacred land. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his hands forming a series of seals that enveloped his body. The restrictions multiplied, and after a long time, a formation appeared around Wang Lin's body. This formation was a teleportation array. Once activated, it could allow Wang Lin to travel through it in a special way. Ancestor, in the land of madness, I have another subordinate named Zhang Dahong. I hope you will take care of him. As dusk fell, Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly spoke. In front of him, the old vermilion bird sat by the lake, a fishing rod in his hand, a wine gourd beside him. Hearing this, he turned to look at Wang Lin, a benevolent expression in his eyes. Are you ready? Wang Lin nodded. There are still a few magical artifacts that need refining, and the seals need to be broken. The old vermilion bird put down his fishing rod, picked up the wine gourd beside him, took a sip, and said in a low voice, I have already taught you the method of controlling the flame dragon. Now that you are leaving, this journey is fraught with danger, and I don't know if we will ever meet again. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. Wang Lin remained silent, looking at the old vermilion bird. He had only known the other party for a few days, but the old vermilion bird's help and protection had deeply moved Wang Lin. Now that they were about to part, he felt a little sad. Old Vermilion Bird looked at Wang Lin's silent demeanor, the benevolent look in his eyes deepening, and smiled, saying, "If there's a chance, we two, grandfather and grandson, will meet again in the future. Don't act like a child. Next time I see you, I want you to be able to give me a little scare." Wang Lin looked at Old Vermilion Bird, took a deep breath, nodded, and said in a low voice, "Ancestor, I want the cultivation method of the ancient soul forbiddance technique in that arena." "You want the ancient soul forbiddance technique?" Old Vermilion Bird pondered for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "This ancient soul forbiddance technique was left behind by the first generation ancestor back then. I don't have the cultivation method either. Anyway, I'll give you this forbiddance technique for self-defense. If you have time, study it yourself. With your aptitude, you might even gain something." After saying this, Old Vermilion Bird raised his right hand and made a clawing motion towards the sky. In the distance, the ground rumbled, and suddenly the sky changed color, the wind and clouds stirred, and the entire sky was filled with flashing, eerie light. Gradually, a turtle appeared in midair. This turtle had cold eyes, and it bade its head to look at the Old Vermilion Bird. The Old Vermilion Bird made a hand gesture, pointing a finger towards it. The large turtle once again flashed with a dazzling dark light, and its body suddenly shrank. The dark light became increasingly blinding, and in a short time, the large turtle was reduced to a shell the size of a hand. The dark light, like moonlight, enveloped the heavens and earth. The Old Vermilion Bird threw the shell towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it, glanced at it briefly, then put it away. He bowed to the Old Vermilion Bird, about to speak, but was immediately interrupted. "Thank you, but it's a gift from above. There's no need for thanks. If you truly appreciate it, bring me someone." The Old Vermilion Bird's expression became somewhat serious. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "Ancestor, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will certainly do it." Wang Lin's words weren't loud, but they were firm and resolute. Old Vermilion Bird's face flushed red. He put down his fishing rod, rubbed his hands together, and said in a low voice, "You've awakened the Vermilion Bird 4 times, and you can give the Vermilion Bird mark to your clansmen. I want you to select the 7th generation Vermilion Bird." Wang Lin looked at Old Vermilion Bird, calmly waiting for him to finish. You must select a good person, not just anyone. Do you understand?" Old Vermilion Bird glared. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, not quite understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "Ancestor, rest assured, regarding the selection of the 7th generation Vermilion Bird, I will be extremely careful and will not let the mistakes of the 3rd generation Vermilion Bird be repeated." "That's not what I meant." Old Vermilion Bird rubbed his hands together again, gritting his teeth. "What I meant is that the 7th generation Vermilion Bird you choose cannot be a frivolous person." "Oh, why haven't you understood yet? Isn't your aptitude exceptionally high?" Wang Lin was slightly startled, his expression showing doubt, and he nodded, saying, "Okay, I will definitely not choose a frivolous person as the 7th generation Vermilion Bird. After all, being too greedy for women is not beneficial to cultivation." The Old Vermilion Bird glared and whispered, "It's not that you shouldn't be too greedy for women, but that you mustn't desire them at all. You mustn't touch them." "Oh, where has your understanding gone? Let me explain clearly. Oh, what I want is extraordinary willpower. Oh, it's best if you choose the 7th generation Vermilion Bird from among the children. When they grow up, their primordial spirit will be destroyed, and they won't be able to cultivate my techniques. So be it. You choose one from among the children, and then bring them to me the next time we meet. Remember this carefully. The primordial young must not be destroyed. This isn't me saying this to you, but look at yourself. You're so young, yet you lack the willpower of this old man. You should know that for countless millennia, my primordial young has never dissipated even a little. I don't understand you younglings. What's so great about dual cultivation techniques? I've never cultivated with anyone, and I'm always full of energy, not to mention vitality." Wang Lin stood there, astonished, staring at the Old Vermilion Bird, speechless for a long time, then nodded with a wry smile. The Old Vermilion Bird's words placed all his hopes on Wang Lin's shoulders. After seeing Wang Lin nod, the Old Vermilion Bird quickly coughed and said, "My divine abilities can only be unleashed to their fullest potential by someone who perfectly preserves their primordial. Young, there's no other reason. I won't let you help me for free. I will teach you a divine technique. This divine ability is one of the three most powerful techniques of our Vermilion Bird clan, passed down by the ancient immortal venerable. Although your primordial yang energy has been destroyed, you can still cultivate a little of it. This technique is extremely powerful and will burn your lifespan. It cannot be used casually. It is a life-saving technique. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not use this technique. Old Vermilion Bird's expression was extremely serious. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a deep breath, and his right hand formed a somewhat strange hand seal. As the seal appeared, a burst of illusory fire suddenly erupted from Old Vermilion Bird's forehead, merging into the seal. The seal briefly flashed with fire, then merged together, unexpectedly forming a long, stick-like fiery skeleton. To call it a skeleton wouldn't be entirely accurate. This skeleton was like a stick, straight and unbroken. As soon as this fiery skeleton appeared, Old Vermilion Bird's eyes showed a solemn expression. He once again formed a hand seal and raised it. Another illusory hand seal appeared, transforming into a small thread. This thread didn't wrap around the fiery skeleton, but connected directly to the top of the skeleton, extending outwards. From a distance, the object transformed by the Old Vermilion Bird's divine power looked rather peculiar. If it were wrapped in some oil paper, it would resemble an umbrella used by mortals on rainy days. Wang Lin watched intently, witnessing the Old Vermilion Bird unleash two different hand seals. The first seal instantly combined 999 seals, while the second surpassed the first, instantly unleashing 999 seals. There wasn't a single ripple of elemental energy in the heavens and earth, nor any movement of wind or clouds. Everything was completely peaceful. Even the ripples on the lake remained unchanged, without the slightest tremor. It seemed as if nothing had changed. After completing the two hand seals, Old Vermilion Bird's expression became even more serious. He took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a strange look, and forcefully raised both hands, simultaneously forming hand seals. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, piercing through the surrounding lake and spreading endlessly in all directions. Old Vermilion Bird's hand seal speed increased steadily, without stopping. One seal after another materialized from his hands, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, hundreds of thousands. Old Vermilion Bird's hand movements were incredibly fast, imperceptible to the naked eye, and even divine consciousness would be blocked by a strange force. Old Vermilion Bird let out a low roar, his hand seals now numbering over 1,000,000. The 1,000,000 seals appeared simultaneously, stirring the heavens and earth, transforming into a whirlwind. The whirlwind roared forward, and as soon as it approached the fiery bone, it marched with it, engulfing it and soaring straight up into the sky. Wang Lin took a deep breath, sharply raised his head, and his pupils contracted. All that could be seen in the sky was the swirling vortex, like a giant umbrella that hadn't yet opened. Flames, like illusory lamps, swirled around the outside, forming countless roaring fire dragons. The entire sky seemed to be occupied by these fire dragons. These fire dragons swarmed outside the vortex, roaring incessantly. This scene was clearly visible everywhere on the Great Emperor Star. Ancient boundary dispersal. The Old Vermilion Bird roared softly, the heavens and earth shaking violently. The vortex immediately stopped spinning, silently drifting in the air, motionless, an indescribable pressure slowly descending from the sky. On the ground, plants bent over, fish swam back and forth rapidly in the lake, the water boiling and bubbling. Cracks suddenly appeared all over the ground, as if it had split open. All the cultivators witnessed this scene, their blood suddenly showing signs of being burned dry. Countless ripples filled the starry sky, seemingly unable to withstand this silent vortex. These ripples spread incessantly, instantly engulfing half of the Madland. All the covered planets looked as if they had suffered a drought of tens of thousands of years, showing signs of impending destruction. Old Vermilion Bird's breathing was somewhat labored, clearly indicating that performing this divine technique was a great burden for him. The first time was 999 seals, the second 9,999, and the third and fourth times were each 990,000. This extremely large number had to be unleashed in a few breaths. Each seal contained the power of his own primordial spirit, the power of his entire cultivation. And combined with the special incantation, it could unleash the most powerful technique of our Vermilion Bird clan, the ancient dispersal of the burning realm. Just one wrong hand gesture can cause an unimaginable backlash. Even I, with my mid-stage Yuan Kong cultivation, would be severely injured by this backlash. If it weren't for a fire cultivator, they would very likely be annihilated. This technique was passed down from an ancient immortal venerable. I once heard my ancestor say that in his homeland, an immortal venerable used this technique to directly destroy 10,000 people in an entire realm, hence the name burning realm technique. In the hands of an ancient immortal venerable, this technique was an extremely powerful divine ability. I know this technique is beyond the realm of Taoist magic, but I heard my first ancestor say that the ancient burning realm dispersal technique, when opened 9 times, caused continuous destruction. That year, the ancient immortal venerable destroyed a realm, opening the umbrella 8 times. The 9th time, even an immortal venerable wouldn't dare open it. The first generation ancestor, with his heaven-shattering cultivation and reaching the early stage of the void tribulation, could only open it 5 times. As for me, thanks to my primordial yang that has never been broken over countless millennia, guided by primordial yang, even with my mid-stage profound void cultivation, I can open the umbrella twice. This technique shouldn't have been passed on to you, because it's too dangerous. Even a slight carelessness will lead to great disaster. The first generation ancestor once said that this technique is incomplete, having been secretly learned by the ancient immortal venerable back then. But your comprehension is astonishing, and you can make your own decisions. The old vermilion bird hurriedly said, and Wang Lin stared at the umbrella-like vortex in the sky, his mind shaken by the old vermilion bird's words. He had originally thought that the techniques passed down by the old vermilion bird were merely Taoist arts, but he never imagined they would be such unimaginably powerful divine abilities. Opening the umbrella 8 times, destroying 10,000 people in an entire realm. What kind of divine ability is this? The old vermilion bird's breathing quickened. His right hand swung up, and the quiet whirlwind in the sky rumbled violently, immediately showing signs of dissipating. This technique can only be passed down to you up to this point. You cannot open it arbitrarily. Once opened, it will cause immense damage to this place. The old vermilion bird bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood from the mid-stage Yuan Kong realm, transforming it into a blazing cloud of blood mist that swept towards the whirlwind. After merging with the whirlwind, it gradually dissipated. Half an incense stick later, the whirlwind finally vanished into thin air, and the entire Great Emperor Star slowly returned to normal, the ripples in the starry sky also slowly recovering. This scene didn't last long, but it made Wang Lin's scalp tingle, and a light flashed in his eyes. Although the power of this technique hadn't been fully unleashed, Wang Lin could already sense it, his heart pounding. Only when the world returned to normal did the old vermilion bird breathe a sigh of relief, his expression gradually returning to normal. He waved his right hand in the air, and immediately a jade slip appeared, flying straight towards Wang Lin. This jade slip contains all the incantations, as well as the technique for opening the umbrella. Quickly memorize them. After you've memorized them thoroughly, destroy this jade slip. After saying this, the old vermilion bird sat cross-legged to the side, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Wang Lin took the jade slip, staring intently at the object in his hand, the scene of the old vermilion bird performing this technique flashing before his eyes. Wang Lin was moved. In his life, he rarely felt moved by treasures or techniques, but this unusual pounding in his heart was a sign of intense emotion. He had cultivated forbiddance techniques his entire life and was a master of forbiddance techniques. For others, performing nearly 2 million seals in 9 breaths was an extremely difficult feat. In fact, 9 breaths was indeed a very short time. When Wang Lin reached the golden core stage, performing forbiddance techniques required striking the seals at an extremely fast speed. Some forbiddance techniques, if set up or broken, only had a split-second opportunity. In that short time, a large number of forbiddance technique seals had to be struck to be able to do so. Therefore, although this first hurdle was difficult for Wang Lin, it wasn't absolutely impossible. What truly moved Wang Lin was the content of the old vermilion bird's words. This ancient dispersal technique was secretly learned by the ancient immortal venerable, who was also the ancient immortal emperor back then. This technique is incomplete. Wang Lin took a deep breath, a look of fear appearing in his eyes. Every word of these words contains countless mysteries. If it is true, the meaning it expresses is truly terrifying. Who created this technique? Where did the ancient immortal emperor learn it from? If it is true, then even an incomplete stolen divine ability is enough to destroy the world. What about the complete technique? Wang Lin silently looked up at the sky, feeling as if he were still immortal, looking at the sky and feeling incredibly small. What level of cultivation have I reached now? How powerful am I? What is beyond this sky? After a long time, Wang Lin sighed, his eyes revealing a look of determination. The more he knew, the more insignificant he felt. But Wang Lin wasn't discouraged. Instead, it fueled his indomitable spirit, just like the words he'd spoken to the first generation vermilion bird before. If I can be Wang Lin, why can't I be all things in heaven and earth? Some are mortals, some are immortals, some are inferior to others, some are superior. Heaven creates all things, and everything is different. This world inherently contains great injustice, but it is also extremely fair. Some can create this kind of divine ability, and some can cultivate to unimaginable levels. I, Wang Lin, can do the same. My talent may not be enough, but it cannot be a shackles hindering my progress. Today, I will learn the boundary-shattering divine ability that someone else invented and that the immortal emperor secretly learned. Another day, I will make that person learn my technique. Wang Lin's expression showed unwavering determination. He didn't cry out, didn't shout, only murmured to himself, as if making a firm decision. Perhaps it was indeed a firm resolve. Closing his eyes, Wang Lin's entire consciousness merged into the jade slip, deeply imprinting the countless incantations within it into his mind. Then, the jade slip containing the method of opening the umbrella in his palm shattered into pieces with a loud bang, scattering and being carried away by the wind. The dust drifted towards the horizon, representing Wang Lin's resolve, flying further and further away. The Fire Sparrow clan's patriarch, a third-stage expert, though only at the early stage of the Void Nirvana realm, could shake the heavens and earth with just a step in this starry sky. He employed his escape technique, combined with the shrinking ground into inches technique, and, accompanied by Liu Jinbiao, headed straight for the Fire Sparrow clan's headquarters. Outside the Fire Sparrow star, this patriarch, amidst the distorted starry sky, leapt forward in a single step, his eyes gleaming with ecstatic joy. In an instant, he plunged deep into this fire-shrouded cultivation planet. His speed was incredible. In a flash, he reached his usual secluded retreat. Here, the heat of the flames was terrifying, capable of burning a cultivator's body to death. Yet, this Fire Sparrow clan patriarch remained completely unharmed, swiftly approaching with Liu Jinbiao. Along the way, Liu Jinbiao's expression remained as gloomy as before, coldly staring at the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, his thoughts unreadable. At this moment, he had completely forgotten his past, deceiving himself into believing that he, Liu, was the sixth-generation vermilion sparrow, who, after holding power for a long time, had been ambushed and captured by the Fire Sparrow clan. But even so, as the sixth-generation vermilion sparrow, he held a noble status. Even in the face of life or death danger, he would not beg for forgiveness. The Fire Sparrow clan's ancestors' secluded retreat contained an illusory door. This door was entirely illusory, hidden within a sea of fire, and ordinary people had no way of entering it. Moreover, the ancestor himself guarded this door with extreme seclusion. Although he had left a few days ago, this illusory door within the flames also contained a powerful forbidden spell. This restriction wasn't set up by him, but left behind by its owner. This restriction is so powerful that even a third-stage cultivator cannot break it in a short time. Approaching the door, the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor suppressed his excitement and, with a thud, knelt down. This scene caught Liu Jinbiao's eye. A third-stage expert, the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, actually kneeling. Master, this old servant has captured the sixth-generation vermilion bird and presented it to you to aid in your recovery from your injuries, Master. Liu Jinbiao's scalp tingled, his eyes showing a tremor. He stared intently at the illusory door, his heart surging. A third-stage expert, there was no sound from within the door. The Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor had been kneeling there for a long time, his expression showing no impatience, remaining utterly respectful. The more he acted this way, the more Liu Jinbiao's heart trembled, even showing signs of awakening. He's been awakened. The sixth-generation vermilion bird. After a long while, an ethereal voice came from inside the door. The Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor's body trembled, his expression becoming even more respectful, his eyes showing excitement as he hurriedly said, "I have thoroughly checked and performed the soul-searching technique on him. There is absolutely no mistake. This person is the 6th generation Vermilion bird. This person is the one I captured in the land of madness." His voice seemed to fall silent. As he fell silent, an invisible pressure gradually enveloped him, causing Liu Jinbia's body to tremble. The arrogance in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced by endless fear. He had completely awakened. This is bad. This time it's really bad. Liu Jinbia's mouth was dry, his eyes filled with terror, and he frantically screamed in his heart, using a 3rd stage expert as a servant. This is who exactly is this? Wang Lin arranged for me to come here, saying he could rescue me, but even he would likely lose his life. After a long silence, this ethereal voice slowly emanated from within once again. "Bring him in." Liu Jinbia's body trembled instantly. He opened his mouth to explain, but the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor immediately grabbed him and rushed straight towards the illusory door. Everything happened so fast that Liu Jinbia didn't have time to explain. He felt his body violently shaken, and as the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor grabbed him, he was violently thrust into the door. The restrictions on the door seemed to be suppressed, not erupting, allowing the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor to enter. Inside, what appeared before Liu Jinbia's eyes was a scene he would never forget in his life. This was a vast expanse of starry sky without heaven or earth, only a colossal flame. That flame occupied 7/10 of the starry sky, its raging inferno echoing with deafening roars. Beyond the flame, there were no silver stars, only threads like outstretched arms stretching across the space. At a glance, it resembled a spider web. The flame was at the center of this web. The branches of the web seemed to have narrow passageways, with countless tiny, wriggling spikes flying in all directions towards the central flame, as if being absorbed by it. The flame was 7-colored, not black and white. This 7-colored flame burned fiercely, and vaguely, deep within it, a figure could be seen sitting cross-legged. This figure seemed to be clad in armor, and behind him was a shimmering 7-colored vermilion bird. "You may retreat." A ghostly voice echoed eerily through the starry sky, and a fist-sized 7-colored flame flew out, hurtling towards the Fire Phoenix clan's ancestor, merging into his forehead. The Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor's body trembled, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. He respectfully retreated, disappearing into the starry sky. In this eerie starry sky, only Liu Jinbia and the figure within the flames remained. Liu Jinbia's body trembled. He could feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from the figure within the flames, making it impossible to breathe. This pressure was enough to kill him 1,000 times over. "You are not the 6th generation Vermilion bird." This ethereal voice slowly echoed, reverberating in Liu Jinbia's mind, causing his heart to pound, his scalp to tingle, and his soul to be scattered. With a thud, Liu Jinbia knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with extreme terror, immediately begging for mercy, saying, "Great Immortal, spare my life. Great Immortal, spare my life. I am Liu Jinbia, just a humble cultivator, threatened by evil forces and compelled to come here. Disobeying will endanger my life. Please, Great Immortal, show mercy. I will serve you with all my might. But there is something on your person that interests me." This illusory voice interrupted Liu Jinbia's words. Immediately, countless threads with passageways surrounding Liu Jinbia rose up, directly wrapping around his body, tearing through his flesh, and sucking inside. Liu Jinbia screamed in agony. His body withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large amount of fresh blood quickly drained out, turning into spikes on the branches and heading straight towards the flames. Besides his blood, his life force also quickly dissipated under this single suck. In this perilous moment, Liu Jinbia struggled and let out a scream, spitting out a mouthful of vital energy. As soon as this mouthful of essence was spat out, an overwhelming surge of sword energy immediately erupted. Suleguo transformed into a massive sword, and instead of thrusting towards the illusory flames, he spun wildly, turning into a whirlwind of swords. "Master, the passage has opened." Suleguo, his mind reeling and his spirit shaken, roared inwardly, "It's all because of this murderous scoundrel." He thought this sacred land contained the fire element, but he didn't expect there to be someone alive here, and moreover, someone capable of using a 3rd stage expert as a servant. Very clever. The illusory voice, seemingly smiling, slowly echoed, On the Great Emperor Star in the Land of Madness, Wang Lin sat cross-legged inside the teleportation array, his mind merging into the summoning wind and rain realm. Searching for the soul of Cha Yanzi, merging it into his body and spirit at an extremely rapid pace. In an instant, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a violent glint flashing within them. Someone was being treated in the Fire Sparrow clan's sacred land, a fact Wang Lin couldn't have known before arriving at the Great Emperor Star. But after talking with the first-generation Vermilion Sparrow, he understood that someone was definitely there. He could have abandoned his plan and called Liu Jinbei and the others back, but a crazy idea had formed in Wang Lin's mind. The first-generation ancestor had said that the person being treated was very likely one of the three great evil sparrows, someone the first-generation ancestor deeply hated. If he weren't unable to leave the heavenly realm, he would definitely go to the Fire Sparrow clan and personally eliminate this evil sparrow. Although he didn't say it explicitly, it was clear from his conversation with Wang Lin that he had helped Wang Lin perfect his plan, allowing him to sneak into the Fire Sparrow clan's sacred land, and even given him a precious feather. All of this clearly indicated something. More importantly, these three great villains in the primordial spirit realm have another identity, an identity Wang Lin had previously speculated about, and in fact, he was 7 parts certain. It could even be said that this answer was 9 parts accurate. 7 parts was enough for him to make an earth-shattering decision, let alone 9 parts. After completing this, he would leave the primordial realm and return to the wind realm. Injured by the first-generation Vermilion bird, and severely wounded by the power of a mysterious cultivator within the realm, he was forced into seclusion to heal. He didn't appear for thousands of years, but secretly manipulated the primordial realm, preparing a series of wicked schemes. His daughter entered the realm to seduce Qinglin, destroying the power of the 4 great immortal realms of the Wind Realm's master, and conspired with others to force the Wind Realm's master to suffer a physical breakdown, nearly dying. Anyone he set his sights on within the realm was lured by his schemes. Like Sima Mo, Qinglin, and even if I'm not mistaken, Qing Shui's madness back then was very likely related to this person. Everything was his conspiracy. Now he's in seclusion healing his injuries. How can I miss this opportunity? A look of madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. What he wanted to do was inherently insane. The radiance of this formation suddenly flashed, and in an instant, an earth-shattering rumbling sound reverberated. The formation quickly rotated, forming a vortex, and amidst the thunderous explosion, disappeared from the Great Emperor Star. Wang Lin's figure also vanished. The old Vermilion bird sat by the lake, opening his eyes, silently watching where Wang Lin had just disappeared. After a long time, he whispered, "Ancestor, you consistently felt that he was not a member of our Vermilion bird clan, even though he had passed the trial. But your disciple believed he was. I did not follow your instructions and arbitrarily imparted the most powerful technique of our Vermilion bird clan to him, because this was something he had already achieved after completing the trial." In the sacred land of the Fire Sparrow clan, Liu Jinbei was entangled by countless threads, his mournful cries echoing. Sulaguo, his mind screaming, hastily summoned Wang Lin. The figure within the 7 colored flames did not stop Sulaguo, but merely uttered 3 words, "Very clever." The moment these 3 words left his mouth, a deafening roar erupted from within the whirlwind of swords Sulaguo had transformed into. It seemed as if a power from the void, emanating from the hazy starry sky, had located the position Sulaguo had pinpointed, tearing open the whirlwind. Amidst the roar, 2 invisible giant hands emerged from the void, tearing apart the whirlwind as if ripping through a sheet of iron. The thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through heaven and earth, and the whirlwind was split in 2, shattering. As soon as the whirlwind dissipated, a gigantic rift appeared between heaven and earth. The rift flashed with lightning, and a raging fire blazed. Wang Lin's figure emerged from within, his hair white and his robes white. A look of ferocity lurked in Wang Lin's eyes as he glanced at the figure sitting cross-legged within the 7 colored flames. Grand Elder! The 7 colored flames blazed fiercely, and the figure within seemed to open its eyes, revealing 2 beams of ancient light that shone upon Wang Lin. "I still remember. You are Wang Lin." A faint, resonant voice echoed through the heavens and earth. That's right. Wang Lin made no attempt to conceal his identity, his expression becoming even more ferocious. As soon as he spoke, He raised his right hand, and immediately lightning and 9 colored flames materialized, rushing towards Suli Guo, engulfing him and dragging him into his storage space. The thunder roared, carrying 9 colored flames as it approached Liu Jinbiao, transforming into a fiery hand simmering with lightning that seized him, pulling him, who was struggling amidst countless tentacles, into the storage space. This action was not hindered by the figure within the 7 colored flames. Very good. I sense the presence of Qinglin, Qing Shui, and Sima Mo in you. You know I am here, yet you dare to come. Perhaps that old vermilion bird of the first generation gave you courage. You think I am severely injured and haven't recovered in recent years, which is why you've been lurking around. That's right, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, his tyrannical expression intensifying as he advanced step by step, heading straight towards the 7 colored flames. The flame in his left eye intensified, erupting directly from within with a thunderous roar, transforming into a 9 colored, illusory flame that formed a whirlwind of attack. Lightning flashed in his right eye, manifesting thunder. A flame of 7 colors, carrying lightning, swirled around, transforming into 9 ancient thunder dragons. Within the thunder, a crack vaguely appeared, leading to the ancient thunder realm. His left hand formed a hand seal, pointing towards the sky as he advanced. Immediately, a fragrant scent of plants and trees filled the air, transforming into countless forests. Amidst the rumbling, the ancient tree spirits suddenly rose from nowhere, attacking the 7 colored flame with a low roar. A blood-red light filled the sky, transforming into a deafening scream. Following Wang Lin's gesture, the blood sword swiftly shot forward. Even with both hands forming a hand seal, Wang Lin's entire cultivation suddenly erupted, spreading in all directions, forming a thunderous attack. Everything happened in an instant, incredibly fast. In a flash, Wang Lin unleashed all his divine abilities and magical treasures, launching an attack towards the 7 colored flame. The figure within the 7 colored flames laughed a long, mournful laugh. You guessed correctly, my clan is indeed severely wounded and not yet healed. But you bringing the heaven-defying technique is also a gift to me, giving me hope for complete recovery. The figure raised his right hand, his hand indistinct, only vaguely revealing armor. Since I began cultivating, many have hated me to the bone, but ultimately, no one has been able to kill me. You may be talented, but you are still not worthy. I only need to unleash one technique. As the figure within the 7 colored flames raised his right hand, he unleashed a claw-like attack into the air. The heavens and earth in this realm can be considered a well. As these words were spoken, the entire starry sky rumbled, ripples spreading below, and a wave of water vapor surged forth. In an instant, the starry sky was enveloped by an unimaginable force, transforming into a body of water. If you looked down from above, you could clearly see that this body of water was unexpectedly a well. Everything here, all your magical powers and treasures, even your own body, are inside this well. The starry sky transformed into a body of water, its ripples calming down. As soon as everything settled, everything above was reflected on the water's surface. Wang Lin's flames, his whirlwind, his undying thunder, and the ancient wood spirit. In the center was Wang Lin's figure. This bizarre scene would undoubtedly shock anyone who witnessed it. The water reflected everything, except for the 7 colored flames, making it impossible to discern whether the flames were real above or below the surface. At that very moment, Wang Lin's body froze in midair. Not only did his body stop, but all the magical artifacts also froze, as if their souls were mesmerized by the water. Wang Lin clearly felt that the body within this water, formed from the starry sky, was himself. This feeling was mysterious, yet incredibly real. This divine ability of mine is called searching for the moon at the bottom of the well. There was no moon in the well, and even if it appeared, it was only the reflection of the moon in the sky. The words of the figure within the 7 colored flames instantly transformed into a world-shattering divine technique. As soon as the phrase searching for the moon at the bottom of the well was uttered, the figure within the 7 colored flames released its right hand, reaching out to grab the water below. The water immediately rippled, and the reflection of Wang Lin within it was suddenly pulled up at the moment the hand reached down. It wasn't water, but a struggling Wang Lin. But this Wang Lin's eyes were filled with ferocity. Wang Lin's mind froze. I found the moonlight at the bottom of the well beautiful, and I wanted to possess it. Now I have it. The figure within the 7 colored flames retracted its right hand, and the Wang Lin it had captured was now firmly grasped in its palm. "He is you?" The seven-colored flames roared and spread in all directions, revealing a vague figure within, a middle-aged man with a pale face but calm, serene eyes. This middle-aged man was very handsome, possessing a refined and dignified aura. He didn't look at Wang Lin, but calmly gazed at Wang Lin, who was held captive in his hands. "See, killing you is truly easy." The middle-aged man wore a gray suit of armor, its shape extremely bizarre, as if it were an integral part of his body, indistinguishable from one another. "Searching for the moon at the bottom of a well, what you find is a soul. It seems you are truly severely injured." Wang Lin slowly spoke. As soon as he said these words, his expression lost all trace of ferocity, replaced by complete calmness. The middle-aged man, holding Wang Lin, pulled him from the water, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Under his technique of searching for the moon in the well, all those reflected in his gaze lost all physical strength and were completely unable to speak. However, Wang Lin's words reached his ears clearly. The moment Wang Lin spoke, his body moved forward, his right hand swung up, and a vermilion bird feather suddenly appeared in his hand. With a single swing, the feather instantly dispersed into a terrifying flame, sweeping across and directly engulfing the sky in this realm. In an instant, the sky transformed into a sea of fire, the deafening roar echoing wildly, causing the flames in the air to suddenly erupt in fury, burning fiercely. The middle-aged man's right hand squeezed fiercely, and Wang Lin, whom he held, immediately let out a mournful cry, his entire body instantly shattering, utterly dead. Wang Lin's body trembled, his face instantly turning pale, but he didn't stop. He raised his right hand and pointed to the sky, following the incantation passed down by the first-generation vermilion bird, and softly shouted, "I, the sixth-generation vermilion bird, using the flowing water vermilion bird feather, summon the original spirit of my vermilion bird clan descending from the primordial realm." The heavens and earth rumbled. As soon as Wang Lin finished speaking, the middle-aged man stood up abruptly, his eyes flashing, and a cold voice rang out, "Indeed, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have prepared so much before coming here, using an ancient demon soul to replace yourself. Excellent, excellent." Wang Lin said nothing. Before coming here, he had merged with the soul of Cai Yunzi, implementing a crazy plan similar to the battle with Shui Daozi all those years ago. He vaguely sensed a sign. This vague sign was a life or death danger, a danger that was greatly related to Wang Lin's soul. With his careful planning and cunning, he dared to plot against the severely injured grandson, so he needed to be well prepared, even having a backup plan. To be on the safe side, he erased the consciousness of the ancient demon soul, replacing it with his own soul, making it his own. The technique of searching for the moon in the well is extremely powerful and awe-inspiring, but what he obtained was the ancient demon soul, not Wang Lin's own soul. Replacing one's own soul with the ancient demon soul is something only Wang Lin, as an ancient god, could do. Others could never do it. Even those with higher cultivation than Wang Lin would be shattered or discovered by this technique. Ancient gods and ancient demons are similar, so they can perfectly replace each other. But it was only because the grandson was severely injured that Wang Lin was able to succeed. But even if he failed, Wang Lin had to have a good escape route, and he would definitely not rashly come to this place. At this moment, Wang Lin seized the opportunity he had created. As soon as the man's magic within the seven-colored flames failed, he unhesitatingly unleashed the supreme feather bestowed by the first-generation vermilion bird to kill the three great evil birds. Within the overwhelming sea of fire, at Wang Lin's shout, the vermilion bird's primordial spirit appeared, and the flames in the air erupted, the sea of fire surging rapidly. In the center, above Wang Lin, a massive vortex appeared. This fiery vortex, upon its appearance, seemed to transform into a black hole, opening a gateway to a mysterious world. As this colossal vortex emerged, a vermilion bird's cry suddenly erupted from within. This cry was earth-shattering. Upon its appearance, Wang Lin was instantly struck with a terrifying shock. The vermilion bird, awakened for the fourth time, manifested outside his body, its eyes filled with awe. It seemed that Wang Lin's innate vermilion bird instinctively feared this cry. The middle-aged man behind the seven-colored flames looked up to the sky and let out a cry, his eyes also showing fear, not daring to fly into the air. This scene was too sudden. The pupils in the middle-aged man's eyes contracted. This old man unexpectedly brought this thing to kill me. Amidst the earth-shattering cry of the vermilion bird, within the fiery whirlwind in the air, an extremely terrifying pressure erupted and descended. Between heaven and earth, this pressure spread out, causing the heat to increase, seemingly transforming the area into a world of fire. Under this pressure, within the raging flames, a terrifying image appeared that Wang Lin would never forget in his lifetime. A gigantic vermilion bird descended from the fiery whirlwind, a single bird occupying more than half the sky, its power instantly increasing countless times. The vermilion bird's primordial spirit. That feather was the supreme treasure of the first-generation vermilion bird. Only he possessed it. The summoned creature was a true vermilion bird, found only in the homeland of the first-generation vermilion bird. This wasn't the vermilion bird's life-bound feather of a vermilion bird cultivator, but a real vermilion bird. This vermilion bird, emerging from within the whirlwind of fire, channeled all the flames in the sky. As it descended, the sea of fire in the air caved in, with the vermilion bird itself at the very bottom. As it descended, the speed of the flames was unimaginable, hurtling straight towards the middle-aged man within the 7 colored flames. At this moment, the entire sky transformed into the gigantic head of the vermilion bird's primordial spirit. This vermilion bird possessed an awe-inspiring aura, its eyes blazing with furious rage. Wang Lin recognized this expression at a glance. It was strikingly similar to the first-generation vermilion bird. The heavens and earth rumbled incessantly as the colossal, sky-obscuring vermilion bird descended with incredible speed, instantly reaching the 100-figure 7-colored flames. This spectacle was comparable to a single strike from an ancient god, but its power far surpassed it. Only the divine abilities of a mature 8-star ancient god could rival it. Inside the 7-colored flames, the middle-aged man let out a furious roar, raising both hands. Immediately, the 7-colored flames surrounding his body surged upwards, unexpectedly transforming into a vermilion bird, which directly lunged towards the giant vermilion bird. With an earth-shattering roar, the 7-colored vermilion bird, having just collided with the colossal vermilion bird descending like divine power, let out a mournful cry and shattered into pieces. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his expression ferocious. He clasped his hands together, raised them forcefully, and softly shouted, "Earth, water, fire, wind." His words shook the 8 directions. As the word earth appeared, an boundless expanse of land instantly materialized beneath his feet. As the word water appeared, surging waves suddenly rose from the ground. As the word fire appeared, the sea suddenly burst into flames, engulfed in 7-colored fire, blazing fiercely. Finally, as the word wind appeared, a raging storm swept across the flames. The 4 great emptinesses, the middle-aged man's expression was ferocious as he pushed with both hands, unleashing a thunderous storm. Behind the flames, the sea continued to surge. Finally, the ground, piercing through the middle-aged man's body, shot up into the sky like a boulder tearing through the heavens, directly hurtling forward. This scene, witnessed by Wang Lin, also shook his mind. Neither the vermilion bird nor the middle-aged man possessed the cultivation level of Shu Daozi and Si Mozi. It was an extremely powerful cultivation, especially the 4 great void techniques. If this clashed with the gigantic vermilion bird, the resulting shockwave would be enough to shatter the sacred land of the Fire Sparrow clan, and even Wang Lin wouldn't survive. Unless he could unleash a similarly powerful divine technique to counter it, he could avoid the impending world-destroying shockwave or choose a pre-prepared retreat, leaving the outer realm and returning to the inner realm. But the opportunity before him to severely injure or kill the Grand Elder was almost impossible to obtain again. Throughout his life, Wang Lin had always sought survival amidst peril, so how could he let such a good opportunity slip away? He wanted to stay in this outer realm, and after destroying the lightning plan, do something earth-shattering that would shock the entire ancient era, kill the Grand Elder. The first-generation vermilion bird was incredibly ruthless. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. That first-generation vermilion bird had lived for a very long time. His thoughts were extremely profound, and Wang Lin was clearly no match for him. Although he now understood his entire plan, he was still one step behind. The second-generation ancestor suddenly passed on the most powerful technique of the vermilion bird clan to me, obviously having seen through this, using it to help me, without hesitation. Wang Lin raised both hands and quickly formed a hand seal. In the first breath, the whirlwind of the middle-aged man struck the vermilion bird, a thunderous roar echoing through the heavens and earth, and the whirlwind shattered. The vermilion bird trembled, its flames emitting countless deafening explosions, and a powerful attack spread in all directions. Wang Lin directly unleashed his first set of hand seals. In front of him, the heavens and earth changed color, and a massive fiery bone suddenly appeared. In the second breath, the seven-colored flames roared, directly colliding with the vermilion bird. The heavens and earth rumbled, the vermilion bird trembled violently, its seven-colored flames shattered, and the second attack swept across the heavens and earth. Wang Lin's second set of hand seals suddenly appeared, and black branches emerged on the fiery bone in front of him. The third and fourth breaths passed in an instant. The surging seawater engulfed the vermilion bird, and with a thunderous roar, the seawater transformed into countless streams of steam, swirling in all directions. The vermilion bird's beak shattered, and the bird let out a loud cry, opening its mouth and spitting out a thin stream of air. This stream of air rushed towards the final resting place. At this moment, an unprecedented sound erupted in the sacred land of the Fire Sparrow clan, creating a sound that destroyed heaven and earth. The roar of the Grand Elder was also present, and the vermilion bird shattered with a loud bang. As it shattered, the third wave of attacks spread in all directions, and countless cracks continuously appeared in the starry sky. As these cracks appeared in the starry sky, the remaining violent aura filled the starry sky. The sacred land of the Fire Sparrow clan began to collapse under this attack. The aura spewed from the vermilion bird's primordial spirit fell upon the rushing ground, causing countless cracks to appear with a crackling sound. Seeing the ground about to disintegrate, the Grand Elder spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, transforming it into a cloud of red mist that directly manipulated the ground, propelling it upwards into the sky with a thunderous roar. The ground, soaked in blood, immediately stopped disintegrating and, with an unimaginable force, tore through the heavens. A deafening roar shook the earth. The countless cracks in the ground surged upwards, compressing the flames in midair and striking the enormous vortex where the vermilion bird's primordial spirit had appeared. The starry sky trembled as the attack swept across, tearing apart everything in an instant. The Grand Elder spat out another mouthful of blood, his face even paler. He spun around, glaring fiercely at Wang Lin, and took a step forward. Wang Lin was struck by this attack, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth, but his hands moved swiftly, frantically thrashing about, continuously unleashing hand seals. Around him, more than 10,000 hand seals appeared in a frenzy. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's face changed drastically. "Damn it, that old man unexpectedly passed this technique to you." Without hesitation, he strode straight towards Wang Lin. But just as he got close, the ancient with spirit released by Wang Lin suddenly appeared in front of him, wrapping around the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's expression was ferocious. He raised his right hand and fiercely swung it forward. An endless surge of power erupted, transforming into a massive palm print, like the sun, hurtling straight towards the ancient with spirit. A thunderous roar echoed. The ancient with spirit's body trembled, and it was instantly pierced by the palm print, hurtling towards Wang Lin. At this point, it was the 9th breath, and Wang Lin's right hand struck out the final seal. After striking these seals, his hands seemed unable to move. Nearly 2 million seals surrounding Wang Lin's body were instantly completed, immediately transforming into a raging firestorm that rose to the sky, merging with the fiery bone umbrella to form the enormous, unopened Ancient Burial Realm Umbrella. Ancient Burial Realm Umbrella. Wang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot. As the palm print approached, he unleashed the most powerful technique of the Vermilion Bird clan. Although he had only recently learned this technique, he was a Vermilion Bird himself, and he cultivated a forbiddance technique that allowed him to unleash divine imprints at incredible speed. However, he still didn't fully understand it, and its power was still weak at this moment. But even with its weak power, this great divine technique was still earth-shattering. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Wang Lin clearly felt the life force in his body being frantically drained away, absorbed by the ancient umbrella, and transformed into the strength to hold the umbrella. Open the world-destroying umbrella. Wang Lin roared, looking up at the sky, and swung his arms forcefully. The whirlwind of fire stopped in midair, merging with the umbrella to form the ancient boundary umbrella. A drop of fresh blood fell upon it, and in boundless, frenzied life force surged into it, causing the umbrella to emit a series of rumbling sounds. Amidst this noise, the sacred land of the Fire Sparrow clan, on the verge of collapse, was instantly filled with an unimaginable heat. Within this heat, even the approaching palm print was momentarily halted by the heat wave. The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically. At this moment, a low roar from Wang Lin suddenly echoed, shaking the heavens, and the umbrella slowly opened. As it opened, a world-destroying flame surged from within. This flame had no color. It couldn't even be called a flame, but rather a stream of energy, an invisible stream of fire. The umbrella gradually moved, and as it opened partially, the approaching palm print appeared. This fire energy erupted with a roar, instantly colliding with the palm print. With a deafening roar, the palm print instantly shattered, and the fiery energy did not stop, but slowly spread in all directions. Wherever it enveloped, everything was completely destroyed, becoming a world of death. This was world-destroying power. The vermilion bird's primordial spirit had just appeared in the starry sky, colliding with the Venerable's divine power to form an endless destructive force that annihilated all living beings. Now, that force collided with the fiery energy, and in a thunderous roar, the attack dissipated, consumed by the flames. The ancient dispersal of the world. The Grand Elder's face turned pale. He was already severely injured, and today's attempt at the moon-seeking in the well technique had failed. He was then severely wounded by the vermilion bird's primordial spirit, and now, seeing Wang Lin unleash this terrifying ancient dispersal of the world, his injuries worsened. His expression turned ferocious, his hands formed a hand seal, his eyes flashed with madness, and with a low roar, he tore outwards. A sharp pain surged through him, tearing off the fused armor on his body. With a swing, the armor transformed into a gray light that appeared in the sky, suddenly becoming an enormous hand. How can the ancient dispersal of the world be activated so easily? This armor was obtained from my master. It's an ancient treasure. And it's not strong enough to withstand an incomplete ancient dispersal of the world. With a low growl, the giant hand formed from armor flew straight towards Wang Lin. Its speed was incredibly fast, its size enough to cover the sky, comparable to the colossal vermilion bird. As it swept across, it directly collided with the fiery energy emanating from the ancient umbrella. A furious roar erupted, and amidst the thunder, the fiery energy was pierced through by the hand. The hand, continuously dissipating, hurtled towards the open umbrella within the attacking fiery energy. All of this happened in an instant, unbelievably fast. After continuously dissipating, the hand immediately reached the outside of the umbrella, its size reduced by half, and with a thud, it landed on the umbrella. Break the boundary, ancient umbrella, for me. With a loud bang, the umbrella shook violently. Wang Lin spat out fresh blood, his body suddenly thrown into turmoil. However, his cultivation level was still insufficient. He couldn't unleash the true power of this umbrella. Opening it into parts, causing the Venerable's palm strike to dissipate by half, was already his limit. Spitting out fresh blood, Wang Lin staggered backward. With no more life force entering it, the umbrella slowly dissipated. Its dissipation wasn't caused by that hand. But just as it was about to vanish completely, Wang Lin, while retreating, revealed a ferocious expression. His eyes filled with madness, and he softly shouted, "Boom!" The ancient dispersal, which was about to disappear, suddenly trembled. Just as Wang Lin's words rang out, a deafening explosion erupted. A destructive force suddenly spread from within, causing the entire sacred land of the Fire Sparrow clan to completely collapse. The gray palm print formed from the armor that was pursuing Wang Lin was instantly swept away and shattered. Outside the main gate of the Fire Sparrow clan's sacred land, the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes wide in astonishment and turned his head to look towards the blurry gate. But the moment he turned, the gate shattered with a thunderous roar, countless fragments flying out and striking directly at the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor. This scene was too sudden. The Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor didn't notice anything at all and was directly struck by the fragments. He spat out fresh blood, his body recoiling rapidly, his eyes filled with shock and terror. While he was still in disbelief, Wang Lin's figure flashed into existence from within the shattered door, swiftly retreating. Behind him, the sacred land collapsed even more violently, transforming into a destructive force that surged out from within the door. A low roar from the Grand Elder echoed from within, his figure flashing as he charged straight towards Wang Lin amidst the surging destructive power. With his cultivation, even though he was severely injured at this moment, he could still pursue Wang Lin. As he charged, the Grand Elder raised his right hand and fiercely struck forward, unleashing a gigantic palm print that roared after Wang Lin. Seeing the imminent threat of destruction, Wang Lin's face turned pale as he retreated, blood gushing out. He clasped his hands together and waved them. A wine-summoning, rain-breaking realm appeared around his body. As soon as it appeared, it immediately clashed with the palm print. With a loud bang, the wine-summoning rain realm shattered. Wang Lin spat out fresh blood, his body suddenly flashing with white light. After leaving the main gate of the sacred land, he appeared in the center of this cultivation planet, radiating endless light, directly condensing around Wang Lin's body, forming a gigantic light image. This was the divine ability of the Blue Dream Taoist, the light image shield. As soon as the light image shield appeared, it was struck by the palm print. The light image shield flickered violently, refracting wildly, but ultimately could not withstand it. With a loud bang, it shattered, transforming into countless fragments of light that scattered away. Wang Lin's face was extremely pale, and he spat out blood again. Seeing the palm print about to strike him, with a low roar, the ancient god star point suddenly materialized on his forehead. While rotating, it flew out from within the first star point of the Heavenly Emperor furnace, appearing outside Wang Lin's body, forming a protective layer that collided with the palm print. A deafening roar shook the ground. Wang Lin's body recoiled, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. The Heavenly Emperor Cauldron, though not yet shattered by the palm strike, was unable to fully form and was thrust back into Wang Lin's forehead. Let's see how you resist, how you escape. The Grand Elder pursued from behind, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing the palm strike less than 7 feet away, the oppressive power emanating from it shook Wang Lin's mind, his primordial spirit seemingly being forced out of his body. Facing imminent danger, Wang Lin forcefully raised his right hand, placing it before him. Immediately, the aura of an ancient god surged from his arm, transforming into an ancient god's protective arm, a magical artifact forged from the bones of an ancient god. As soon as this ancient god's protective arm appeared, it was struck by the palm strike, creating a thunderous roar. Wang Lin continuously spat out fresh blood. This cultivation planet could not withstand this continuous attack, and the entire cultivation planet instantly shattered into pieces. Numerous cracks appeared on the ground, like a shattered water sphere, disintegrating with a thunderous roar. Wang Lin's body was thrown backward, crashing into the center of the shattered ground, rumbling through it, retreating endlessly, penetrating the collapsing cultivation planet, and appearing within the starry sky of the primordial star god. His body frantically retreated, his body seemed about to shatter, and his primordial spirit became sluggish. Fortunately, his body was that of an ancient god. Otherwise, just one attack would have been enough to kill him. Yet, he had directly blocked a blow from the Grand Elder and was still alive. The Grand Elder was relentlessly pursuing him, traversing the starry sky, raising his right hand and once again striking forward. Suddenly, a thunderous palm print appeared, moving faster and with greater force, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression turned fierce as he forcefully raised his left hand and placed it on his right arm guard, softly shouting, 8-star Ancient God Life Protecting Technique, Ancient Arm Guard. The power of the Ancient God surged from within Wang Lin's body at an incredibly fast speed, all directed towards his protective aura. As soon as his words finished, countless ripples appeared in the starry sky, and an boundless aura of the Ancient God suddenly manifested in the void. From afar, one could see a colossal ancient god, comparable to a cultivation planet, suddenly appear before Wang Lin. This ancient god was ethereal, exuding an aura of endless weariness and suffering, bearing numerous wounds, clearly having endured hundreds of battles. His back was turned towards the pursuing Grand Elder, his arms encircling Wang Lin, shielding him like a child, using his body to protect Wang Lin. A warm sensation emanated from him, like the warmth of a parent, embracing him as if protecting their child, shielding him with their own body. The whole thing takes a long time to describe, but it happened very quickly. The moment this ancient god appeared, the Grand Elder's palm print roared forward, directly striking the ancient god's back. A furious rumble echoed through the starry sky. The ancient god didn't even move, the palm print shattered, as if the attack was nothing more than swatting flies. This scene even stunned the Grand Elder, who was about to unleash his divine power, but at that moment, the ancient god moved his right hand. The life-saving divine power of the young ancient god was certainly not just for defense. The colossal ancient god, as soon as the Grand Elder's eyes narrowed, spun sharply, his right hand clenched, seemingly preparing to throw a punch. As he turned, a punch shot straight towards the Grand Elder, 8 rotating star points clearly visible on his forehead. With a resounding crash, the Grand Elder had no chance to dodge. The ancient god's punch, like a giant meteor, directly struck him. The Grand Elder's face turned pale, he spat out fresh blood, and was severely injured. His body staggered, and he let out a mournful cry. This punch, combined with his full efforts to suppress the vermilion bird and the ancient burial ground, caused the injuries he had been healing for tens of thousands of years to erupt uncontrollably. After the punch, the ancient god's figure vanished, once again becoming a protective shield, merging into Wang Lin's right arm and disappearing without a trace. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. At this moment, he should have fled without hesitation, but instead, he swung his right hand, and a blood-red light flashed. Among all the magical artifacts he had collected before leaving the sacred land, the blood sword roared out, hurtling straight towards the retreating Grand Elder. With a loud bang, the Grand Elder, without knowing what magical artifact he had, was instantly paralyzed as the blood sword approached. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. His injuries were too severe, and he only had a little breath left. If his breath dissipated, he would surely collapse. Without thinking, he grabbed the blood sword and rushed forward, desperately trying to escape. But just as Wang Lin was about to use the shrinking ground technique to flee, the Grand Elder's weak voice echoed through the starry sky. Each word that fell into Wang Lin's ears caused his body to tremble violently, bringing him to a sudden halt. Wang Lin! Wang Lin, you are incredibly audacious, ruthless, and cunning. If you become my subordinate, as long as you agree, I can bring your wife and daughter back to life. Not just awakening their souls, but bringing them back to life. Wang Lin's head buzzed. His whole body felt like it had been struck by lightning. His eyes showed a look as he stared at the middle-aged man clutching his chest in the distance. If one day I were to become Simamo, and his sister were to become water, what would I choose? Perhaps that day has arrived. I'm not deceiving you. 2,200 years ago, I heard your name, and I know that you spent your entire life cultivating the Tao just to bring your wife back to life. The Grand Elder's voice, weak and slow, echoed through the starry sky, penetrating Wang Lin's mind like a sledgehammer. But this hammer-like voice transformed into a massive wave, raging wildly in Wang Lin's head, causing him to hear every word the Grand Elder said. The last 4 words, like thunder tearing through his body, entered his amber. Bring your wife back to life. I also know that you cultivated extensively to bring your wife back to life, but ultimately, no one could accomplish it. You certainly won't believe my words. You probably think I'm still severely injured and couldn't possibly do such a thing. This is indeed extremely difficult. Even before I was severely injured, I absolutely couldn't bring your wife back to life. But my master is a figure of unparalleled renown, a venerable immortal in this primordial era. I will go and beg my master, search the living beings of the realm, kill tens of thousands of people, and use their souls to create the longevity seal. Not only can I bring your wife back to life, but I can also revive your only son. Wang Lin was stunned, his mind reeling, unable to speak for a long time. His injuries were already severe, and he barely had a breath left. At this moment, as his breath slipped out, his body trembled, and he spat out fresh blood. The Grand Elder's voice was still weak, but a surge of demonic power overwhelmed Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a struggle he had never experienced before. Neither the suggestion of the Blue Dream Taoist back then nor the words of the first-generation Vermilion bird could compare. It seemed the Grand Elder had directly struck his weakest point, penetrating his Tao heart, like a technique of searching for the moon at the bottom of a well to retrieve water's soul. To bring Li Muwen back to life, Wang Lin would do anything. While desperately and hopelessly fighting, he still yearned for hope. At this moment, even a glimmer of hope felt like 1,000 armies crushing Wang Lin, causing his expression to tremble as if caught in a raging storm. Become my subordinate, and you will surpass even Si Mozi, surpass even Qing Shui and Qinglin. You will be the most important person to me. If you agree, I will bestow upon you the title of Lin Kangzi. Even my master can bring your wife back to life. If you don't believe me, I can ask my master to resurrect your wife first. After your family is reunited, you can agree. It won't be too late. Wang Lin's face turned ashen, the struggle on his face reaching its peak. His mind was screaming and shouting, his whole body trembling. Agree to him, become the Grand Elder's subordinate, and Wanner can be resurrected. Wang Lin, your entire life of cultivation is only for her. Agree to him, and after 500 years of separation, you can be reunited, and Wang Ping can be reborn. Then your whole family will be reunited. Isn't this the greatest dream of your life? Agree with him. You won't become the Grand Elder's servant, you won't have to obey his every command, and you will remain completely free. Which is more important than Wanner's life? Agree with him. Become the second Simozi, become the Grand Elder's man, break free from the inner realm, and from now on, be an enemy of Sichuan, Qing Shui, and all your fellow Taoists in the inner realm. This voice grew louder and louder, finally transforming into an earth-shattering roar, a frenzied sound echoing in Wang Lin's eyes. His face turned pale, his body involuntarily recoiled several steps. Bloodshot eyes immediately appeared, his body trembled, his mind seemed to shatter, struggling and writhing, transforming into a flood that threatened to completely engulf him. If one day the Grand Elder wants me to kill Sichuan, what will I do? If one day the Grand Elder wants me to burn Qing Shui, what will I do? If one day the Grand Elder wants me to return to the inner realm, how can I face everyone? Chu Yi, Chu are you? Big head, everyone. If one day the Grand Elder wants me to harm the second generation vermilion bird, can I bring myself to do it? A tragic smile appeared on Wang Lin's face, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth, a shocking sight. His heart seemed to be torn in two, ripped apart, the pain unimaginable. Water was everything to him. He wouldn't allow anyone to harm her. For water, Wang Lin could give up so much to bring her back to life. Back then, he could disregard life and death. Now, he could also disregard his own life. But some things are more important than his life. In everyone's life, besides love, there is also gratitude that he cannot abandon. From now on, the soul refining sect will be entrusted to you. On the Vermilion Bird Star, the patriarch of the soul refining sect, upon his death, wore a benevolent smile, bequeathing the sect's treasure to him, placing the sect's legacy upon his shoulders, and closing his eyes with a smile. Sichuan, disregarding the possibility of taking the heaven-defying sword, followed Wang Lin for hundreds of years, teaching him cultivation from a young age, acting as his master and senior brother. Without Sichuan, there would be no Wang Lin. Wang Lin once said something to Sichuan that encapsulated all his gratitude. Throughout my life, I, Wang Lin, will not kneel before heaven and earth, but only revere Sichuan. Zhou Yi, consumed by infatuation, his 1,000-year obsession even overshadowed by the power of his magic, gave Wang Lin a chance at life and death, helping him escape a life-or-death calamity. Zhou Yi was infatuated with Qing Shuang. If Wang Lin agreed, a heartbreaking battle would surely ensue. Throughout my life, Qi Yi has only wanted to do one thing, to be with Qing Shuang forever. Senior brother Qing Shui, though outwardly cold, was warm-hearted. Having acknowledged Wang Lin as the true successor of Master Bai Fan, he would stop at nothing to prevent anyone from harming even a single hair on Wang Lin's head, and would not hesitate to fight anyone. He is my junior brother. No one is allowed to harm him. If you injure even a finger of his, I will take your lives. Qing Shui's madness, the grief and resentment that led to the death of his wife, was clearly a conspiracy from outside. If he knew that the junior brother he wanted to protect had become a hunting dog, a servant to the one who drove him mad, his pain would be immense. And then there was the 5th-generation vermilion bird, clearly on the verge of death, yet still treating Wang Lin's wounds, even entrusting the vermilion bird's sacred sect to him. Those gentle eyes seemed to be eternally etched into Wang Lin's heart. I, Lu Yan, have dedicated my entire life to the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. Even when I depart this world, I can leave with a smile. You are excellent, very talented. Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, please take care of me. The old Holy Emperor's demeanor filled Wang Lin with respect. In this gratitude and respect, he couldn't face the benevolent old man who had passed away, with a disappointment and anger that were difficult to discern. The 2nd-generation Vermilion Bird, having only interacted with Wang Lin for a few short days, laughed heartily, his expression joyful, his eyes filled with admiration. And he made no secret of his affection for Wang Lin. He captured dragons to obtain their blood, repeatedly helped him through perilous trials, and even in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, He didn't hesitate to question the first-generation vermilion bird, imparting to him the method of manipulating the flame dragon and giving him the ancient soul forbidden's turtle shell. Moreover, before Wang Lin left, he inexplicably disregarded the first-generation vermilion bird's wishes and bestowed upon Wang Lin the most powerful technique of the vermilion bird clan, the ancient dispersal of the burning realm. That brat, don't forget, next time we meet, you must bring me the 7th-generation vermilion bird, and you must choose someone with sufficient willpower. That brat of yours, at first glance, seems as cold as ice, but unexpectedly, he has also experienced it. What a pity, what a pity. What's so good about dual cultivation? I truly can't understand it. And there are so many people, so many people. How can Wang Lin completely let go of all these things? Memories of C. Mosey. Every scene flooded Wang Lin's mind. He saw C. Mosey when he was alive as if he were seeing his own memories. C. Mosey today is Wang Lin in the future. C. Mosey, in order to bring his sister back to life, abandoned the Breaking Heaven sect, abandoned all his close brothers and sisters, even abandoned his own soul, becoming a servant of the Grand Elder, becoming his henchman, slaying and killing for him. With a single gesture from the Grand Elder, even his master, C. Mosey, shed tears and raised his sword to slaughter. If he hadn't witnessed C. Mosey's memories, perhaps Wang Lin's choice would have been even more difficult. If he hadn't experienced a suggestion of the Blue Dream Taoist, and the words of the first-generation vermilion bird, perhaps Wang Lin would never have had to make the most agonizing choice of his life. But after seeing C. Mosey's memories, Wang Lin wondered what he would choose if he were in that situation. He didn't expect that day to come so quickly. Today felt like a lifetime, and in that lifetime, C. Mosey's memories had given Wang Lin a path. I don't want to become C. Mosey, Wang Lin whispered softly, the struggle in his eyes replaced by anguish. But this anguish also revealed unwavering determination. I don't want to become your person. I don't want to, because I can't abandon their kindness. Love is a pain I can't let go of, the result of a lifetime of cultivation. However, my life isn't just about love. Like C. Mosey, who sacrificed everything for family affection, enduring the criticism of many for one person I, Wang Lin, admire him. But I'm very afraid of facing all those who have shown me kindness. Even if my wife were resurrected, we would become puppets. I wouldn't choose that. Perhaps your master truly has a way to bring my wife back to life, but if he can do it, then I, Wang Lin, can too. My wife, I want to be reborn myself. Wang Lin raised his head, looked at the Grand Elder in the distance, turned around, and, facing the endless starry sky, transformed into a rainbow, carrying a sorrowful aura, and flew away. No one saw the two streams of transparent tears flowing from the corners of Wang Lin's eyes, falling into the hazy starry sky, disappearing without a trace. Wanner. Pinger. Don't blame me. In his dazed state, an indescribable force seemed to surge through him, causing Wang Lin to struggle uncontrollably before transforming into a rainbow and departing. If it weren't for his initial choice and the suggestion of the Blue Dream Taoist, if it weren't for the first-generation vermilion bird giving Wang Lin a second test, which gradually refined his Tao heart and strengthened his belief to the level of a Grand Master, and more importantly, if he hadn't seen the memories of T. Mosey, seeing things so similar to himself. If it weren't for the images showing the different paths he had chosen, Wang Lin might have truly chosen to stay and become a servant of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's words had struck Wang Lin's Achilles heel. Although he had left the Fire Sparrow clan's territory, he was immediately struck from behind by the shockwave following the collapse of the Fire Sparrow clan's sacred land. A circular flame, raging in all directions, relentlessly destroyed the nearest Fire Sparrow tribes. This flame blazed up, engulfing the sky behind Wang Lin. A faint, rumbling sound slowly echoed, shaking the entire starry sky. But Wang Lin, still in a daze, didn't wake up at all. His heart felt as if it had cracked, and his whole body ached. After an unknown amount of time, the dazed look in Wang Lin's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a gloomy expression. His injuries had reached a point where they needed treatment. Otherwise, his cultivation would regress irreversibly. At his level of cultivation, ordinary injuries weren't a problem. Only serious injuries, those of such severity, could significantly impact his cultivation. Fortunately, as an ancient god, his body possessed incredibly strong regenerative abilities, a factor that set him apart from other cultivators. The same injury might take hundreds of years for others to recover, but for him, the recovery time was drastically shortened. Water, believe me, I can bring you back to life. Then we'll live together with Pinger. Our whole family will live in a mountain village where no one recognizes us. Peacefully for the rest of our lives. I also want to teach Pinger wood carving. Passing on my father's techniques to her, Wang Lin whispered, suddenly feeling a deep longing for home, for the vast starry sky within his realm. This primordial star realm, though immense, felt familiar to him. Here, the starry sky was boundless, its limits invisible. The dark sky, dotted with twinkling stars, held no warmth, only coldness. If anything, it was only the feeling of loneliness rising in Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin had spent 2,000 years in solitude. He was accustomed to loneliness and solitude. The coldness on his face wasn't feigned, but had gradually become his defining characteristic after thousands of years of solitude. His face was cold and expressionless, rarely even showing a smile. What remained constant was the profound sorrow hidden deep within that cold exterior, a sorrow that haunted him his entire life, never bringing him joy. In his suffering, Wang Lin's injuries worsened. He staggered forward, using the shrinking ground into inches technique to retreat into the boundless distance. In a region of the primordial star system, Wang Lin's figure appeared on a deserted cultivation planet. This cultivation planet had perhaps once been glorious, perhaps once home to powerful cultivators. But now all its glory had vanished with the wind, turning to dust, like those cities devoid of any spiritual energy, like an old man at the end of his rope, clinging to his last breath. At this moment, in the eastern part of this cultivation planet, shrouded in a chilling aura, the autumn wind slowly carried away the fallen leaves. The dry yellow color looked like spots on the old man's face, carrying a melancholic air. Autumn leaves were carried away by the wind, and through the dry yellow patches, a river could be seen in the distance, its waters rushing and winding northward. On the riverbank sat a figure in white, silently letting the dry yellow autumn leaves drift by. Wang Lin looked at the water's surface. A few autumn leaves were carried by the wind to this place, fluttering on the river's surface. After being half soaked, they floated away into the distance. Leaves returned to their roots, but having been carried here by the wind and falling on the water's surface, they might never return to their homeland. Who knows where they'll end up? Perhaps in a few years, they'll disappear to the bottom of the river, becoming part of the mud. If they had souls, their souls would carry their thoughts, flying out of the water and returning to the homeland where they were born. Wang Lin's reflection was mirrored on the water's surface, his features clearly visible. His pale complexion, cold eyes, and the sorrow in them seemed to merge into the rushing water, flowing away into the distance. I must return, Wang Lin murmured softly. Besides the wind boundary great formation, there was another path home, the jade slip that the mysterious woman had produced in the crack on the 9th level of the Cloud Sea star domain. That woman had once said she needed Wang Lin's help in finding a certain land, giving him this jade slip and claiming that opening it in the outer realm would allow him to bypass the wind boundary great formation and return to the crack. Wang Lin had studied this jade slip many times. It contained numerous restrictions, some of which even he couldn't fully understand. It seemed that these restrictions weren't something cultivators of this realm could grasp, but rather originated from another world. But Wang Lin was also a master of restrictions. Although he didn't fully understand them, he could tell from the jade slip that it had a 7/10 chance of bringing him back to the rift. Touching the jade slip, Wang Lin didn't open it, but instead put it into his storage space. Opening the restrictions within this jade slip required a certain level of cultivation, and more importantly, Wang Lin, in his current state, couldn't allow himself to appear before the mysterious woman whose friend or foe was unclear. In silence, Wang Lin looked up at the sky and murmured to himself, "Is he really the Grand Elder?" The middle-aged man, severely injured within the 7-colored flames, had admitted his Grand Elder status, but after calming down, Wang Lin couldn't help but have doubts. This person's cultivation level fluctuated. He could contend with the vermilion bird's primordial spirit. He could perform the seeking the moon at the bottom of the well technique. He possessed the 4 great emptinesses technique, knew about T. Mosey's affairs, and even knew his name. Based on the above analysis, he is undoubtedly the Grand Elder with a complex web of schemes. He cultivates fire magic, and the 7-colored vermilion bird manifests itself. He is certainly one of the 3 great evil birds. However, is he truly the Grand Elder? Wang Lin's reason for judging the three great evil birds as the Grand Elder is because he had previously analyzed that, within the primordial star realm, the Grand Elder's origins were the most mysterious. No one knew which clan he belonged to. Furthermore, there was another matter. Back in the demon spirit land, Wang Lin had met someone who he later learned was a disciple of the Grand Elder. What this person wielded was fire magic, a level no cultivator could possibly reach, which is why the Grand Elder knew the truth about the Mad Land and dared not act rashly. But now, after seeing the Grand Elder, Wang Lin also harbored doubts. Qing Lin once said that the fundamental power cultivated by the Grand Elder was the primordial force. But this person never displayed any divine abilities related to the primordial force from beginning to end. Most importantly, this Grand Elder had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, possessed a profound mind, and had repeatedly plotted against the inner realm. Yet, the middle-aged man who claimed to be the Grand Elder didn't seem to possess that heroic aura. Instead, he didn't seem particularly powerful. Wang Lin frowned, and after a long time, still couldn't find an answer. He sighed softly, no longer thinking about it, and took out some elixirs from his storage bag, swallowing them all. He sat there, closing his eyes and beginning to meditate. The autumn wind gently blew, and Wang Lin's figure slowly became indistinct, as if merging with the surrounding river and the autumn wind. Even if cultivators came here, they wouldn't be able to detect a person sitting on the riverbank. Time passed slowly, and 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Wang Lin's injuries hadn't worsened, but they were no longer serious. However, his injuries had recovered more than half. Even without considering his divine abilities, the power of the 6-star ancient god alone had restored 5/10 of his strength. Wang Lin knew time was of the essence. He had severely wounded the suspected Grand Elder, which would undoubtedly cause a great stir in the primordial star realm, especially since he was being hunted by people from the primordial star realm. Having just left the land of madness, he was certain someone would pursue him to the death. As for the land of madness, he suspected that someone had already placed a seal outside when he left. If he returned rashly, he would be unable to enter the land of madness, only walking into a trap. Therefore, he used his time to quickly restore his cultivation. But one day, while cultivating, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. For some inexplicable reason, a feeling of dread arose in his heart, a premonition he had acquired from his state of confusion after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Something's wrong. Wang Lin stood up, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, his expression growing more somber. The surroundings had become completely silent. Even the autumn wind had vanished. It was nighttime, the bright moon shining down, illuminating the entire area. The moonlight illuminated the river, revealing countless ripples on its surface, as if trembling and beginning to shake. Autumn leaves had fallen onto the river, forming circles and slowly swirling. Without hesitation, Wang Lin stepped forward, the earth twisting and the ripples swirling around him. With a single step, Wang Lin's body would have disintegrated, but at that moment, just as his body was about to merge with the heavens and earth, the sky rumbled violently. As the heavens and earth changed color, a massive crack suddenly appeared, sweeping across the area. An immeasurable pressure descended upon this ordinary cultivation planet. From within the crack, a huge, powerful hand reached out, grabbing Wang Lin as he was about to merge with the heavens and earth. A colossal rift suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting an earth-shattering sound. This sound wasn't a howl, but more like a Wolf's howl, utterly sinister, forcing Wang Lin's body, which was merging with the heavens and earth, to retreat. All of this happened in an instant. Just as Wang Lin's body was forced out by the Wolf's howl, the gigantic hand slammed down. It seemed everything had been perfectly calculated. It had found Wang Lin, anticipated his escape using the shrinking ground technique, and somehow, using some kind of divine ability or magical artifact, it unleashed this deafening Wolf's howl to hinder his escape. In that instant, the hand slammed down, its aura containing a powerful force of incense. The one who wanted to kill Wang Lin wasn't a second-stage cultivator, but a third-stage cultivator. More precisely, someone who had just entered the third stage, like Sima Mo, a beginner in the Void Nirvana realm. Especially since his aura was filled with a tyrannical intensity, he charged straight towards Wang Lin. Without hesitation, Wang Lin spun around, raising his right hand, and a claw appeared in his palm. This claw was pitch black, and as soon as it appeared, a gloomy aura permeated it. Illuminated by the moonlight, the black claw seemed to emit mournful cries. This claw was the very thing the great desolate venerable had given him in front of the old vermilion bird. Without a second thought, Wang Lin raised his right hand and swung it. The claw, accompanied by a howling sound, hurtled towards the other hand. All of this happened in an instant, incredibly fast. The claw stirred up a black wind, colliding with the other hand. A deafening explosion followed, and the claw pierced through the hand, shattering with a loud crash. As it shattered, a sharp pain immediately spread throughout the hand, radiating up the arm. The autumn wind blew, and the other arm suddenly trembled, turning into a cloud of black dust and dissipating. This fingernail was incredibly powerful, exceeding Wang Lin's expectations. Although the hand vanished, it still unleashed a violent surge of energy upon his body, causing Wang Lin to spit out blood. With a ferocious expression, his right hand swung up again, and the ancient breath leaf, like a shooting star, hurtled towards the crack that had appeared in the sky. Seal. The ancient breath leaf, catching the wind, suddenly grew larger 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, sealing the crack with a thunderous roar. Just as a howling sound emanated from within the crack, Wang Lin advanced step by step, his entire body merging with the heavens and earth, instantly disappearing. 3 breaths after he left, the ancient breath leaf sealing the crack in the sky transformed into countless points of starlight and vanished. In the vast starry sky of the primordial spirit realm, Wang Lin emerged, his expression grim. He formed a hand seal and said, "Falling leaves return to their roots." Immediately, a burst of starlight appeared before him, transforming into an ancient breath leaf, which he grasped in his hand. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly flew forward, once again employing the shrinking ground technique, disappearing into the starry sky. The current situation doesn't allow me to return to the rift in the cloud sea. The pursuit by the Grand Elder is merely a test to see how many powerful experts I can lure out. While being pursued, I can utilize them to devour and restore my cultivation, Wang Lin sneered. On that desolate cultivation planet, after the ancient breath leaf vanished from the rift in the sky, a figure emerged from within. This figure was a burly man, 3 jong tall, with a ferocious expression and eyes that revealed a ruthless cold light. On his forehead was a mark. Surprisingly, it was the terrifying green Volf's head. Under the Grand Elder's command were the 4 great ancient ferocious clans, and the Fengshan Volf clan was one of them. A young woman sat on his shoulder, dressed entirely in red, her appearance extremely captivating, her face as beautiful as a peach blossom, possessing an alluring charm that could mesmerize anyone with every movement. She also had a mark on her forehead, a very strange symbol that Wang Lin would undoubtedly recognize immediately. This mark was none other than the extremely mysterious Wind Annihilation clan from the ancient spirit realm. Years ago in the 7-colored realm, Wang Lin had encountered an old man from the Wind Annihilation clan who had brought him an extremely perilous life-or-death ordeal. His techniques, in particular, were etched in Wang Lin's memory. But this woman's cultivation level hadn't reached the 3rd stage yet, still only at the 3rd stage of the heavenly human realm. She held a compass in her hand, bent down to tap it, then looked up and chuckled softly, saying, "Due to the east, 145 miles. But your arm has been poisoned. Your combat power has decreased by 3/10. If I hadn't helped you, the poison could have penetrated your body." The burly man snorted coldly, his body moving forward. With a rumbling sound, the heavens and earth shook, and the ground on this desolate cultivation planet collapsed, instantly shattering into pieces. Under the burly man's footsteps, this cultivation planet crumbled, and at the moment of collapse, a huge shockwave spread out. But before this shockwave could fully spread, the burly man raised his left hand, condensing it into a shimmering, illusory ball of light, and swung it towards the starry sky ahead. The sphere of light fell into the void, emitting a deafening explosion that caused the void to twist and tear, forming a constantly flickering black hole. The burly man took a step and walked directly into the black hole. Wang Lin, currently within the primordial spirit realm, was using the shrinking ground into inches technique to advance. As soon as he reappeared, he forcefully swung his right hand, unhesitatingly throwing the Shi backward. At that moment, a swirling black hole suddenly appeared in the starry sky behind him. From within, the figure of the Fengshan Volf clan's burly man materialized. Just as this black hole appeared, Gushi suddenly landed on it. "Seal," Wang Lin's voice rang out coldly. However, his pupils couldn't help but flicker. He vaguely saw the woman sitting on the burly man's shoulder inside the black hole, the mark on her forehead causing him to tremble. Without changing his expression, Wang Lin took a step forward, his figure disappearing. A furious roar and rumbling echoed from within the black hole, but Gu Shi remained completely motionless. A moment later, not far from Gu Shi, the starry sky rippled, and another black vortex appeared. The burly man of the Fengshan clan, his expression grim, walked out step by step, turning to look at Gu Shi. As his gaze swept over her, the leaf dissolved into a shimmering light. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? See, Mosey fought this person. Why didn't he say anything? And that young Luo Grandmaster, he immediately went into seclusion after returning. You shouldn't underestimate this person. If you weren't seriously injured, it wouldn't be easy for you to capture him with your cultivation. The woman chuckled softly, lowering her head to look at the compass in her hand. Northwest, 378,496 miles. The burly man coldly glanced at the girl on his shoulder. Although his cultivation had reached the third stage, he didn't dare offend this girl. This girl was the maid of Miao and Doozin, one of the 5 ancient venerables, who had suddenly come in person to help him hunt down Gu Shi. Your master must have gone to that ancient tomb land. What is your purpose in suddenly coming to find me? Speak first. The burly man didn't rush after Wang Lin, but calmly opened his mouth. Whether it's the ancient tomb land or not is still unclear, but based on some ancient texts, there's a vague confirmation. Not to mention my master, many experts in this primordial spirit realm are also heading there. Anyway, let's not talk about this anymore. That person has already left over 1,000,000 miles away. If you don't chase after him, he might escape. The woman smiled, her expression even more captivating. The burly man said nothing, only coldly staring at the woman. All right, let's do this. After we capture that person, you must let me take all the items on him. If you agree, the Dao Venerable will reward you with a 6th grade Dao spirit as a token of gratitude. The girl glared, then chuckled softly. The burly man remained silent for a moment, then stepped forward. Northwest, 279,861 miles. This is the location of a branch tribe of your Fengshan Wolf clan. The burly man snorted loudly, and as he stepped forward, the void ahead was violently torn apart, his figure instantly disappearing. In the starry sky of the primordial star, Wang Lin emerged from the ripples. 6 cultivation stars ahead formed a circle, surrounded by the aura of a formation, clearly indicating the location of a tribe within the primordial star. Looking closer, a phantom wolf had flashed and howled, radiating overwhelming killing intent. With a furious roar, the burly man charged forward. The starry sky rumbled, as if signs of collapse were appearing beneath his feet. Behind him, a gigantic, ferocious phantom green wolf appeared. The colossal Azure wolf, tens of thousands of feet tall, its immense size not fully apparent in the vastness of space, still shook the hearts of those who witnessed it. Behind the 6 cultivation stars of the Fengshan Wolf clan, a sky-filling red mist emanated. Wang Lin's figure appeared. His eyes flashed with crimson light. His primordial spirit's injuries had partially healed. He coldly looked back, his hands not stopping for a moment. As he retreated, he simultaneously struck the 6 cultivation stars from a distance. The 6 leading cultivation stars erupted with a thunderous roar. One of them, under the violent shock, collapsed with a tremendous force. This collapse was incredibly earth-shattering. This cultivation star was not a desolate planet, but a cultivation star that the Fengshan Wolf clan had painstakingly acquired, brimming with spiritual energy. Its collapsing force was incomparable to that of a deserted cultivation star. It was not only covered in mountains and vast lands, but also permeated with dense spiritual energy. The thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. This cultivation planet was split into 4 or 5 pieces. Countless fragments of rock were swept away, forming a whirlwind that blew forward. The moment this cultivation star exploded, Wang Lin seized the opportunity. He had already calculated that the opponent would pursue him, and after devouring it to restore his primordial spirit, he would remain here to ambush the big man of the Fengshan Wolf clan, waiting for him to arrive before destroying this cultivation star. A single cultivation star wouldn't fully demonstrate Wang Lin's decisiveness and killing intent. The instant the first cultivation star exploded, the remaining 5 also simultaneously erupted with a thunderous roar. Countless fragments flew out, collapsing continuously, transforming into a terrifying force that spread in all directions. From afar, the scene looked like the sky falling, like the end of the world had arrived. 6 cultivation stars exploding simultaneously formed a whirlwind, erupting like a giant mouth that lunged straight towards the big man, devouring him in an instant. A deafening, frenzied rumble echoed through the starry sky. But at this moment, a terrifying roar of a heavenly wolf resounded. From within the whirlwind formed by the 6 cultivation stars, the colossal azure wolf, 10,000 feet tall, ferociously charged out. Though its size hadn't diminished, it had become significantly more ethereal, its aura considerably diminished. As it charged out, roaring with rage, it lunged directly at Wang Lin like a heavenly wolf devouring the moon, its wolf-like mouth wide open, ready to bite. Seeing the wolf's mouth closing in, about to swallow Wang Lin whole, Wang Lin retreated, a cold smile playing on his lips. His right hand suddenly swung up. Immediately, a turtle shell appeared before him. This shell emitted a 10,000-foot-long dark light, like streaks of sword-light piercing in all directions. The light flashed, and the shell became ethereal again, expanding wildly, unexpectedly transforming into a gigantic turtle. This turtle was a gift from the old vermilion bird to Wang Lin, originally a forbidden's ancient soul transformed from the great Emperor Star's arena. It protected Wang Lin, tilting its head back and letting out an earth-shattering roar. The azure wolf lunged forward with a loud crash and bit into the turtle's shell. From afar, the scene was incredibly massive. 6 cultivation stars collapsed, a whirlwind swept across, and outside the whirlwind was a colossal, 10,000-foot-tall, illusory azure wolf, fiercely colliding with the roaring giant turtle. The deafening shockwave spread throughout the starry sky, transforming into countless ripples that continuously expanded like raging waves on a vast ocean. The turtle's shell trembled, quickly shrinking and falling into Wang Lin's hand. He also quickly retreated. As for the azure wolf, it had first been injured by the whirlwind created by the exploding cultivation stars, and then suffered a backlash from the ancient soul forbiddens transforming into the giant turtle. Its body had collapsed halfway, and it was swept back 10,000 feet. The burly figure of the Fengshen wolf clan emerged from the whirlwind created by the exploding cultivation stars, and with a wave of his right hand, the azure wolf, which had just collapsed more than halfway, returned behind him. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, blood gushed from the corners of his mouth, and his body continuously retreated backward. Ripples swirled beneath his feet, but just as he was about to leave using the shrinking ground technique, his gaze vaguely fell upon the young woman on the shoulder of the burly man. His pupils contracted, revealing an imperceptible glint. The young woman was also surprised that Wang Lin's gaze had fallen upon her as he prepared to flee. If she understood Wang Lin, her mind would surely be shaken at this moment, and a sense of unease would arise. The burly man of the Fengshen wolf clan's eyes revealed killing intent, and as he was about to give chase, his expression suddenly changed. A phantom flame surged within him. This flame burned fiercely, instantly engulfing his entire body, even covering the weakened wolf behind him, causing it to let out a mournful cry. A phantom flame cultivator, damn it, the burly man's face instantly turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with terror. The young woman on his back also furrowed her delicate brows, retreating far back. Seeing Wang Lin preparing to flee, she raised her hand and lightly touched her forehead, softly saying, "Descendant of the Fun Clan, summon back our clan's great sealing divine power. Seal this person's escape route." Just as she finished reciting the incantation, Wang Lin, who was retreating, suddenly had his eyes light up. The moment his eyes lit up, the vortex formed by the explosion of the cultivation planet suddenly erupted with a blood-red light. The blood sword had long been hidden by Wang Lin on a cultivation planet. Even when the cultivation planet exploded, it remained hidden deep within the chaos, never revealing itself. But now it suddenly appeared, its blood-red light illuminating the starry sky, hurtling towards the young woman, instantly reaching her, piercing her forehead, and penetrating her completely. This mutation left the young girl standing there stunned. A flash of blood-red light pierced through the young woman's forehead with unimaginable speed, emerging from the back of her head and flashing straight towards Wang Lin, disappearing as Wang Lin's figure, using the technique of shrinking the ground to an inch, vanished. This scene caused the pupils of the Fengshen Lang clan's burly man to contract, his mind reeling, and a deep sense of fear rising within him. Clearly, he's a cultivator with illusory fire who's been patiently waiting, only to suddenly stir up my emotions just now. While I was fully suppressing my illusory fire, he had already concealed a treasure sword within his cultivation essence, instantly taking the life of the Mayaoan Taoist's maid. His schemes are truly profound. The treasure sword is unexpectedly a strange artifact, so fast and incredibly sharp. This person knows I'm a third-stage cultivator and perhaps has a way to counter that blood sword, so to ensure his own safety, he skipped attacking me and instead destroyed this woman. A look of apprehension appeared in the burly man's eyes. His apprehension wasn't about the opponent's cultivation level, but rather the layers of hidden tactics and Wang Lin's profound, ocean-like cunning. He didn't know that besides knowing he couldn't kill the burly man, Wang Lin had another crucial reason. He recognized the mark on the young woman's forehead. This mark represented a terrifying power deeply ingrained in his memory, the Wind Annihilation clan. This was one of the rarest ancient races, extremely scarce in number. The presence of this woman could seal all of Wang Lin's divine abilities. And once sealed, the consequences would be unpredictable. Wang Lin even believed that although this woman's cultivation wasn't high, her threat to him was no less than that of the burly man with the third-stage void nirvana cultivation. What a ruthless individual! A deep sigh escaped from the shoulder of the Fengshan Lang clan's burly man. The young woman, whose forehead had been pierced and whose blood flowed out in a startling manner, now had eyes that had been dull and lifeless, sparkling with vitality. The wound on her forehead was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually healing completely, but leaving a permanent scar. The wound on the back of her head was also closing in the same way. The young woman raised her hand to wipe the fresh blood from the scar on her forehead and put it to her mouth, muttering softly. His cunning and calculations are astonishing. He had already figured out the route we were pursuing. First, these 6 cultivation planets had left behind restrictions. The moment we arrived here, we took advantage of the chaos when the cultivation planets exploded, not noticing the flying sword hidden within. This was his true purpose. The young woman's eyes gleamed. He must know I am a member of the Feng clan. This whole scheme is to kill me. A captivating smile flickered at the corners of the woman's mouth, but her eyes betrayed an undeniable wariness. His schemes are truly profound. Once he considers an enemy, he's ruthlessly decisive. Such a character is not easy to provoke. We underestimated him. Even my master underestimated him. If it weren't for the fact that my Feng clan possesses 3 souls, I would have been dead just now. The young woman gritted her teeth, her expression calm, but her heart filled with fear. In that instant, she hadn't even had a chance to think. She had died once in a flash. This was the first time in her life she had encountered such a thing. Chase him, even to the ends of the earth. We must kill him. To the northeast, within 173,4,532 miles. This man's schemes are too deep. We must be on guard. I fear his escape route might have another meaning. This direction, the woman said softly. Her hand, holding the compass, trembled slightly. She suddenly looked up, gazing towards the northeast. That's the direction of the ancient tomb. Why did he hide inside? The burly man of the Fengshan Lang clan remained silent, slowly walking forward. The starry sky rumbled, and he opened a crack to allow him to escape. After the crack closed, the starry sky calmed down, only the vortex created by the explosion of the cultivation star still spreading. Outside the crack, a thick fog enveloped everything. This fog continued to swirl and churn, containing terrifying power. Even a third-stage cultivator would be swept into it if they weren't careful. This fog was dense, covering an area of 10,000 miles. Outside, many cultivators from the primordial star system were standing. No one noticed that at this moment, deep within the fog, in the ancient tomb, a dramatic change was occurring. A moment later, an aura that shook the entire primordial world erupted. A furious whirlwind erupted from the ancient tomb's crevice. The death energy accumulated over countless years in this place, fused with the vengeful spirits of the numerous skulls of ancient gods, demons, and monsters who died here, caused this whirlwind to surge out of the crevice, tearing apart the surrounding mist. The dense mist, spanning 10,000 miles of the starry sky, was instantly filled with an earth-shattering roar. Initially weak, the roar quickly intensified, shaking the entire 10,000 miles of the starry sky. The swirling mist seemed to contain a raging soul sweeping across the entire space. The mist began to move violently, spreading rapidly in all directions. The cultivators outside the 10,000 miles of mist had been observing intently, some even venturing into the mist to observe. But now, as the mist began to envelop them, their faces changed drastically, and they hastily retreated. The opening of the ancient tomb attracted the attention of most of the powerful cultivators in the primordial star realm, who, disregarding everything else, rushed to the scene. However, those who arrived were shaken to their core and forced to retreat as the swirling mist approached. From above, the mist appeared to be collapsing, transforming into a colossal vortex, violently swirling and roaring. An old man, who had reached the 4th stage of heavenly human cultivation, couldn't retreat in time and was swept away by the mist. He let out a tragic cry, his body trembling, his flesh and blood instantly corroded, turning into a lifeless skeleton, carried away by the mist. Countless gruesome deaths occurred beneath this swirling mist. The mist continued to spread, intensifying wildly across 10,000 miles, 30,000 miles, 50,000 miles, and 100,000 miles without stopping. This time, the mist intensified exponentially. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, up to 10 million miles, tens of millions of miles, all were enveloped in fog. Many cultivators had turned into skeletons, dissolving into dust. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It could be said that this catastrophe was extremely bizarre. But not every cultivator caught in the fog died. Almost 1 in 10 people emerged from the fog, their bodies completely unharmed, brimming with vitality, as if they had become 1,000 years younger. A strange mark suddenly appeared on their forehead, looking like a number. And it was indeed a number. Anyone with this number mark on their forehead would immediately be pulled by an irresistible force, directly sucked into the center of this vortex spanning tens of millions of miles. The young clone of the mystic sound Taoist quickly retreated. His expression was grim. Even though he was tens of millions of miles away, he was still unwilling to leave. Indeed, this is the ancient tomb land. This place must be it. Legend says the ancient tomb land has only opened once since the beginning of heaven and earth. Anyone who enters it experiences incredible luck, obtaining magical treasures, elixirs, and numerous divine techniques. It even contains a method that allows cultivators at the 3rd stage to enter the void tribulation realm. The expression on the face of the Taoist Master Mayan was uncertain as he quickly retreated. He gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and before the incense realm opened, a dense surge of incense energy enveloped his entire body, forming a thick cluster of incense souls swirling around him. Looking closely, these incense souls were surprisingly all handsome men, numbering over 100 million. Charge! The expression on the face of the venerable Mayan twisted as he took a step forward, not retreating, but charging straight into the mist. The moment he entered the mist, hundreds of millions of incense fire souls outside his body let out a series of agonizing screams. From within the mist, an unimaginably powerful force erupted, one that no one could withstand. Charging forward, the venerable Mayan's body roared with earth-shattering force. 4/10 of his incense fire souls were annihilated. The venerable Mayan's face turned pale. At this moment, he had only taken the 3rd step, let out a low growl, took another step, and with his hands forming a hand seal, unleashed a Taoist technique. But the instant the 4th step landed, a colossal force emanating from the mist struck him. The remaining incense fire souls outside his body were completely destroyed with a thunderous roar. The venerable Mayan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body hastily retreating. I cannot forcefully charge in. To strike once or not. Stepping back, a difficult choice appeared before the venerable Mayan. Even if it means sacrificing a clone, I want to try once. The venerable Mayan's expression twisted. His ferocious body lunged forward, not employing any divine abilities, directly entering the fog. His body trembled violently as the fog engulfed him. The cultivation of this clone had reached the mid-stage of the void spirit realm, but now, enveloped by the fog, it plummeted wildly. Early void spirit, complete void nirvana, late void nirvana, mid-stage, early void nirvana. In an instant, his cultivation weakened ninefold. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body quickly withered, losing its former vigor. A mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. The moment this mark appeared, a gravitational pull arrived, drawing his body into the center of the crack. I understand now. The 3rd stage of cultivation can neutralize the power of this mist. However, the highest restriction for entering this ancient tomb is the early stage of the void nirvana realm. Similar scenes occurred in several places within the vast expanse of mist. To the west, there was a colossal beast, as large as a cultivation star, Wang Yue. On its back was the old man with the yin-yang face, who also saw through the trick of this mist. His eyes flashed, and he made a decision. He quickly formed hand seals, and at the same time, Wu Dongshan and Ji Xiantian rushed out from his forehead and entered Wang Yu's body. After this, the old man's face turned pale, and he hurriedly retreated, softly shouting, "Wu Dongshan, Ji Xiantian, Wang Yue beast, the three of you enter the ancient tomb." The thick fog surged forward. Numbers simultaneously appeared on the foreheads of Wang Yue and the other two, drawing them deep into the mist. The old man recoiled, his figure disappearing from the fog's range, reappearing on a distant cultivation planet, immediately sitting down cross-legged. The old man in animal skins, whom the old vermilion bird called the Great Wilderness Immortal, also gazed at the fog, his eyes gleaming. He had cultivated his Tao throughout his life without a clone, and even less dared to weaken his main body's cultivation to enter this ancient tomb land filled with both opportunities and deadly dangers. But he didn't stop, raising his right hand. Each time he raised it, even cultivators who had retreated far from the fog were seized and thrown into the fog with a thunderous roar. These people screamed in agony, turning into skeletons. But after 7 people were like this, the 8th cultivator, whose body the old man had captured, trembled, not dying, but a number appeared on his forehead. This cultivator was an old man with a sallow complexion, as if he had been seriously ill for a long time. The moment the symbol appeared on his forehead, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the great desolate venerable. A group of primordial spirits from his body rushed towards the old man about to be sucked into the mist, leaping directly into his forehead and possessing him. The old man's body trembled, and with a tragic scream, he vanished into the mist. The great desolate venerable's face also turned slightly pale, and he turned and disappeared from the place. Third stage cultivators all displayed such divine abilities. The swirling mist, which had filled thousands of miles, did not stop, but once again surged outwards, seemingly without end. At this moment, Wang Lin's figure materialized in a distorted expanse of starry sky. Upon appearing, he did not stop at all but sped straight forward. But after traveling nearly 100 feet, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he abruptly looked up towards the distance. Suddenly, in the starry sky, it was as if thousands of horses were galloping, swirling up swirling clouds. What is this? Wang Lin's mind was shaken. Before fleeing, he had split his consciousness and merged it with He Yunzi, vaguely calculating that he should flee in this direction, as it would be extremely beneficial to him. At this moment, the starry sky was suddenly torn apart, twisted, and collapsed. A burly man from the Fengshan Wolf clan stepped out. The woman on his shoulder was still alive, but strangely, she was sitting there but hidden, making her difficult to detect. After appearing, the burly man from the Fengshan Wolf clan also saw the whirlwind in the distance, and his expression immediately changed. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, but quickly rushed towards Wang Lin, raising his right hand to make a hand seal, and a wolf howl emanated from his body. 8 directions, extreme wolf Dao, the burly man from the Fengshan Wolf clan shouted softly. The starry sky around him rumbled, and 8 illusory wolf figures, thousands of feet tall, suddenly materialized, circling in 8 directions, roaring and charging towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his body transformed into a shooting star, soaring forward. His speed suddenly increased dramatically. In an instant, the swirling mist from afar roared towards the 8 azure wolves. Boom! The whirlwind struck, instantly obliterating the 8 azure wolves. Then, amidst the roaring sound, it continued to engulf the large man from the Fengshan Wolf clan who had turned pale and was retreating. This man was unaware of the mist's strangeness, but he sensed an incredibly powerful force within it. His speed was slower than the whirlwind, and he was swept away by it. His cultivation was already at the early stage of the Void Nirvana realm, and he couldn't afford to weaken any further. A mark suddenly appeared on his forehead, but a blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from his right shoulder. Amidst the agonizing screams hidden within the raging storm, the young woman, who had been concealing herself and plotting against Wang Lin, perched on the right shoulder of the Fengshan Lang clan's burly man, was forced out of the mist of the ancient tomb. Regardless of cultivation level, one must undergo a test. Even a third-stage expert must, let alone a mere woman of the Fenmian clan. The moment her figure emerged, she was instantly shaken. Her entire body withered, and in an instant, the mist completely consumed her, turning her into a skeleton. But within the mist, she died again, yet her bones did not disintegrate. Instead, at the moment of death, a gray light emanated from within. In a flash, flesh and blood regenerated in a bizarre way, and almost immediately, the recently deceased young woman came back to life, her eyes revealing an uncontrollable terror. In a short time, she had been killed by Wang Lin once before, which was still fortunate, but then she was attacked by the fog and immediately died without any strength to resist. The Wind Annihilation clan had 3 lives, and now 2 were dead. But that wasn't the reason for her fear. What she feared most at this moment was that even though she was still alive, with 1 life remaining, she was still trapped in the mist. This mist was an invisible killer even if she survived. Another attack from it would surely kill her. Therefore, as soon as she came back to life, the young woman's face turned pale, and she hastily retreated, trying to escape the mist. But how could she possibly match the speed of the mist? As soon as her body reappeared, before she could retreat further, the mist aggressively entered her body. Despair filled the young woman's eyes. Her Wind Annihilation clan could be said to possess immortal bodies, but at this moment, the fear of death was overwhelming. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, incredibly fast. The girl was once again enveloped in mist, already utterly despairing, but the mist within her body suddenly dispersed. Not only did she not die, but a surge of life force rose within her, powerfully entering her forehead and forming numerical symbols. In this brief moment, the girl experienced a life or death situation. Sweat soaked her clothes, and before her mind could recover, a powerful force enveloped her entire body. In her panic, unable to struggle, she was directly sucked deep into the mist. There was also that burly man from the Fengchen Wolf clan, who was sucked deep into the mist before the woman. Wang Lin clearly saw this scene, his eyes flashing. The sight of the woman coming back to life shocked him. I killed her once before, and now that strange mist is killing her again. Is she immortal? The Fengmi clan, no wonder they're so powerful. But her expression doesn't seem fake. That despair in her eyes is genuine. If this woman dies again, she certainly won't be able to come back to life, Wang Lin observed carefully. His mind was sharp, and analyzing this wasn't difficult for him. What truly puzzled him was his own current situation. He was engulfed by the mist, but after the mist entered his body, instead of forming numerical symbols on his forehead, it transformed into a surge of ancient divine power, which was immediately absorbed by the luminous point on his forehead. But within the power of this ancient god, there was a great deal of death energy, and resentment overflowed. After Wang Lin absorbed it, a violent surge arose within his body, as if transforming into a raging, turbulent aura that roared in his head. If he hadn't quickly suppressed it and immediately stopped the absorption, that aura would have disturbed his mind. Even so, after dispelling this raging ancient god power, an unprecedented clarity dawned on him. This feeling was incredibly clear, as if he had finally understood everything. There were no numerical symbols on his forehead, so he wasn't affected by the gravitational pull. His body enveloped in mist, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he continuously analyzed the situation in his mind. Gradually, his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he recalled the numerical symbols and the location of this place, his pupils contracting. Those numerical symbols are incomprehensible to outsiders, but they are clearly ancient characters. Could this place be the way out of the ancient tomb area as Them Lang had said? Wang Lin's mind was shaken violently. He spun around, glaring deep into the mist towards the burly man of the Fengchen Wolf clan and the woman. No wonder those ancient symbols didn't appear on my forehead. No wonder that mist transformed into ancient god power after entering my body. The number on the burly man's forehead is 14, and on the woman's is 2. Wang Lin licked his lips, pondering for a long time. This place is fraught with danger, and that ancient tomb area is even more perilous. To go, or not to go? After a few breaths, Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. That was his nature. He sought fortune in the face of danger. If we miss the opportunity to enter the ancient tomb land, who knows how long we'll have to wait for it to open again. Perhaps we'll never have another chance in our lifetime. His eyes flashed. Wang Lin's expression turned cold as he flew deep into the mist. The greater the danger, the greater the chance and opportunity. Let me see what terrifying or extraordinary things this ancient tomb land truly holds. As an ancient god, entering this place is naturally far better than for others. Wang Lin's body moved like a fish swimming in water, swiftly advancing, resolutely ignoring the absorption of the mist filled with death and resentment. Although this mist could strengthen his ancient god power, Wang Lin understood that his consciousness would likely no longer belong to him, but would be manipulated by the death and resentment. Turning him into a living corpse, Wang Lin's speed increased, but his expression became more cautious, not overly cautious, but not nearly so either. Throughout his life, he had relied on caution to overcome countless life or death dangers. If he were reckless, it would only be a plan against the suspected Grand Elder, a crazy idea that flashed through his mind, not a pre-planned conspiracy. To be precise, it suddenly arose after his conversation with the great vermilion bird. In his heart, he naturally conceived many ideas and reasons for this matter, even merging with the soul of Tianzi to carry out his plan. He even came up with an idea. If the Grand Elder was truly in seclusion there, and if his injuries had somewhat recovered, he would immediately take the jade slip and flee back to the inner realm. All of this seemed to be his own idea, appearing naturally. But after escaping from the sacred land of the Fire Sparrow clan, from the moment Wang Lin began to doubt whether the middle-aged man was the Grand Elder, a terrifying doubt arose in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. How could I have done such a crazy thing? But this doubt immediately vanished from his mind, as if distracted by another issue, causing him to forget it. As soon as he doubted the Grand Elder's identity, another doubt arose. But after entering the mist, a sudden realization dawned on him. It seemed as if the inside of this mist was a world apart from the outside. In his days, an unknown force descended upon Wang Lin's body, immediately blocking his entry into the mist. The dissipation of this force rekindled his previously dispelled doubts, growing stronger and stronger, almost instantly causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Turning sharply, Wang Lin stared intently at the swirling mist behind him, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the infinity, seeing the peaceful primordial star. After a long while, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, a hint of fear in his eyes. He had never experienced such a feeling in his life. Recalling the scene after he arrived at the primordial star, Wang Lin felt as if a force in the void was manipulating him. After a moment of silence, the fear in Wang Lin's eyes was replaced by a cold glint. He carefully pondered for a long time, confirming that his decision to enter this ancient tomb land was made after careful analysis, not out of a daze. Then, turning around, he plunged deeper into the mist. His speed increased steadily, like a rainbow, relentlessly advancing into the depths of the fog. He saw cultivators struggling, overwhelmed by the gravitational pull, screaming as they passed by. The numbers 4, 5, 7, and 1 are on their foreheads. In his silence, Wang Lin gradually reached the deepest part of the mist, seeing a ferocious rift in the distance. The world within the rift was not shrouded in mist, but rippled with waves. Even so, Wang Lin could see ferocious heads scattered across the ancient tomb land on the floating rocks within. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he stepped into the crevice. Suddenly, the surrounding mist roared. Wang Lin turned sharply, his eyes narrowing. He saw the mist behind him swirling, and amidst the continuous roar, a figure slowly emerged. This person was a middle-aged scholar, but his appearance was extremely beautiful, vaguely possessing a feminine quality. However, his face was slightly pale, clearly indicating that reaching this place had been extremely difficult for him. 9 strange statues swirled around his body. These statues were hairless, displaying expressions of anger, joy, or sorrow, each with a different expression. They circled the scholar's effeminate body, emitting faint yellow light. The scholar's journey from within the mist had even left a numerical mark on his forehead. He saw Wang Lin, his weary face showing surprise. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was also stirred. He knew the power of this mist, but he didn't expect the person before him to be able to reach this place. Without saying a word, Wang Lin turned and directly stepped into the crack, entering the ancient tomb land. Could this fellow Taoist help me a little? A very pleasant voice, like that of a woman, came from the scholar's mouth. Inside the primordial star, in a boundless expanse of starry sky, a huge palace floated, seemingly hidden within the primordial star, impossible to find. The palace was somewhat gloomy, with only a few candlelight flickering, emitting faint crackling sounds in the dim, uncertain flames. By the light of the candles, one could vaguely see a well on the ground of the palace. The water in the well was as clear as a mirror, reflecting three candles indistinguishable from each other. A figure clad entirely in black, their features obscured, stood silently by the well's edge, gazing at the water's surface. Beneath the reflection of three candles, a silver-haired figure emerged. Unexpectedly, it was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure was surrounded by the three candles, as if sealed. But just as Wang Lin, from the primordial star realm, stepped into the mist, ripples suddenly appeared beneath the water in the well within the palace, beginning to tremble as if disturbed by a force not of this world. During the tremor, Wang Lin's figure began to twist and turn, eventually fading away. The ancient tomb suddenly opened, disrupting my plans. What a pity! What a pity! Searching for the moon in the well, just a little more. The figure hidden in black, observing all this, spoke in a calm, hoarse voice. He raised his right hand, his long, slender fingernail touching the water's surface. TG, the ancient burial ground is of great importance and must be given priority. But just as the old man's finger, hidden entirely in his black robe, was about to touch the water's surface, a dazzling, intense blue light suddenly emerged from within, instantly engulfing the water and colliding with the old man's finger. There was no sound, but a circular ripple spread outward upon contact with the blue light, transforming into a powerful shockwave that blew against the old man, causing his robe to flutter. I might not mind you using the moon-seeking in the well technique on him, but if you intend to kill him, I think. A calm voice emanated from within the blue light on the water's surface, pausing before continuing. I will take action. The old man in the black robe remained silent for a moment, then said hoarsely, "You are no match for me. I can only worsen your injuries." The voice within the blue light remained calm. The old man in the black robe said nothing, and after a long while, it was as if he sighed softly, his hoarse voice filling the air. "We have an agreement. You wanted me to take action back then, and I did. You don't want to reclaim the bodies of your wife and children, do you? Don't forget you are one of the 5 ancient venerables." The silent voice from within the blue light subsided, and after a long while, this voice, carrying a sense of age and weariness, echoed through the great hall. "I still have a father." The great hall was completely silent. Only the faint crackling of the candles could be heard. Within this quiet hall, a voice, as if questioning something, could be faintly heard. "Just this once." The old man slowly turned and walked deeper into the main hall. The blue light in the well silently dissipated. "Fellow Taoist, could you help me a little?" Outside the ancient tomb's crevice, amidst the thick fog, Wang Lin stepped inside. He didn't stop for a moment because of this sentence, or any pleasant voice. He seemed to ignore it, as if he hadn't heard these words at all. His body transformed into a dazzling rainbow, directly entering the ripples outside the crevice. The fog twisted as Wang Lin entered. His entire being seemed to leave this world. All his aura vanished without a trace. While the middle-aged scholar was still stunned, his figure instantly disappeared, entering the ancient tomb's crevice. Wang Lin was not a child, nor was he curious, and he certainly had no intention of helping others for pleasure. The middle-aged scholar, resembling a woman who had traveled all the way here, was extremely frightening in Wang Lin's eyes. He had no desire to interact with such a person. Even if the other party had good intentions and wanted to help him, Wang Lin would not hesitate to leave. At this moment, his mind was extremely clear, very different from before entering the mist of this ancient tombland. But this difference also made him sense a danger. The more he recalled his actions inside the primordial star realm, the more Wang Lin felt that it wasn't himself, but a mysterious force that had entered his body, silently manipulating his thoughts in a very small place. Therefore, he was extremely frightened, but also became more cautious, completely ignoring the strange scholar, and quickly left as soon as he spoke. The middle-aged scholar raised his eyebrows. His current position was less than 100 feet from the crevice in the ancient tomb, but relying on his powerful cultivation and magical artifacts, he could only go this far. Further progress was impossible. Seeing the swirling mist all around, seemingly growing stronger, the middle-aged scholar sighed inwardly. It seems that entering the ancient tomb with my true form is impossible. That person's forehead doesn't bear the mark of the ancient tomb. His identity is clear. Besides the brute to Sen, only the ancient god who caused the seventh sister's clone to perish could do this. The middle-aged scholar's eyes flashed. He raised his hands, forming a hand seal, and immediately 9 statues surrounding his body began to emit bursts of light. With a wave of his hand, the light from these 9 statues intensified, connecting and seemingly enveloping his entire body. In an instant, from within the mist, a woman's figure emerged. She was exquisitely beautiful, dressed entirely in white, her body somewhat translucent, revealing 9 streams of light flowing within. As soon as she appeared, the mist surged and engulfed her. In a flash, a faint mark appeared on her forehead. With a soft sigh, she took a step and entered the crevice in the ancient tomb. As she stepped inside, the light within the mist began to dissipate. The middle-aged scholar recoiled, his face pale, and as he retreated, he muttered to himself, "Only by sending out a clone can I enter the ancient tomb." The body of that ancient god still vaguely bears traces of the quiet moon technique. No one else in the primordial star realm can perform this technique. Perhaps I can cooperate with this ancient god. My eldest sister and 8th sister have been missing for many years. My 2nd sister has found a partner. And even my 4th sister has disregarded everything to cooperate with that brute to Sen. My 5th sister has possessed another body. And that Taoist Master Lan Meng is obviously helping as well. If I don't find a partner, I'm afraid I'll be isolated. The middle-aged scholar pondered, his figure gradually receding into the distance. Just as he was about to leave the mist of the ancient tomb, the scholar's eyes suddenly flashed, his body abruptly stopped, and he glanced into the distance. In the distance, the mist swirled, and a low growl emanated from within, a violent aura spreading, the howling sound containing a hint of madness. "You don't need to call. I'll come myself." "Damn you, shut your mouth! Shut up! Shut up!" A heart-stirring, screeching laugh echoed through the air. This laughter was filled with an alluring, almost demonic quality. "I can't help but speak. The crazier you are, the more I like you. Being with you is more enjoyable than being with that useless, immortal venerable." In a short time, a colossal figure emerged from the mist. This figure was enormous, like a celestial being, but his body wasn't moving forward. Instead, it was moving backward. He was Thak Sam. At this moment, Thak Sam's eyes were bloodshot, seemingly insane, his expression ferocious, yet radiating an overwhelming, domineering aura. He continued to roar as he walked past the middle-aged scholar. "Isn't this the always arrogant 3rd sister? Why, with her 3rd stage cultivation, can't she enter the ancient tomb?" The alluring voice, tinged with mockery, emanated from the center of Thak Sam's forehead. The middle-aged scholar sneered, taking a few steps back and moving away in a different direction, his voice echoing. Hu Meizhi's nature is hard to change, even from afar. One can sense her malevolent aura. Yet, she still lacks the purity of the 3rd sister, who was once the saintess of the heavenly Tao sect. I fear she's still a virgin. You were captured by the immortal venerable back then, nurtured for many years, becoming an excellent cauldron. But unfortunately, that old man didn't have the fortune to enjoy you. I wonder who will possess you in the future." The alluring voice laughed, as if unconcerned, following Thak Sam's receding figure. The white-robed scholar's eyes flashed with cold light, and with a cold snort, he sped away. Inside the ancient tomb crevice, as soon as Wang Lin stepped in, he immediately felt a teleportation force. Before he could clearly see the entire place, his body flashed, quickly retreating several meters. He formed hand seals, and a series of shimmering lights surrounded his body, vaguely forming a light image that merged with his form. This was necessary caution. After all, this was an ancient tomb area, and many had entered before him, so he needed to be wary. Just as the light image appeared around Wang Lin, a loud bang resounded, and a powerful force suddenly struck him, colliding with the light image surrounding his body. Fortunately, Wang Lin was cautious and had managed to activate the light image shield before being ambushed. At this moment, amidst the thunderous roar, the light image surrounding his body emitted a dazzling light, refracting the incoming force and suddenly deflecting it. A painful cry, as if someone was hastily retreating, echoed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It seemed as if someone had ambushed Wang Lin the moment he stepped into the rift, but they immediately retreated. At this moment, Wang Lin couldn't see clearly around him. This place was somewhat different from the outside of the rift. Although somewhat similar, it was clearly not the same place. Obviously, upon entering the rift, everyone was scattered and sent to different locations. The sky was gloomy, and the ground was covered in thick fog. This fog was like a sea unfathomably deep, slowly moving, occasionally opening up like a bottomless black hole, seemingly waiting to devour. Floating platforms were everywhere in the air, each topped with a skull. Looking around, there were countless such platforms filling the sky, their limits invisible. As Wang Lin advanced, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe hastily retreated. His face was pale, blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on Wang Lin, revealing a look of terror. He was the one who had just launched the sneak attack. More than 10 cultivators were now in the air, their expressions filled with fear. As soon as Wang Lin's gaze swept over them, they all instinctively retreated. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he immediately guessed that these people had not only attacked together once, but also killed the cultivators who were bewildered and terrified after being drawn into this place, and seized their treasures. In the distance, there were scattered cultivators standing on high platforms. However, these platforms seemed to be surrounded by a strange power. Despite the overwhelming divine abilities, no one could break through and enter. A quick glance revealed several hundred cultivators, but the place was vast, so it didn't feel crowded at first glance. Wang Lin's character was one of revenge. Having just arrived here and been ambushed, how could he let it go? Moreover, this ancient tomb area was extremely dangerous, and everything depended on strength. Showing weakness would surely lead to a coordinated attack. Therefore, he had to display ruthlessness here. His eyes blazed with cold light as he looked at the middle-aged man hastily retreating, taking a step forward with his right foot. He moved with lightning speed, like a roaring shooting star. The middle-aged cultivator's cultivation wasn't very high, not yet reaching the 5th stage of the heavenly human realm, only the 3rd. The divine ability he used to ambush Wang Lin upon entering this place was 90% certain to succeed. Being ambushed like that, even someone with a higher cultivation level would be injured. After all, anyone sucked into this place would be momentarily stunned and disoriented. This fleeting opportunity was enough to deliver a fatal blow. Once they severely injured the cultivator, they would all charge forward together. Their ambush was prearranged, and this agreement remained in effect until they encountered a powerful enemy. Of course, it was also possible that a 3rd stage expert would be drawn into the rift, but 3rd stage experts were too few. To miss this opportunity to ambush and seize the treasure out of fear would be a sign of a lack of ambition. On the other hand, the oppressive aura of a 3rd stage expert was extremely powerful. Even upon entering the rift, it would be overwhelming, so they weren't afraid of making mistakes. But this middle-aged man never expected that Wang Lin, although not a 3rd step expert, had arrived here not because he was pulled by gravity, but because he came on his own accord. Without the slightest confusion or disorientation, his divine abilities, upon striking Wang Lin, were all reflected back, hitting him instead, causing him to instantly spit out blood, his mind filled with terror, his scalp tingling, and his soul to be scattered. He cried out in alarm, retreating without a second thought, flying away like an arrow. At this moment, seeing Wang Lin's murderous gaze, the middle-aged man's mind trembled, his face instantly turning pale and bloodless. As he retreated, he gritted his teeth and swiftly changed direction, flying into the mist. The middle-aged man's reaction was extremely quick, clearly indicating he was also an experienced warrior. He vaguely sensed Wang Lin's immense power, understanding that even if he retreated faster, he couldn't escape the impending death. Therefore, he desperately lowered his body, intending to rush into the mysterious mist. Entering the mist might lead to death, but not entering would certainly lead to death. This was understandable, but also a very difficult choice. Wang Lin, his figure like a rainbow, roared as he charged straight towards the middle-aged cultivator. The man, already descending, saw Wang Lin approaching so quickly, his eyes flashing with madness. He slapped his chest with his right hand, directly spitting out a mouthful of primordial blood, employing the blood escape technique, which could inflict immense self-harm. Causing his speed to skyrocket, he charged into the mist below, about to enter it completely. This man is no ordinary person. The opponent's quick analysis and decisive actions revealed the full cunning and reflexes of a third-stage heavenly human cultivator, yet his sneak attack failed. Facing him now, Wang Lin didn't use the body-fixing technique or unleash his blood sword to kill him. These techniques were not easily revealed. As he advanced, Wang Lin raised his right hand and suddenly swung it down towards the middle-aged cultivator about to be engulfed in the mist. The heaven-transforming seal instantly appeared, attracting the attention of the surrounding cultivators. The illusory palm print transformed infinitely, hurtling towards the middle-aged cultivator at an unimaginable speed. The middle-aged monk, while performing blood escape, suddenly entered the mist, intending to quickly descend, but immediately felt the surrounding mist swirl violently. A force comparable to divine power descended from the heavens. The gigantic palm print roared, seemingly tearing through the heavens and earth, directly falling onto the mist. The mist swirled rapidly, violently spreading in all directions, clearly revealing the enormous palm print within. A mournful, agonizing scream was suppressed beneath the palm print, and amidst the roar, it descended from the mist. With a thunderous roar, the palm print seemed to pierce through the mist, directly penetrating deep inside, revealing a shocking, palm-shaped black hole within. Inside, a cloud of blood mist and the remaining essence of his dissipating soul spread out, and the middle-aged monk, pierced by the palm print, shattered and died. Although the whole story is long to describe, it actually happened very quickly. Raising his hand to kill, the palm print left on the mist gradually faded, partially obscured by the surrounding fog. Though it dissipated somewhat, the single wave of his hand was enough to make it clearly visible to the surrounding cultivators. Many cultivators' eyes flashed, seemingly unafraid, yet also somewhat cautious. Some gazed at Wang Lin with a thoughtful expression, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if they had seen him somewhere before. In the distance, behind a floating platform, a young woman in a red dress showed fear in her eyes. She was the woman of the Wind Annihilation clan who had only one life left. She and the burly man of the Phoenix Heavenvolve clan had been separated after being swept into the ancient tomb. The whereabouts of the burly man were unknown, but this woman was with Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he advanced step by step, quickly approaching a floating platform ahead. This platform was approximately 1,000 feet tall, and a ferocious skull rested upon it. Its eyes were wide open, revealing a look of furious resentment. A large hole stood in its forehead, its original mark having been removed. Even without the mark, Wang Lin could sense that this skull was that of an ancient god. 3 large flags, each 3 feet long, were planted in the ground ahead, their tassels hanging motionless, as if lifeless. Approaching this point, Wang Lin immediately felt a repulsive force emanating from the platform, as if a protective barrier enveloped it, preventing anyone from entering. As he observed, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he sharply turned to look towards the sky. He saw a flash of light in the sky, and another person, after being swept away, was brought to this place. After seeing the person who had ambushed Wang Lin fail and been killed, the more than 10 cultivators in the air were terrified and dared not attack again. This person was a woman in white, with long, black hair reaching her buttocks. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, yet she possessed an icy coldness. Her appearance caused Wang Lin's pupils to contract. Her figure was strikingly similar to the middle-aged scholar he had seen outside the rift. The woman in white also saw Wang Lin, and the moment their eyes met, a dramatic change occurred within the ancient tomb. From the gloomy sky, a series of mournful rumbling sounds suddenly echoed, reverberating from afar like furious roars, spreading in all directions. The mist below, forming the ground, swirled violently, as if countless evil dragons were traversing within, churning the mist like a raging wave. In that instant, the entire world seemed like a secret chamber that had been unexpectedly opened, suddenly shutting shut, with no wind blowing in, and becoming increasingly dark. Within the primordial star realm, the crack within the mist quickly closed, finally sealing completely, leaving only the mist still swirling in all directions, seemingly eternal. In the ancient tomb land, as soon as the crack dissipated, Wang Lin immediately felt an extremely intense sense of danger surging from within him. He saw the swirling mist below, and suddenly a 10-foot-tall column of mist shot upwards. One cultivator, unable to dodge in time, was directly enveloped by the mist, dying instantly with a tragic scream. The numerical markings on his forehead transformed into flashing symbols and drifted away. This sudden event caused a commotion among hundreds of cultivators in the surrounding area. In that instant, the protective forces surrounding the floating skulls on the high platforms suddenly dissipated. The protective forces of 99 platforms vanished, and at the same time, more than 10 columns of mist shot out from the mist below. Any cultivators struck by them let out a mournful cry, their numerical markings flying off their foreheads and transforming into floating symbols. Below Wang Lin, another column of mist also rose up with tremendous speed, seemingly reaching within 10 meters of him in an instant. Without hesitation, as soon as the column of mist attacked, Wang Lin stepped forward, directly entering the now defenseless high platform. As soon as he stepped onto the high platform, a column of mist swept past it, soaring straight into the sky with a roar, but it didn't cause Wang Lin any harm. Wang Lin wasn't the only intelligent one. As soon as Wang Lin stepped onto the platform to avoid the mist, many cultivators' bodies flashed, one after another stepping onto the nearest platforms. However, there were only 99 platforms without protective shields, and the protective shields on the remaining platforms hadn't dissipated at all. Therefore, it was inevitable that several of the hundreds of cultivators present would step onto the same platform. Wang Lin saw two people simultaneously stepping onto a platform in the distance. Just as their bodies descended, thinking they could avoid the mist, a 1,000-foot-high cloud of mist erupted from below, instantly engulfing the entire platform. On this high platform lay the skull of an ancient demon, along with the cultivators, all enveloped in a thick mist, completely disintegrating. This was a power capable of destroying all cultivators present. It was incredibly powerful, capable of killing even a third-stage expert if attacked. This scene didn't just appear once. In the recent panic, two cultivators simultaneously ascended 50 high platforms, creating earth-shattering roars, and thousands of feet of mist rose, seemingly engulfing the heavens and earth, terrifying all the cultivators who witnessed it. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals, and immediately a thin stream of energy emanated from his body, enveloping the 1,000-foot-high platform where he stood, preventing anyone from entering. Nearly 200 cultivators had entered this place, but only 43 high platforms, now devoid of protective layers, remained accessible. Those who couldn't ascend would be instantly killed by the increasingly dense and swirling mist below. To survive, they had to fight and move quickly. Otherwise, if two people simultaneously entered a platform, everyone on it would be annihilated. At this moment, more than 10 cultivators, their eyes blazing with fury, charged towards Wang Lin in a desperate, life-or-death struggle. Below, the mist roared, columns of mist piercing the sky, and a murderous aura permeated the heavens and earth. In this area, only one cultivator stood on each of the 43 high platforms. Those who managed to occupy a platform during the first wave of mist, except for the extremely lucky cultivators, were mostly those with profound cultivation or ruthless killers. There were even 5 or 6 cunning individuals who, although they hadn't noticed any clues here beforehand, had cautiously eliminated all those vying for the platform with them to avoid danger. Now that the situation was clear, and they knew that only by reaching the platform could they survive, and that these platforms couldn't hold hundreds of cultivators. Those cultivators' eyes blazed with rage. To survive, they would even kill their own brothers. Suddenly, hundreds of cultivators frantically rushed towards the 43 high platforms. In this chaotic scene, Wang Lin didn't have time to watch those cultivators occupy the remaining 43 platforms. He formed hand seals, and thin streams of energy swirled around him, creating a wall of energy to block their advance. Among these more than 10 cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation was an old man who had reached the 4th stage of heavenly human realm. The others were also quite powerful, the lowest being at least in the late stage of pure nirvana. Although their cultivation wasn't at its peak, facing a life-or-death situation, they unleashed their full potential. Moreover, their numbers were considerable, and they charged towards Wang Lin's platform from all directions. A series of explosions rang out as the divine abilities of the more than 10 cultivators struck Wang Lin's energy barrier. The barrier trembled and immediately warped. The more than 10 cultivators then frantically unleashed all their available divine abilities and magical artifacts, desperately vying for control. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. With a cold snort, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and swung it outwards, transforming it into a gigantic palm print that swirled around, sweeping horizontally in all directions. From a distance, this palm print rotated, forming a massive vortex. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The sweeping palm print instantly sent more than half of the cultivators who were continuously unleashing their divine abilities to rush onto the high platform, staggering backward in the whirlwind created by the palm print. A sea of mist roared, a massive column of mist shot up into the sky, engulfing the cultivators outside the high platform where Wang Lin was. Even the cultivators on all sides trying to seize the remaining high platforms instantly perished, dozens of them dying in the mist amidst mournful cries. The stench of blood filled the air, the echoes of their tragic screams still reverberating, driving the hundreds of cultivators without the protection of the high platforms into a frenzy. Their roars were deafening as they frantically leapt onto the platforms. Wang Lin stood there. After these 10 or so cultivators died, the remaining 9, their eyes now bloodshot, rushed forward, various magical artifacts flashing from their bodies, combined with their powerful divine abilities, launching a furious attack. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He snorted coldly, his body moving forward, instantly appearing before a middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator's expression was ferocious. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he spat out a flashing sword light. Wang Lin's two right fingers moved even faster than the flying sword, directly striking the man's forehead. A surge of primal energy poured into his body. With a loud bang, the middle-aged cultivator's body shattered, his soul perishing, but instead of dissipating completely, it transformed into a cloud of blood mist, which Wang Lin absorbed into his body. All of this happened in an instant. After killing the man, Wang Lin moved to the side, easily dodging the incoming flying sword, then advanced towards an old man in white robes. Without stopping, he casually swung his left hand, striking the old man's back with a resounding thud. The old man was about to turn around, but his body trembled, shattering into a cloud of blood mist, which was sucked into Wang Lin's left hand. Wang Lin licked his lips, his body flashed, and he appeared beside another middle-aged cultivator. The young man's face turned pale, and without hesitation, he quickly retreated, his hands forming a hand seal as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In midair, the blood transformed into a blood-red skull, which, with a howling sound, lunged straight towards Wang Lin to devour him. Wang Lin not only didn't dodge, but instead advanced directly towards the middle-aged cultivator. Seeing the blood-red skull lunging to devour him, Wang Lin's eyes showed a strange expression, and he let out a low roar. Although the surrounding mist roared and countless cultivators were fighting fiercely, the sounds of explosions were overwhelming. But under Wang Lin's roar, all these sounds seemed to be suppressed, completely drowned out, shaking the heavens and earth. The blood-red skull vibrated violently, and amidst a low roar, it was swept away by an irresistible whirlwind, instantly and tragically dissipating. This whirlwind blew directly towards the retreating young cultivator. He had absolutely no way to dodge. In a short time, his body was swept away by the whirlwind as if made of dust, turning into a cloud of blood-red smoke in the wind, indistinct and invisible. Clean and efficient, it killed 3 people without stopping. Although the remaining 6 had witnessed everything, retreating now would only lead to death. They had to seize the opportunity. Gritting their teeth, they rushed forward, taking advantage of Wang Lin's departure from the floating platform and charged straight onto the platform. You don't know your place. Wang Lin's words were cold. If these 6 wanted to leave, he certainly wouldn't pursue and kill them all. But at this moment, the 6 were extremely stubborn. As Wang Lin advanced, he continuously unleashed 3 fingers forward. In a short time, overwhelming sword energy surged forth, thousands of sword energies roaring, splitting into 3 parts, rushing straight towards the 3 closest people. Amidst the roar, a purple light screen suddenly appeared. The middle-aged cultivator raised both hands, transforming into a huge light screen to block the incoming sword energy. With a rumbling sound, the middle-aged man spat out fresh blood, his body staggering backward. The light screen in front of him shattered, and the sword energy quickly rushed in, piercing his body, causing him to tremble and disintegrate. There was also a middle-aged woman, her face pale, trying to dodge. Her cultivation wasn't high, but her speed was extremely fast. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to surpass the others. At this moment, the woman hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding half of the sword energy just as it approached her body. With a resounding crash, her right shoulder was smashed into a pulp, and she screamed in agony but escaped death. Of the three, one was dead, one was injured, and finally, the old man, a fourth-stage heavenly human, was killed. The old man clasped his hands together, and 9 black dragons instantly surged around his body, roaring as they swiftly coiled around him. A rumbling sound echoed as the sword energy relentlessly attacked. The old man frantically retreated, raising his right hand and grabbing a nearby cultivator who was blocking his path. All the sword energy entered the body of the captured cultivator, causing it to shatter. In an instant, after Wang Lin killed 3, he killed 3 more. Now only 3 people remained on the high platform in midair. Wang Lin, clad in snow-white robes without a single bloodstain, advanced step by step onto his platform. His gaze, like lightning, swept over the remaining 3, and he coldly declared, "Get out!" The female cultivator who had lost her arm turned pale. Death was indeed a terrible fate, but at this moment, there was something far more terrifying. In her eyes, the white-robed sergeant was like an invincible mountain. She didn't want to die, so she retreated, moving to occupy the remaining platforms. The old man, a fourth-stage heavenly human, also turned pale and retreated without hesitation. The last person, the weakest in cultivation and slowest in speed, struggled to avoid Wang Lin's deadly attack. At this moment, his soul was scattered, and he quickly retreated. A sudden explosion rang out, and on a distant platform, a 1,000-fold cloud of mist erupted, obliterating all 6 cultivators on it. That wasn't all. A 1,000-foot thick mist reappeared on another high platform, destroying everything. In an instant, only 28 of the 43 high platforms remained, and the number of hundreds of cultivators without platforms to take refuge dwindled further, leaving fewer than 80. Wang Lin stood on a high platform, coldly observing. No cultivator dared approach him. The previous scene of slaughter was enough to shock everyone. As Wang Lin's gaze swept across, he saw the young woman from the Wind Annihilation clan. This woman occupied a high platform, her cross-legged posture radiating a soft light from her forehead. A gentle aura enveloped the entire platform, and despite the surrounding cultivators' attacks, it only flickered and twisted, without shattering at all. Besides this young woman, 5 others also caught Wang Lin's attention. The first was clearly the long-haired woman in white. This woman just stood there silently, looking at the distant horizon. Whenever a cultivator approached the high platform, before they could even step inside, they would immediately let out a tragic cry, their eyes bleeding black blood, their whole body emitting black mist, as if poisoned. There was also a middle-aged cultivator. This man wore a cloth robe, held a wine gourd in his left hand, and a 7-foot-long sword in his right. The ancients said 3 cups of wine, the ink spills, the 5 mountains are insignificant 1-1. This is a line from Li Bai's The Swordsman's Journey. The middle-aged cultivator took a sip of wine, casually swung his long sword, and without any further movement, the tip of the sword pierced the forehead of a person rushing towards him. When he pulled the sword out, a stream of fresh blood spurted from the person's forehead, falling onto the high platform, forming a plum blossom shape. On that high platform, more than 10 blood-red plum blossoms suddenly bloomed. There was also a man wearing a purple robe. This person's face was grim, filled with a chilling aura. With a wave of his sleeve, a ferocious, 1,000-foot-long fish emerged from behind, carrying a devouring wine that swallowed all the cultivators who approached. The last were a man as thin as a skeleton, extremely tall, dressed in black, his eyes always closed. His movements were incredibly fast. Even Wang Lin couldn't discern his whereabouts. In a flash, his afterimage seemed to remain in place, yet the cultivators around him screamed in agony as they died. Each person's soul was pulled out, their body falling into the mist below. Not far from the thin monk on the high platform stood a figure of complete contrast. This man was incredibly fat, resembling a ball of flesh, his face bearing a gentle smile. He wore a suit of armor and a flat hat. In his hand, he held a small abacus, its clicking sound pleasing to the ear. No words at all. The fat monk shook his head, the flesh on his face trembling as he muttered to himself, raising his hand to conjure countless restrictions, which fell upon the frenzied monks charging forward. Each time a restriction descended, the charging monk's body froze, seemingly sealed, and fell into the sea of mist below. Even with only 28 platforms remaining, 7 had already been successfully breached by outside monks, who, after slaughtering their opponents, managed to seize a place to stand. Such individuals were certainly not ordinary. The 7 people who successfully seized the high platform all caught Wang Lin's attention. What surprised him was that the old man who had reached the 4th stage of heavenly humanity and whom he had chased away was one of them. The other 5 cultivators were all powerful, from different tribes, and now displayed an overwhelming ferocity, like gods of slaughter. One of them was an old woman in a green robe, her face covered in pimples, looking incredibly terrifying. She didn't seem to display any divine abilities, yet she caused all the surrounding cultivators to look bewildered. On the high platform she had just seized, more than 10 cultivators were fighting, but when she approached, all 10 of them suddenly became disoriented, unexpectedly retreating and leaving the platform. Even the owner of the platform was bewildered and left, allowing her to sit there. The sea of fog roared, and more columns of fog surged forth. The slaughter seemed to have just erupted and then ended. In this area, only 28 unprotected high platforms remained, with people taking refuge. Hundreds of cultivators outside had all perished, their bodies disintegrating into blood and flesh, sinking into the sea of fog. The scene was brief, but it was an extremely brutal selection process. In just a moment, 9/10 of the hundreds of cultivators had died, leaving only 28. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to breathe deeply, using the power and elemental energy of the cultivators he had just devoured to heal himself. Up until now, he hadn't revealed many of his techniques, whether as a void fire cultivator, or using various divine abilities, or even his magical artifacts. This place is fraught with danger, and even more so with its bizarre nature. The danger doesn't entirely stem from this ancient tomb land, but also from the cultivators all around. Those who remain somewhat hidden appear mysterious and unpredictable, only revealing their true power when necessary. The cultivators on the surrounding high platforms are now silent. While they are absorbing power, an undercurrent is beginning to stir, causing most of them to cautiously observe each other. The battle, though brief, allowed everyone to observe each other's abilities. Just as Wang Lin noticed some cultivators, many others also paid attention to him. Wang Lin's swift killing of 6 people earlier was enough to command respect. Even more so, his roar, capable of suppressing all other sounds and shattering the body of a heavenly tribulation cultivator, caused the cultivators all around to look at him with wary eyes. This person didn't reveal much of his divine power during the fight, so we couldn't discern any clues. The man in the purple robe with the illusory image of a 1,000-foot-long fish behind him sat in meditation, his gaze sweeping over Wang Lin with a gloomy expression. The power of his roar can cause the opponent's divine power to collapse. It seems this person's divine power is related to sound. A vicious cultivator who successfully seized a high platform looked towards Wang Lin, his eyes showing ill intent. Others focus on his roar but forget that when he kills someone, he devours the blood myths. Such demonic techniques have appeared quite frequently in the ancient star realm in recent years. The chubby old man chuckled, his eyes sweeping over Wang Lin, the abacus in his hand clicking. He definitely wants to kill me. We need to quickly find someone to help. The woman from the Wind Annihilation clan's face turned pale, biting her lower lip, the fear in her eyes intensifying. This person shouldn't be provoked. He didn't kill me just now. In fact, he did me a favor. The old man, whose cultivation had declined by Wang Lin, bowed his head, his eyes showing fear. The battle just now was unforgettable for him. The long-haired woman in white silently withdrew her gaze from the distance, turned to look at Wang Lin, then looked elsewhere, her expression calm, lost in thought. While everyone was silently assessing the situation and quietly healing their wounds, the swirling sea of mist calmed down. After it recovered, cultivators immediately stood up and walked straight towards the magical artifacts on the high platform in front of the skull. Wang Lin opened his eyes, his right hand reaching behind him. With a loud bang, the large fan, about 3 meters in size, in front of the ancient god's skull fell into his hand. Wang Lin concentrated his divine consciousness and scanned it. This was an ancient god's magical artifact, but not a top-tier one. He didn't change his expression, put away the artifact, and then stood up. But at this moment, a sudden upheaval occurred. The 28 high platform shook violently. The dark sky roared once again. Numerous lightning bolts flashed and exploded with a deafening roar, as if tearing the sky apart. Immediately afterward, as the cultivators' expressions changed drastically, these 28 high platforms shook violently. With the shaking, the 28 platforms plummeted downwards with incredible speed, giving the cultivators on top no chance to react. It seemed that in an instant, the platforms had sunk thousands of feet. Wine howled around the platforms. The rapid descent of the 28 platforms caused an immediate tearing sensation within the cultivators' bodies. It felt as if even their blood was rapidly sinking. Those cultivators who had survived the previous battle were clearly very resolute. Despite this upheaval, none of them screamed, but instead tried to maintain their balance on the platforms, falling rapidly with them. The distance between them and the sky grew ever wider. The towering platforms above, which hadn't yet opened, gradually became black dots in their eyes. 28 platforms fell, instantly disappearing into the fog. The fog roared, enveloping these platforms. Wang Lin's gaze was serious as he saw the fog swirling around him. He felt distinctly as if he were entering hell. He didn't know how much time had passed when a deafening explosion resounded. The platforms all around stopped falling. The entire area was shrouded in fog, nothing could be seen. At this moment, a sudden sense of danger flooded Wang Lin's mind. He spun around, his right hand swinging behind him. With a loud bang, the fog behind him swirled, revealing the face of a ferocious beast. Its entire body was covered in pus-filled sores, its form resembling a human. The beast's two claws were sharp, long, and slender. Wang Lin, with a single grab from a distance, quickly pushed its body backward, instantly disappearing into the mist. At the same time, a mournful cry rang out not far away. Clearly, someone among the cultivators had been ambushed. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He recognized this ferocious beast, though its appearance was slightly different from the strange creature formed from the skull of an ancient god in the demon spirit land. Wang Lin snorted coldly, waving his hands, and a whirlwind swept in all directions, frantically dispersing the encroaching mist. Many cultivators acted similarly. Almost everyone first used their divine abilities to disperse the mist. In an instant, the mist within tens of thousands of feet in all directions was pushed back. Of the 28 high platforms, 3 were now empty. A chilling aura emanated from the cultivators' bodies. Tens of thousands of feet in all directions was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see through. Fog surrounded everything up, down, left, and right. Groans and groans emanated from the surrounding mist. Under the gaze of Wang Lin and his companions, a bizarre figure suddenly appeared. Humanoid beasts lurked in the mist, their numbers countless. Fellow Taoists, regardless of your clan, we have all been transported here, a matter of fate. The danger is immense. Please do not hide any longer. I have read ancient texts and have some understanding of this ancient tomb land. We are currently on the periphery of the ancient tomb land. Only after passing the trials will we be allowed to enter. The old woman, who had previously bewildered them, spoke in a hoarse voice. As soon as she spoke, the beasts in the mist roared, all of them leaping out of the mist and charging towards the remaining people on the 28 high platforms. The 20 cultivators were all shaken by this sight. The number of beasts was no less than several thousand. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He sensed a violent temperament within this beast's body. Cultivators of the void fire, whether in the inner or outer realms, were extremely mysterious beings, rarely encountered. However, the terrifying power and divine abilities of void fire cultivators were extremely well known in this ancient star realm. This was because such cultivators were rare, appearing only once every tens of thousands of years. Therefore, according to rumors, void fire cultivators could rival cultivators at the 3rd stage. These rumors about void fire cultivators permeated the ancient star realm. Among the cultivators of this realm, especially those with high-level cultivators like here, many had heard terrifying tales. Rumors say that a void fire cultivator can cause an entire army to vanish with a wave of their hand. A void fire cultivator's gaze can stir up all 7 emotions and 6 desires, rendering them irresistible. Rumors say a void fire cultivator can use a person's inner nightmare to burn their heart, causing them to be consumed by fire. Rumors say a void fire cultivator's anger can ignite the wrath of everyone, becoming the only one who can control this fire. Rumors still just rumors, except for the woman from the Wind Annihilation Plane. No one here knows. Even the woman in white doesn't fully understand. Rumors say void fire cultivators are reclusive. Void fire is invisible when not in use.